Well, hello, me babbers. Hello there, everybody. Hello YouTube. Hello, quite a frankly astounding number of people. Hello, Blues. Thanks for the flap redeem. Hey there, Poultry Speaker, and thanks for the sub. And hello there, Bacon. Hello, Texture. Bone King, first skeleton. That's a valid claim there, by the way. Often first skeleton gets claimed by people that are neither first nor skeletons. I remember I've got this new muting technology. But yeah, hello everybody. We've got some democracy. Let's get that poll going. These two options here are River plus Earth. And that would probably be against England 4 and then maybe England 5. And then the other option is Lightning plus Shadows. We won't enable corruption, because that excludes our mobile viewers as far as I can tell. So no corruption on this one, just remembering to disable corruption. So yeah, what we were voting for here is River, either the team of River and Earth or the team of Lightning and Shadows. I've had a bit of chance to practice with River and Earth. I'm planning on making a video about some tips for using these different combos. Let's just get that going. It's going to be a 2-minute poll. And I don't think unless Bacon's manipulating, I trust the Bacon. I think if you're a mobile, you might even not be able to vote at all. I don't know if that shows up and you can't. If you're on mobile, yeah, let me know about that. Hey there, morning. Nice to see you. We have 3 votes for Lightning plus Shadows already. 4 votes for Lightning plus Shadows. No one wants to see River and Earth. You'll notice that these are the 4 of the lower complexity spirits. The idea being that these might be pairings that people are drawn to when they're new to the game. River and Earth is actually pretty... I mean, River and Earth is a weirdly challenging combo. I think probably it's fine at lower difficulty. At higher difficulty, it all goes a bit awry. Hey, Glimmer. So the problem with corruption in the process is not everyone has access to it. How American? Yeah, right. It's true that. Because if everyone is assumed to be on a browser, the normal way of doing corruption in these votes actually just favours whoever can be bothered, which I'm fine with that. Hey, Spacehawk. I nearly called you SporkBork there. But I didn't. I pulled back from the edge. I'm on mobile and can vote, says John Boy. Okay, then. Okay. Well, I think for these kinds of momentous decisions, I mean, this is going to be... unless my spoon cupboard suddenly empties itself, this will be probably 2 runs and possibly quite a lot of Spirit Island that we're deciding right here. Yeah, Lightning Shadows clearly ahead. So I'm not going to think too much about the board, because I don't. I only tend to really think about the board if I'm doing a very unfavourable matchup. So I have not tried this combo ever, as far as I know. Just pull Indo Claymore with Earth. Easy, says John Boy. Yeah, that's it. Just you know, if you're struggling at Spirit Island, just have the good sense to draw Indomitable Claim. Guaranteed win. I've been called worse, says SporkBork. Lightning and Shadows, convincing victory there. Well done, Lightning and Shadows. P-butt. P-butt. Okay, so yeah, not done these. I think Blues might have scarpered already. I just want Blues to know if they're still here. If they're still slowly scarpering, waiting for a little mention. Look what I found. Yeah? And if you're still here, Blues, I will read you a freebie. I found the joke book. It was on the floor, of all places. Who'd have thought it'd be on the floor? You did it once, this duo. Really? It's news to me. You sure? You sure? I've played very little Lightning on stream or YouTube. I mean, I also don't have a perfect... I've got weirdly... My memory is strange. I can remember a sentence or the meaning of a sentence someone said to me 20 years ago, but I could not tell you about things that I did earlier today. Lightning has the only support that doesn't help shadows grow. Okay, so as this is my first one with these spirits, I'm not going to go straight in on something wild. In fact, I'm probably going to start with something middling, or like high middling, right? What assurances do I have that all 1,000 of those jokes are crazy? Well, you just have to trust. You just have to trust. So I'm not going to go in on a wildly high difficulty. It's, a bit of this is going to be figuring out... Well, I say that. Maybe I'll go on Prussia 5. There we go, Prussia 5. Bear in mind I've played a lot of Spirit Island. Bear that in mind. Shadow support could help lightning grow, says Bacon. Oh yeah, I need to just get my hotkeys out. Okay then. So the obvious interactions are, of course, we can make Shadow's thing. Shadows has very powerful start powers, and we can make them fast, which is interesting. That could mean fast favors. I mean, a lot of the time we should be able to just plan our lives, and the fact it's slow shouldn't matter. But the fast favors, that could make quite a big difference. There's 3 fear. Might be pretty nice. Mantle of Dread. It's probably Shadow's going to use that on their own board, I imagine, most of the time. Intriguing. Of course, Shadows does have its Dahan targeting shenanigans, but it's not a massive board, and I've gone with this board because it means I can kind of zoom in a bit. So this is purely so it's hopefully slightly easier to follow. Fast Wither can be a real lifesaver, says SporkBork. So I'll try. Maybe I'll vary it. Yeah, this is potentially a game winner if you're at Terra 3. Just downgrade the last city. Yeah, fast favors potentially getting 3 fear, setting up for unexpected ravage with defend. It's interesting. Fast mantle potentially preventing a city build as well. So I suspect, and I guess, and of course, for those who aren't so familiar, Prussia, the main thing that it does is changing the setup stuff. Are you sure it was me that played it? I am not convinced that I have ever streamed or done it. I'm not sure I've ever played this combo. You sure you're not getting me mixed up with all those other peasants that stream Spirit Island? There are bound to be lots of others. Okay, we do have the Jungle Explore. Okay, so what are Shadow's Princes over here? I'm not saying I haven't necessarily done it. I'm not, you know, if it's just a fact, but I just can't remember ever having done it. So yeah, even here we could fast prevent a city build with a fast mantle. Interesting. I feel like I'd remember having done fast favors because it's alliterative, and that's the kind of thing I do remember. Of course, lightning is. I mean, lightning. I've played way more shadows than I played lightning. Lightning is a bit of a bogey spirit for me. Need to do proper flip flopping to play them well. Bacon won't let go that I went too far down the top track in a recent play with this spirit. Prussia at 5 for difficulty 9, rather much harder difficulty 5. France 0 plus Ward the Shores. Yeah, I'm just not. The thing is, I'm just not that familiar with things like Ward the Shores or Rituals of Destruction. So I don't mind if there's like a level of unfamiliarity I'm happy to tackle on a stream. But given that I'm also trying to read chat and be mildly entertaining at the same time, I've got to know my limits, which is why I don't do the quick play. Is because a lot of the things it's going to suggest, I'm just going to be like, actually, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stream that entertainingly. You're getting caned on it. Space Orc getting destroyed. I did actually try and record another mid-difficulty playthrough earlier against France. France 2, I think. But it just wouldn't end. The escalation was just like, hey, you know that you've almost completely cleared the board. Well, here's another town. It's like, oh. It's frustrating. Okay. So we have jungle builds. I do tend to take a little while at the start because I think it's a pivotal moment. So that's in with the blight there. Actually, we've got a couple of city builds on these two maps. This is a reasonable candidate for favors called, which is a nice favors called due, except we're going to need the targeting. This is typically our turn one play with shadows anyway, so we can get over here. And we are Prussia, so we do have the ability to prevent this build. War this build. This is of course with blight, so yeah, we like preventing that one. And there's a lot of Tahan stuff going on with this team, right? We've got Tahan pushes, we've got favors. Very interdastic. Fast favors debut. Fast mantle's better here, says Clemmer. Well, I can do both, can't I? Can't I? Yeah, two. I could do both. Yeah, because like if we gather to here, like we definitely want to prevent city builds where we can. It's interesting because I think for quite a long period, especially because I was at that point I was mainly streaming and recording, I was mostly solo spiriting, and it really does, like the victory is quite different as a general. You don't just have the option of racking the fear, just turning the fear, cranking the fear in the same way most of the time. Previous video with Shadows Lightning. You posted it like here and in Discord. The hell? Crikey. That's from last year. I didn't even know I was putting my live streams on YouTube at that point. Wow. I sit corrected. Okay, interesting. So I have done it before, but I just have no recollection. Okay, fine. See, this has got the... Oh, there's only one Dahan here, so we can't get the fear unless we do this fast, but it looks like that's what we're doing anyway. Fast mantles prevents the city build. We prevent this build. This is just not a problem. We can just... Lightning could actually do something. This might be a good round, though, for Lightning to just play Boon. That extra fear here is significant. But yeah, don't mistake anything I'm saying here for expertise. You do it again! Fast Mantle is better than Wither. Answer a comment in my own head. Awesome. Love to say. Hey, Merpa. Nice to see you. Oh, come on in. Did you make more cupcakes? I think if I had the power to make cakes, I'm not sure I'd ever stop making cakes. It was a lucky guess. See, I didn't even. I just trust people. You see, that's my trouble, my difficulty. Hey, Mega Chris, nice to see you. Not yesterday, May this weekend. It's my dad's birthday. Oh, awesome! That's the perfect excuse. And hello there, Mega Chris. I noticed an ancient comment from you on YouTube that I must have not seen. Seeing comments on my end is not always obvious where they're all hidden. And I didn't realise that you were saying about Root Biters actually not being the best card ever. I was surprised. Bad dual spirit board for Lightning. Yeah, it's a bit rough from the point of view of... Actually, yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it? I think it's okay with this Jungle Explore. But yeah, anyone that's not so familiar with this game, happy to field questions about it. It's quite complicated, though. It's quite complicated. And it's the game I'm named after. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a really nice Concealing Shadows. I'm actually just going to play some moves. It's a crazy idea, I know. The old playing moves gambit. We are back. Of course, we're against Prussia 5, so we are going to have some problems soon, TM. And I don't like how much blight there's going to be over here, but I think this is... better than throwing away presents here. I think maybe we go for a just lightning's boon turn this turn. Peasant Island. The art is interesting. Yeah, the art is amazing. So the theming I can go into. Basically, I'm playing as a couple of spirits, and this is my island here, and it's being invaded by flipping Prussians. And I'm basically trying to tell them to go away. And I'm mostly scaring them away, but I'm also just destroying them. And I win. I'm basically playing against a little deck of cards and some rules. And it was originally a board game, now it's digital. It's also still a board game. Not starting with 2 plays for shadows. Oh, yeah, that's just a mistake. Good spot there, Chris. That's just an error. Good start. Great start. Great start, peasant. Let's just I need to lay out some moves, otherwise I'll just keep thinking forever. So I think I want to go to 2 energy turn 1, especially as I'm only probably going to be playing 1 card. And then go to 3 plays next turn with this. Lightning is one of my least played spirits, okay? So if I do something terrible, just let me know. Yeah, flipping Prussia's mapper. They're just relentless. So we don't have ranging with our innate here, but we're not using our innate this turn anyway. We want to be... This has, of course, 2 range. We're going to be moving this one out of the way. Sacred... So we probably want a sacred site over here somewhere, where it can be mildly responsive. I guess here's the safest place for a sacred site, because we are preventing this build, and then we've got access to all of these. Hilarious. Place I am was part of Prussia. Oh, really? I'm invading you. No! Trying to get to 6 plays with those 3 goes in any way possible. Interesting. And just don't bother with the Raging Storm. I guess you do. You've got this option to pay for it. Do you even go top track at all? Yeah. This is just I'm not joking when I say I don't really know how to play the spirit. You just don't know, Jim. Because if we need this 2 energy, right? Otherwise, how does anything even work? If we go just purely bottom track, I think we need this and then we need that. I'm going to trust my instincts. If I'm too much of... If I just try to get bacon to do all my thinking for me, we'll be here all day. So I'm going to go with the fast favors to prevent the city build, and fast favors in here to get the fear, fast mantle because we've got it's fast anyway to prevent the city build. Where the hell are we going to push to? We could push in with some Dahan, because then we've got potential for more concealing shadows shenanigans. Shenanigans. Usually 2 off the top, 0 card plays. And then go for saving the energy. Yeah, interesting. I'm going to play it my own way, otherwise I won't improve or learn. Raging Storm is very necessary against France, still too expensive though. There are miners that do the same with terrain restrictions. 2 off the bottom, turn 2. Okay, I'll trust in the bacon. I think that this improves both of these moves enough to be worth. I guess it means that I am not able to do a city destroy early. Against Prussia, I'm more worried about a mass of towns. We'll see. This is very much in the spirit of the Twitch teaches peasant how to play Wildfire. So I'm tempted to push in here, because a big mass of buildings in here is just a kind of another opportunity for concealing shadows, right? Pushing to the coast is also possible, so that'd be pushing to here. There are very few Dahan around here, so not so great for future mantling, especially if we're dragging this Dahan over here. This is our current best spot for mass destruction. I follow Bacon's strategy mostly with lightning. Turn 1, 2 presents top track. Turn 2, 2 presents bottom track. No card plays first turn. Okay. Reclaim loop until you can take 2 more off bottom. That's in solo. Maybe it would be different in multi-spirits. Okay. Sure, like massive towns. This is a card game. Yeah, so the physical game is, these are cards. So they're the same size as Magic cards. You have like a hand of them. And these are my starting cards with this spirit. So this is shadows, and they start with, oh god, extreme close up. With this card, and these two cards. So I'm kind of playing as two different spirits at once, because I have no self-respect. Let shadows take care of the cities, says Jump Boy. Yeah. You won't get your innate second turn this way. It may be worth it. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. I think it might... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So, yeah, I'm not going to make any claims. Actually, I don't think I'm ever going to make a claim that my plays are the best possible plays, but they are enthusiastic, okay? So the difference is here, we're preventing a city build and we're gaining 3 more fear than we'd have otherwise. We also get to do our innate prevention. Obviously, we do that regardless of this help or not. I'm kind of tempted to actually change my mind and bring this in here now instead. But no, this is in with Blight, and we are against Prussia, so we're going to have some early pressure. Let's just empty that land. It's a modern board game. There's cards, there's boards, bits of plastic and wood. It's largely card driven. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a lot going on. Okay, we've prevented 2 builds. We've got these builds here. We've got a solution for this. We could leave it for a messy counter. What have we actually got? Sand and Mountain. Okay, there is already Blight in here. Still stuck in Inscription. Oh, where are you? Yeah, what bit are you in? I think I've played through like the main game of Inscription. That was so cool. There were some puzzles in that though, where I just was like, I'm not interested in these puzzles. Okay, so we've got this Ravage here, which does have a messy counter, will be fine. This is Concealing Shadows territory, which is fine. That's all going to plan. So if we'd been playing the traditional opening, we'd still have this in our hand, and we'd have Innate Town Destroy as well as Shattered Homesteads Town Destroy. We don't have Shattered Homesteads Town Destroy. I guess the cost is... What is the... Yeah, I'm not sure I know this team well enough to decide whether that's a good... Whether we've made a mistake there or not. So, standard next thing to do would be to go to 4 plays. So if we were playing this, we'd have, and played nothing turn 1, we would have 4 energy, 4 plays, so we'd play 3 of our cards to get our name. We're not doing that. Interesting. I got squished by the moon boss. God, I'm trying to remember the moon boss. No build in A6, nice. Oh yeah, what happened there? I didn't even notice what happened. Accidental explore prevention there. Lucking into, yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if it's worth thinking about that. Oh god, adding more things to the analysis paralysis chambers. Yeah, it hadn't even occurred to me that this move could be preventing an explore, but it did. Interesting. Growth 3 gives enough energy for innate. Yeah, right. So it is another detour from the standard. Given that we want to reclaim anyway to gain more flipping cards, which is my main gripe with this spirit. And we do we have useful Raging Storms? This is a good use of Raging Storm. We get to destroy 2 explorers. Imagine that. And then we'd be back. So then we'd have 3 plays, and we could have we could play a turn where we play our innate, or we hang on and push. I guess it depends a lot on what minor power we gain. I think playing Lightning's Boontime 1 was a good idea to prevent an extra build, generate extra fear. I mean, yeah. I think it was okay. It's in the first area. Okay, Mappa. First area is the best area, though. You want to stay in there. Honestly, solo against England 6, Lightning doesn't usually worry about growing until it has 7 or 8 cards. Very interdusting. Support from say Keeper, Lightning can grow again early, boon of growing power, giving energy cards huge support for Speedy. Yeah, I much prefer, I quite like Lightning with Guardiar's Heart. Just having a few more cards and all of a sudden Lightning becomes much more bearable. Much more bearable. Maybe the next run we could go with the traditional Lightning opening and see if that feels much better, or maybe consider it more deeply. More analysis paralysis. Yeah, this is a reasonable Raging Storm. This would be a nice little blight prevention, probable blight prevention. This... okay, interesting. We've got another use for a fast gather next turn. This already has 2 Dahan in. We could gather... and it will have 5 Dahan. If Lightning can push another Dahan over here, we could have a massive counter in here. Getting over ambitious with my Concealing Shadows. No other options as for now anyways. The game's a lot of fun though. Yeah, it's a really cool game. I was lucky, I managed to somehow not be super spoilerized on it. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go with this option. So we're a little bit off the beaten track. I wonder if I can set up to push some Dahan into any of these lands. And this is only a 1 range presence place. I'm kind of okay, so what the hell am I thinking about? I'm thinking about a future favors. Very greedily thinking about that extra 3 fear. You already only ever get to 5 plays if you take Grow 3, but Lightning at 2 energy of 5 plays is still probably good enough for Prussia 5. Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah. And this is a learning game, right? It's a learning game. Okay. Just learning. Yeah, okay. So I think, yeah, we've got good targeting over here. In fact, this is the only useful placement for presence. Given... Oh, wait a second. Maybe future mantles? Though if we clear this land, that's a good future mantle anyway. Honestly, I've seen the play. I'm not joking when I say my memory is horrible. I don't remember anything by now. Nothing. Yeah, my memory's somewhat unreliable. Okay, so I'm going. This is one thing I do know about, which is with shadows. Unless you've got another spirit giving you energy, do not be tempted by this 3rd play. All right, just don't do it. It'd be interesting actually that you could make a case for going for the 3rd play if you're not also gaining the card, but without direct support from another spirit, you really need this extra energy. Hey, thanks for the follow, Saluk. Thank you. But we do want more cards because cards are fun. Nice. Oh, wow. I've actually got another preventable build in here. We could even bring it in here. I guess it won't be cleared. Yeah. Let's look at power card. Against Prussia, our innate's actually valuable. Lure of the Unknown is great for that. In fact, it's perfect. Prussia 6 solos still go with 0 play open. Greedy, but it works. It's okay to be greedy sometimes. So this is probably the pick. I just want to think about... Reaching Grasp is such an interesting card. The extra ranging changes a lot of stuff. It's probably not the right pick. But I often, when I reject Reaching Grasp early, I think, if only I had Reaching Grasp now, I could do this ridiculous thing. Hey, angels. Good evening, dear sir. I see we have lightning and shadows today. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That's what we've got. Not a pairing I've got much feeling for. So it's a bit of a Twitch teacher's peasant. Time to go 3 plays, babe. No, John boy, no. We got to resist 3 plays. It's a trap. Even at 0 cost. Why is it a trap? Because we need an energy to target our concealing shadows. Aside from anything else. We need that energy for the shadows. It's very easy to forget it. Stop 2 builds. Yeah, and prevent amazing counterattack. With Lure, you probably can prevent 2 builds with shadows. I mean, Lure's probably the right pick. And I think in this situation it's good. We might just not Crops Wither. We definitely want to use our innate though. Preventing a build against Prussia is nice. Okay, we may cast Sacred Sight here for targeting purposes. And 3 play... Okay, so, like, in case I may have been a bit too indirect about it, I need an energy to target Concealing Shadows in here. Because unless I throw a presence in here and just throw it away, which is all, you know, I think that's sometimes a reasonable thing to do. However, I'd like to prevent this build. My only option for preventing the build at the moment is targeting from here. Ted's card is nice. Lure will stop builds. Yeah, it will. The third, okay, so the get, and I honestly I'd prefer to get to 3 energy before I get to the 3rd play. Though getting Lure of the Unknown does push me more towards plays, because this jump to 1 to 3 enables major powers. So I'm gonna do it. Major Shadow, the hero. Going 3 plays will get you tier 2 innate, then Reclaim turn will blather. Yeah. It's really tempting to go 3 plays, but I assure you it's not what you want to do. Trust me. I think even in this situation, you don't want to do it. Even though we're substituting in Lure for Crops Wither, we might still prefer Crops Wither. Let's just think about that. This is a very preventable build. This is in with our Blight. This is quite a high priority to prevent. When you grow into Shadow's board, it will be into land 8 most likely. So what's actually our Lure? We might actually want to save this for next turn. Shadows is the start for Shadows is kind of awkward. You kind of want to get to the 3rd play before the 3rd energy before you reclaim, which means that you'll typically want to look at this. This is just so that you power up and actually get stuff done on the board. So, do we have a good Lure this turn? We'd want to lure either into a defended jungle or into a wetland. We could lure into this wetland if we had targeting. We don't. We could lure into this wetland to prevent a build. So we could lure and then gather to prevent 2 builds. That's actually pretty good. The Crops Wither, there's actually nothing to do with our current rule placement. The Crops Wither here actually doesn't do a lot for us anyway. So I think we go with this. Next turn, just get quickened for Shadows. You're off to a somewhat easy win. Yeah. Good thinking. Good thinking, Chris. I just need to draw that card. The odds, I mean, what, 4 out of 63 that I get the one I want? Good odds. Okay, so we can see the Shadows in here. Notice that cost me an energy. Notice. And we have the... We got Shatter Homestead and the Thunder Destruction. We actually can't target this with our innate, so we will target that with Shattered Homesteads. Quickly check I'm not autopiloting to bad moves here. Could prevent us. This city build might be worth preventing. This city build we're actually encouraging, thinking about potentially bringing in the lads and lasses for a big counterattack. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, there is a chance. Tiny little chance. do that. We'll do this. And yeah, the Dahan, this is actually not, yeah, this is partly why I don't think about the boards too much, because I imagine with C board and D board, you could really set up some humdinging Dahan action. But currently we can't set up the mother of all counters in here. But maybe we don't even need to set up the mother of all counters in there. If we harbingers in here, actually, get that extra fear now. But these Dahan here will clear this, which is also useful. About 1 out of 16 chance for an easier win. Okay, I'll take it. I do think more about kind of specific cards than I used to. As in, like, I try not to consider, but I guess like a defend card, for example, thinking, oh yeah, if I want to gain a defend card, what are the odds of actually gaining a useful defend card? And they're actually generally fairly low, because a lot of them have requirements, like this is Sands Jungle, this is Jungle Mountain, this needs Dahan. This is only a 2. I mean, Fire in the Sky is kind of a pseudo defend. And I like that I can't just go, oh, I've got this odds of getting a useful defend. This, of course, requires a Sacred Site. I kind of like that. For me, it doesn't seem to work out like that. So we could prevent this build here and kill 2 explorers with Raging Storm. And we might be able to clear the inland if we get a good counterattack in here. The other thing to think about is doing these slow. I don't think we've got any reason to do them slow. Wait a second, what's going on here? Have I just forgotten how to play? Oh, I used this fast. Yeah, okay, so I don't get fast harbingers, but we do want to prevent the build. Okay, missionaries arrive. Do we have any sunshine business at all? We will have to deal with these missionaries for ages. Yeah, we are just not sunshine. I'm gonna have to read this bit. I always curse the tongues of the foreigners every time. Okay, so we've got to flip a minor power for each board. If it has sun, push an explorer from land with Dahan. Otherwise, replace Dahan with a town. This is kind of gross. And it's coming back. Maybe we need to think about drafting some more sunshine powers. Though it's sad to forget powers with lightning, but maybe shadows can. Kick them all out! And we do have some beasts destroying explorers, so if we push, we want to push in with explorers. Though actually this beast is already busy. Okay, let's see what we get. So no sun. So they're going to replace the Dahan with a town. If we replace the Dahan with a town there, we're not only enabling a build, but also it's a city build. So we'll have coastal Dahan, and again here it's either we enable a city build or yeah. So we replace this one. Gross. Call Dahan ways ironically means we lose a Dahan. Not sure that's what not exactly sure what irony means, but I'm going to go with that interpretation. We leave these guys here. They're doing useful things. Bummer. Call to Migrate. It's a nice card for lightning. Yeah. Okay. Defend 2 in all lands with presence. Next clear card. Okay, but we do get some good news here. Blight goes, but Concealing Shadows does its work. That's another city down. And we have added towns to the board, but at least we didn't add a whole new set of builds. Apart from that one. Reaching grass is looking real good right now. Damn it, John boy. Okay, so we've got the big Ravage in here. This would be a great Concealing Shadows. Do we actually just go with the early Reclaim rather than pushing for this big counter here? It would be a big dramatic counter. We don't have anything in hand unless lightning went all in. No, even lightning going all in doesn't do it because we don't have that fourth play. Stage 3 into coastal, just what the doctor ordered. Yeah, this is the worst Prussia situation. That's fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, this is not what you want. This coaster's looking okay. So is this big counter worth pursuing, or do we turn our attention to the coast? There are these Dahan. There aren't many Dahan over here. Just the defend card would be nice. I think this Concealing Shadows is achieving quite a lot. It's basically the only big build-up of the inland buildings. Well, apart from this one. 4 for the defend would clear this in the Ravage. Then my Dahan just kind of sat in the middle of nowhere doing nothing, but hey, I think it's fine. Shadows is going to... I don't think... You generally don't want to push the Concealing Shadows game. Oops, targeted the wrong land. You don't want to push the Concealing Shadows for too long. I think you only ever get to do it a couple of times, really, in my experience. A couple of times often is more when you get to do it. Okay, so... This turn, we've got this big Ravage here. This sounds empty. This is a... So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Blight placing Ravages. Okay, we definitely want to reclaim and see what we get offered as lightning. That's a nice card for Shadows. So I'm just going to hide it behind my head. Do we have any convenient sacred sites? Not really. But we can make a sacred site next turn. This is still a pretty good card for Lightning. Spur might be interesting. I mean, this is almost always a great card. Look at that, defend 10. Ow, Quicken would actually come up if you drew his shadows first. Yes, Chris. Yes, Chris. Honestly, you come in here. It's true. So yeah, we would, if we'd drawn Quicken then for shadows, that would have been amazing. Because we would have been able to target it here because, of course, Shadows gets Shadows with Dahan. So whenever you use a power, you could pay energy to range wherever you like. Our energy game would have been a bit tight, but it would have been fine, I assure you. RNG is their sense of irony, a good card for Shadows. Spur's kind of good here, says Glimmer. Oops, wrong bit. It's interesting because it does mean I can do more innate shenanigans. It also potentially means I can do more Shadows innate shenanigans, though that's probably not the reason Glimmer thinks it's good. Because this has the key elements that we need. It's interesting. I think I'm going to come back to this decision. Do we have coastal clustering? See, we can make sacred sites fairly easy with lightning with this growth, and we are going to want to do that growth at some time soon. But yeah, we don't have to rush that decision. I feel like it's definitely one of those. Spur's a good card. Love Spur, says John Boy. Will you love it even more if I don't pick it? Okay, so all those blighting ravages, I don't think any of them are solvable with the cards that Shadows has. And the presence place where it is. Oh, wait a second. There are things like fast mantles to think about. I think this Concealing Shadows here is still right. It still does good work. With lightning, it's very hard to justify going off brand just because the innate is so strong. Best form of defense, big attack, yeah. X-Play makes the reclaim on shadows a little better. Yeah, true. It's just that this is so... I mean, especially with the amount of Dahan movement we've got. We'll see. I think that's going to be all about the specifics. We're not going to know the specifics until we do what we're doing with shadows. I mean, crops, does that even do anything? It's not even worth YOLOing at this point. Though we could YOLO to go gain major 3 energy and be playing major plus crops. Major plus crops could get us a big defend for in here. We actually got good targeting in there. Hey there, Nerd Central. Welcome on in. Welcome in, Nerd Central Raiders. Hey, Noonvale. Hello there, El Dodo King. Wise. King Dodo L. Hello there, Inkfish. What were you up to? Let's see what... Has my bot been helpful and said what you're doing? No, my bot's got confused. And now it's flirting with you. So let's just shout out Nerd Central. My bot is very primitive, and it just gets confused. It's Dungeons & Dragons, crikey. Welcome in. We're playing Spirit Island, and this is I'm playing with a pair I'm not that familiar with. The bot is very kind. Yeah, you know, mostly kind. Sometimes a bit too, you know, a bit creepy, honestly. You know, I'm not sure of its motives. So we could kind of go YOLO Major, but I think this is too good to YOLO Major. It is. It is too good to YOLO Major. It's taken too much setup. But we can still grab a Major now for future turns. Because I think we're quite happy playing something like Concealing Shadows here and then just Mantle, maybe. We've got a fair amount of empty space, high odds of the Mantle being relevant, especially when you count that Lightning has spaces as well. Time for Bringer of Breaking Dawn. That would be pretty nice, wouldn't it? That would do a lot of work. But T spurns a monster card long term. Great game. Certainly likes my name. It does. Pick a minor first this turn to postpone the next reclaim. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that this is doing so much useful stuff, though. That's the... If I thought Crops Wither and Fade was doing something particularly useful, let's imagine that there was a Ravage in a land, and it was just a town ravaging. It's a very specific set of circumstances. And so we could make it fast with Lightning's Boon and prevent a Blight going down, and, you know, gain the nice fear. I think at that point I would be more inclined to postpone the reclaim. I normally postpone the reclaim with this spirit. We're slightly wealthier than we often are because we've got a 0 cost card, and often end up with a 1 cost minor power. We've got stuff we can forget though. Arguably could forget Crops Wither, though this is useful for kind of yoinking a win potentially. Maybe Mantle's had its moment. Hey there, Verdant Blues. Can you look at the selection of both power cards before picking? Yes, you can, yeah. So this is our current offer for Lightning Swift Strike. Chat likes these. Well, I like this. Glimmer likes this. You mean postpone the next reclaim by playing card now that you would forget next turn? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, because as shadows, we don't have useful reclaim wands and stuff. Everyone prefers grabbing a minor power here. I mean, we've got quite a few small defends. Well, actually, can we even target any of them? Yeah, we've got a... we just need our innate for that. The thing is that we are missing... We're not guaranteed to get a useful major on the first grab. And we've got a surfeit of cards that now trigger our innate, because we've got Lure of the Unknown as well. And given that it's multi-spirit, we probably favour losing one of these kind of slightly slow fear cards. Made you not happy to play soon will balk the rhythm. The rhythm's already balked. Just trying to make sure I'm not... If I miss something you're saying in chat, feel free to say again. Extra energy from Spurn is a big for Shadows too, says Midnight Bacon. It is pretty big, yeah, because we have reclaimed. Typically I like to wait till we've got this energy before the reclaim. The thing is, if we grab a major now, subsequent minor powers can be complementing them. As Shadows, we've got a good major game. Because we can easily get to 3 plays and have big energy for big majors. In fact, we have the plays. I mean, maybe we don't need those against Prussia. Blight the Island, hope for back against the wall. Yeah, good idea. Good thinking. Poultry speaker. Said a while ago you can get Quicken in Shadow's hand if you get Entwined Power. Entwined Power with Threshold. Yeah, sure. Sure, Mega Chris. Hey, Skeeve. Nice to see you. But yeah, Raiders and anyone that's less familiar with this game, feel free to ask any questions. I'm not sure I'm prepared. Like, if I just going to explain the whole rules of it, it would probably take me about 5 days. But overviews, questions, happy to field them. But we don't need to make this decision yet. So chat's all about grabbing a minor power now. See, I'm much more into just playing one of my start powers. The odds of grabbing a minor power that I want to play this turn. Oh, but then, yeah, if we are going to 3 plays, then we want more cards in hand. If we grab a major power, we stay on 5 cards. And then next turn... I think next turn we're still going to be on 2 plays anyway, because we need that energy. I'm grabbing a major. I think it's better. I think you're all wrong, chat. I've never seen this. What is the gist? Okay, that's a great question. So this is quite a complicated, well, relatively complicated setup. The idea is we're playing as spirits. I'm playing as 2 spirits. So the game's really designed to play as 1 spirit at a time. And so I'm basically playing as Lightning Swift Strike, and I'm this spirit. And this is the island where I live. And this is Shadows, which is the other spirit. And the idea of the game is we're trying to repel colonial invaders, right? So it's like reverse Catan. So we're currently being invaded by Prussia, but it's not like a full-blown military colonial type thing. It's more like the colonialism that Prussians did, and English did, and Scottish did, and French did. And they're all adversaries that you can get in the board game. And so the way that we win the scenario depends on how scared the invaders are. The win condition thematically is we scare away all the invaders. Now, if we've not scared them much, we have to wipe them out completely. No explorers, no towns, no cities. So yeah, any buildings and these people on the map, these are not our friends. We win by these not being here. If we scare them more and get to terror level 2, which we do by making fear, which gives us these cards, I'm going to be a bit... which is like a victory point thing. If we scare them enough, we get to 2. At 2... we no longer have to wipe the board clean. We just have to get rid of all the buildings. If we scare them even more, we just need to get rid of the cities. And if we scare them even more than that, they've had enough. They just go away. No matter how many buildings they've got left. And the way we generate fear, we get some fear for destroying stuff. So destroy a town, you get a fear. Destroy a city, you gain a fear. And you notice here it says 5/8 fear. When I get 3 more fear, I'll get one of these cards. It'll go from the deck to earned. And then at a certain point in the turn, I'll get to resolve it. Here's one that I've already resolved that helped me defend in lands. So yeah, that's kind of the premise. You're scaring away the invaders. And each spirit is quite different. It's a game with a remarkable amount of things to do. And I should have had this up. Interesting. So yeah, hopefully that is some gist for you and blah 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 blah. Hello there, replace them. Hope your cat had a good birthday. I'm sure they did. So this is our major power choice. This is Lightning's major power choice. This is one of the ways that our spirits power up is by gaining new powers. So it's these cards here that like what Lightning starts with. And then these here, these powers here get powers I'm gaining mid-game. And this is where a lot of the replay value comes from, because some of them really change things up. So let's look at a power card. This up here is the cost. And these are elements. So these elements can grant you extra powers on things. So for example, this grants these elements, but then if you also have a total of 2 sun on this and other cards, 2 air on this and other cards, or other things, and 2 animal, then you also get this extra ability, right? She got so high, it's currently getting high again. Your cat's got a problem. Mages are all off-brand, but with all the Dahan shenanigans, I think we're taking Rap, right? Yeah, probably. It's also nice and cheap. This is the most expensive... Yeah, it's the most expensive major power in the game at 9. Is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I think. Rap with Dahan movement, Shadow, special target power, Dahan stonks. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty stonky. Pretty damn stonky. This is almost certainly the pick, but I've been not able to actually think about it. Can we use Rap this turn? We can't afford it this turn, but this will be a good one for future turns. The interesting thing is, because we're playing with Lightning, we can use Lightning's Boon to make some of these fast, but I don't think that's relevant here. Fast flowers is illustrative, at least. That's got to count for something. Impossible threshold, though. That's just the story of flowers. I say impossible threshold. I've actually got perfect cards for the threshold. Don't worry. Don't mind me. I say perfect cards for the threshold. I actually do have perfect cards for the threshold. Interesting. Is today the day where flowers shine? The fact we have Spur gives us an easier potential for getting thresholds as well. With Vigor in play, then Spurn, will I prefer any defense card that can supplement Rap? I want to play often so the Spurn energy will be useful. Oh yeah, of course. So the Quicken in conjunction with lots of Dahan movement is pretty juicy. Is today the day, Grant? And so there is a major power called Grant. Poor old Grant. No one speaks to Grant. Though it does remind me of my friend Grant, who pulled a spike out of my ear when I was a kid. Thanks, Grant. So we'll grab the Rap. I need to be careful not to burn too many brain juices when I play this game, because it just canes through those brain juices. What do we forget for this? We don't want to forget any Dahan movement. We don't really want to forget anything that's air animal either. Probably I don't think we want to forget this, so probably it's Mantle. Crop's Wither I think could be useful if it gets close, so I think it's Mantle. Yeah. Yeah. So okay, so we've made that decision, and I think... But yeah, this is quite a crunchy game. So if you look at the nice visuals, just be wary. Just be aware. You can play it on a much easier difficulty if you just like enjoying yourself, which is absolutely awesome. Heard enjoying yourself is fun. We could actually make this happen this turn. We could effectively gift an energy to Shadows this turn and squeak out a Rap if we really wanted to. Is that actually good? Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the board to consider this. Okay, we've got a 4 damage Ravage in here that's blighting and clearing those Dahan. Do we have any good spots for Rapt if we did try and force it to happen this turn? Not really. Unless it was wrap with threshold, which is not on the menu. So we're going to be wrapping next turn. So probably the conceal in here is right. We actually don't we've only got one preventable build. One straightforwardly preventable build, that's here. We can wrap if we use spur. Is it a good idea? No. Because for reasons that I've just gone through. Peasant said crabbily. Oh, I've got to get out my new crab emote. I don't know how it actually looks. I'm not sure I've tried it yet. Got some new emotes. This is my crab emote. When I'm big, unnecessarily crabby. Okay. So that's a 5. That's preventable. Well, the ravage doesn't matter. Oh, preventable build. This here is a preventable build. I guess there's a... Yeah, we drag into here. Do we have a good use for our lure this turn? Don't think we do. Do we have a good favors? It would be nice to play one of our fire cards to prevent this build, especially as this is in with blight. Crab hat is great. Yeah, the artist is amazing. Says Rat. I need to properly credit him, but I've not gone to it. Extra play comes after the extra energy. Of course, of course. I mean, I don't think it's good. If we had the presence, it might be worth... If we had a presence in with a cluster of Dahan, it might be worth thinking about. Because I'm like, maybe coming in here for this counter would be good. I think this is worth Lightning's attention, especially in a world where we're ravaging into coastal build. I'm kind of glad that this is Prussia 5. Honestly. Honestly. Glad. Blessed. And of course, now that this would have been nice with the extra range boost. The interesting, this is not as, this feels like it's obviously a quicken situation, especially with the wrap, but this is fire and air. So it's the perfect elements for lightning. And it's the potential for lightning to get higher on their innate than you'd think. Especially in a world where lightning's probably going to want to do quite a lot of reclaiming now. Gaining more and more powers over time. I think we're going to have to get pretty specific about this turn before we know what's good. Conceal. Lightning can deal with this maybe with... Raging Storm, Harbinger's Boon. It's a lot of effort to prevent this blight, but it is also allowing a counterattack. Well, no, it's just preventing a build. There'd be nothing there. But this is also land 3. Minimal adjacencies, one of which already has a blight. So this is not a land we want to blight. This is much harder to do something about. We need a reverse minor draft. Lightning needs lure. Shadows needs quicken. Lightning will not be putting sacreds out regularly. No, true enough. True enough. But the thing is that it's such a good defend. Here's me not knowing how to use lightning as well. That this is kind of valuable. And, you know, I feel like it's worth maybe having a weird turn where we just double place so that we get that 10 defend if it also has a counter, right? Because the Quicken does have fire on, which is the preferred element out of fire and air. Just sometimes you just gotta hum to yourself to try and... Okay, let's just We shadow, concealing shadows in there. And then it's either crops or law. But we have no good law. No law that's... We could prevent a city build in here, actually, with law. We could even bring a town, this town away from the coast into here with the beast. The beast might give us stonks. That's reasonable. However, yeah, and then next turn we set up for a good wrap in here. Bring these 4 over to a land maybe here, though the disease will be gone by then. Bring them over here, maybe. Yeah, okay, that's a plan. What would we play with the wrap, though? And we don't have any any straightforward defend cards, apart from... We do have concealing shadows, we do have a wrap, but nothing else. So I don't feel that setting up a favors is particularly good, unless we're just doing it pure largely for the fear. So yeah, I think we go lure. Okay. So we could play Crops Wither as well with Spur. That would get us this tier of the innate, which would get us a bit of fear, but not really change a lot. Especially if we're bringing Dahan here for a safe city-destroying counter next turn. With Lure and Innate, prevent 2 builds in East Coast. Oh yeah, there's this Explorer here. Oh, buffing our innate is actually good. Yeah, okay. Except we can't prevent both of these because they're not in adjacent lands. We could actually... In some situations, we could prevent 2 builds of that. This is not that situation. But yeah, we could prevent this build as well. That's good. Yeah, okay, good. That's nice. We let the city build happen over here. We just straight up prevent this build. Oh, no we don't. No we don't. I guess we could bring this Explorer into here for a 5-on-5 next turn. Yeah, it seems reasonable. Every air makes any slow power he plays fast. Air can be preferred, actually. So we know okay, we've got a nice little plan. We bring an Explorer in here, hope this damage doesn't get buffed. Bring that in there. Prevents 2 builds prevented. This one we can deal with paratroopers next turn. Over here, lightning. Does lightning really want to spend that much effort clearing this? Is that? I think it's such an important land to deal with. It's so expensive. We'd have to spend all of our energy, and the lightning's boon would be doing nothing. What about some of these other options? Still think it might be the right thing to do. Oh, actually, we could just use Spur in this turn instead. And maybe we could crank a little bit of extra fear if we also play Crops Wither. Then next turn, we can play Favors with Wrap. With this option, get a bit of an energy reserve. But yeah, it's interesting about the Sacred Site placement. It's not something we're really going to be doing a lot of now. Let's go with Spur. Okay, I've spent too much time thinking about that. Let's move on. So we go Spur. But we've not dealt with these Explorers. That's the trouble with this plan. Peas and ants. So this is the only way we deal with this land, but it is preventing a blight in the worst land to blight, and it's preventing a build. We don't need to spur on ourselves, so I think if we spur in here, then we milk a little bit more fear. Okay, not sure this is the perfect solution. You can prevent 2 builds, I think. Yes, that's the plan. That is exactly the plan. Oh, whoops. Whoops. So we spur on shadows. Oh, we could actually play Wrap this turn. But yeah, we don't have a good Wrap. Just quickly sanity check that. No, we definitely have no good wrapping. Unless we Harbingers to make a good Wrap. Okay, yeah, we've got a way better turn here. Wait a second. We've got a way better turn lurking under the surface of this one. Much better. Because we can wrap to deal with this if we combine the Harbingers. We need to move at least one Dahan. We're preventing both these builds. We're dealing with this, but what this frees us up to do is actually take care of other business instead of using Raging Storm on this. Lightning's Boon does nothing for us, so this frees us to use Shattered Homestead somewhat. Maybe here, get some more fear. Prevent a city build in that land, which makes this much more manageable. Okay, and again, I'm not 100% convinced that this is better, but I am somewhat more convinced. So we need to push one of these Dahan into this land. I guess, yeah, this is just quite convoluted. Maybe it just seemed better because it's more complicated. Possibly this is no improvement. Oh, I don't have the energy now for Concealing Shadows. No, it's not an improvement because it doesn't work. That's why it's not an improvement, everybody. Because it doesn't work. So much for that idea, peas and ants. Sad times. Doesn't work. Because, yeah, short on energy. Well. We might still want to squeeze out a little bit more. But this... Yeah, right. I can see why you just have a weird couple of turns and get to 4 plays now. It's becoming more clear. Bacon would have picked Quick and Solo, but not in team. Close, but as we say, no banana, says SporkBork. I thought there was there were opportunities there. How wrong I was. Fine. But maybe squeaking out some crops is still pretty good. Yeah. So there's a reason it's not better. It's because it doesn't work. But we can still do this. Okay, this is still an improvement. Now we've got this level here. We can actually make this Ravage safer. So we can prevent this build and we can destroy these. And now we don't have the possibility that the event is going to really ruin our day. Because events sometimes like to ruin your day. Just what they're into. We just completely ignored this. Just so you know. Bacon would have played no cards. No cards Bacon, they call them. Stopping the coastal goods is still good, plus crops can downgrade stage 2 escalation town. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about what I was going to be downgrading. This is just how it is for me when I'm playing an unfamiliar pairing. This is just how it is. Do we want to do some harbinging? This is 8 damage. This clears this, but we could still harbinge in there just for the extra fear. Or do we want to harbinge in the slow phase? I don't think we want to harbinge in the slow phase. We'll just grab that fear now. Now we cry if we get years of little rain. Prussia will add towns. I overpick minors on elements since getting used to the powers makes the spirit feel unique. Yeah, that's true. Major powers are fun. Ooh, I've not done anything about this deliberately. I've not deliberately not done anything about this. I've just not done anything deliberate about this. Okay, oh, okay. So, yeah, just instinctively, I've played around everything, including cashing in on my beast stonks. Oh, reckless offensive. Okay. Oh, reckless offensive, you painful... Damn it. So, reckless offensive is probably going to ruin my day unless this fear card prevents this from placing a blight. Hey there, So Very Wrong About Games. Hello, welcome in. How was your... Oh, God. Game by the people that made Anachrony. It was nice to finally check in with you and see what you were about. That fear card's not going to help me. That's a bit of a slapping from the fear deck there. The event deck even. Hey there, Guy Montags. Welcome in. Playing the Spirit Island. Playing a slightly unfamiliar combo. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. This is painful. We have a blighted island. Ladies and gentlemen. Damn it, Gem. But it's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of the world. Ordering, I'm just checking to see if ordering matters. I don't think it matters. We'll do this one. In case ordering matters, we'll do that one. I don't think it matters. I just don't think it does. Yeah, this is a shame. This was meant to be a 1 Blight Ravage, but instead we've got a 3 Blight Ravage. Yeah, I'm Bacon, please. I know what Concealing Shadows does. Peasant Crab is on the move. I'm well aware of that. It's this reckless offensive added a blight. Please. Please. Okay, we've got to destroy some beasts, and we don't have many options about that. Hey, no, you're okay. Okay, so now, oof, my God, the event deck is coming. The blight card now coming for me as well. Let's not have a second cascade. Yeek. Okay, so we don't want to place in there. We can at least. Okay, we did get a reprieve there. I hate reckless offensive. It is brutal. I think if I'm playing alone, I would just start over at this point. I think when you're streaming, it's quite amusing when it all goes horribly wrong. You know, it's not all gone horribly wrong. I think if this was Prussia 6, maybe I'd be doomed now. We'll see. Okay, so we do get a Prussia escalation effect. The only thing we've really got left to do is our crops wither. So we can just put it somewhere. Well, on SHAD. Shadows actually isn't on this board yet. That's an interesting... See, here's the thing. When I play a team, there's like a whole load of little nuggets of information. Like, okay, yeah, right. So against Prussia, they're going to be putting extra random towns in places. Having a Shadows presence just on the other board somewhere could have a use for that reason. And it just goes into this like endless list of information that clogs up my brain. So we don't want to put it on the coast, but we could put it maybe in here. Let's put it in here. All the tigers are dead. No, they've all retired. They're just chilling by the fire now. It's fine. They're just hibernating with hot water bottles. They've just drunk a litre of hot cocoa. And they're fine. Yeah, I'm going to put it in here. Not even with the blight is my thinking. Is that just wrong? Is it better to go in there? think in this case where it was on a sand card, that actually might have been a mistake. I'm going to live with it. Okay, so we do have this convenient town in here. I don't know how that ended up in there, but it did. Yeah, chilling with the angry bears, exactly it. What about the general rule of clearing the inland first? This also apply for double spirit games like this. I'd say generally it's pretty good. It's a pretty good thing to aim for. I feel like against Prussia, because they don't have, apart from their escalation, they don't have other extra sneaky ways. I think it is really good against Prussia, especially once you get towards stage 3, which is going to be pretty soon. Because if you can prevent whole explore build chains, you're kind of onto a winner. We're not generating much fear either. Yeah, that was brutal. We got brutalized by that event. Okay. So we've got 7 damage ravage, 7 dam ram in here. Yikes. We can wrap into there, and we can supplement it with a town destroy. So that's not too bad. All we need to do is put a Shadow's presence anywhere, and that's pretty good. That's worth a bit of effort. It's a bit harder to clear inland with Prussia having stage 3 turn 1. Yeah, on lower difficulty it's actually pretty worthwhile just to clear the inland, and it's quite viable to do it fairly single-mindedly. Whereas I think on high difficulty it's a bit harder to just go, oh, I'm clearing inland now. With Spurn you get tier 2, maybe 3 of an 8. Okay, so this might pan out well for us here. I think we just hope that we don't get a damage boost. We just have to hope in there, because we don't have I don't think we've got. We might have a spare bit of innate actually. We have sand builds. Yeah, I think that putting that town there was actually a mistake. It was just a mistake. Okay, so we can prevent one of these with shadows, with their innate, except we don't have the fire. We really are not innate. We are not reclaiming this turn. We have to gain a power card, and I think we want to gain a minor power. Ideally one with moon and fire on. We might not even get our innate this turn. Flap redeem there from SporkBork, thank you. Shadow has a 3rd tier to their innate. Used to be. Yeah, everybody, look at this. Has anyone ever triggered that? Outside of a run where we're like, hey, you know what? Today's special theme is we're going to trigger innate's top tier of their innate. We're going to do it. Mysteries Arrive event coming back up this turn or next. Oh, God. The humanity. This is why events are fun, though, right? This is why they're fun. Can't remember triggering 3rd innate shadows. Do you need it to 100% the app? You might do. I've not even thought about 100% the app yet. See, if I was sensible, I would make a guide on how to 100% the app, but I'd have to have first done that. I'm talking about Steam achievements, so I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. What the hell are you talking about, peasant? So I think we look for a minor power. We're also broke. God, it's so rancid not getting this early. Yeah, so I basically neglected the standard openings for both of these spirits, and I'm now being punished for it, and the event's also punishing for it. BFL did to get the Chivo. Oh, so you've got it. I trigger tier 3 shares innate very occasionally, then I'm quite innate focused. Grin-butted shadows for all. 100% Chivo'd. Yeah, I've not 100%ed my Chivos. So, yeah, so we're in a weird, so because we've done bad openings, we've got this weird situation. But I won't learn, you see, if I don't play badly. So we wrap with a town destruction though, but then it's still like a 5-on-5 with cities, and though Dahan might provide some extra defend to counterbalance. We should also have a fear card that might help, but it's only a terror level 1. Pisos are bigger than Chivos. Yeah, it's a fact. Who needs Chivos? Nobody. Haven't we basically got the only 0 moon fire card? Yeah, I think pretty much we have. Yeah, okay. Okay. Hopefully this painful lesson in Power to be Powered Lightning is gonna propel me to future greatness with lightning. But yeah, this is definitely worth doing. Okay, so to make that happen, I think we have to... The thing is, the power card we're gaining, we don't even get to play it unless we play Spur. And we don't get to play Spur unless we reclaim. If we reclaim, we'd be up to 6 powers, which means that we might be in a position, oh my god, where we could actually put some presents out next turn. Imagine that. First turn was a great turn, not bad at all. I think the second turn wasn't bad either. Oh, thanks, Chris. Had to force Thresh on Eruption, Cast Down, Grant, Insatiable, and Wildfire 7 fire and 8. I've done Wildfire 7 fire and 8 completely by accident. Just been a bit confused before. Okay, so I think we look at a minor power. Could be good to get these elements. Let's see what we get. Those are those elements. No moon fires, so we don't get to prevent either of these this turn. Call to Isolation, though, we could actually just use to prevent this build by using the push. Call to Isolation is awesome. Very, very good card. Very good card. One of the best. No. Yeah, I like that. It also means that we can use Wrap. We can use this ability with Wrap. I actually don't think that actually makes much difference. But preventing this build is worthwhile. Isolation is nice. And yeah, so although I was moaning about our Blight card, this is actually kind of okay for us. It's sad we don't have any beasts anymore. Mini T-Speaker Shadows. Yeah, I think we take that. We preserve Brain Energy, though really I should wait and see what I'm doing with Friendo Calrissian over here. I think we reclaim, look at a minor power, think about what we've done wrong. Oh, Gold's Allure, Portents. Portents. Now that's a card that I'm very fond of. We're kind of broke. We care. The fact it's zero cost is pretty interesting. Gold's Allure is a lot of card for 0 energy. It does a lot. And it is fire. Do we have useful scours? No, not really a useful... Doesn't look like a useful scour situation. Glimmer gave up trying to get the threshold achievement. Had a couple that I did multiple times without the app checking it off. Oh, really? Brutal. Serpent can play on lightning would be helpful. I mean, yeah, again, it's the requiring sacred site to be useful problem. We've only got 2 sacred sites right now. So I think it's... Importance is just fear. Fear is always helpful. The allure this turn, what could it actually do for us? It wouldn't help us here this turn. It could help us if we make it fast by preventing a city build in here. And these are some interesting elements if we ever gain a major. Bacon prefers isolation and gold. Look at these pawns. Look at these beautiful pawns. We've also got to worry about flipping flippers coming over. Does it tell us? I don't really go in this menu because I try and remember. The missionaries are coming back and going to be converting even more Dahan into other things. Gold will help with weak turn. Oh, for lightning. Yeah, the fact it's a fire means that if we were to play these 2 turns in a row, we're guaranteed to get innate city destruction, which is pretty useful. If we make it fast this turn, we can prevent a city build there. But man, pawns. It's just the thing, multi-spirit, things like pawns are good, but they're not as good. Sun event will come. Is that sun event this turn or next turn? Don't know. That was the face of lack of knowledge there. What's the fear actually going to do for us? Yeah, I think we value the largely it's about the fire element there, and then the isolation is the obvious pick just to prevent this awkward build. We could also prevent it with ambushes and then have a useful defend card. But I think I'm going to go with this one as our ever-dwindling pool of Dahan continues to get dwindled. So we need to put a presence in here, otherwise we can't wrap. Well, we could wrap using the threshold, but it wouldn't be that great. So we're going to squeak out our favors as well, I think. Somewhere. But we'll do that in the slow, probably. If we get call to isolation soon. It depends on how many Dahan we've got left. I don't think we're going to have... All we need is 5 Dahan on the entire map. We've not really got defend stuff going on. Apart from concealing shadows, like pseudo defend. Okay, so we're looking to go to play 3 cards this turn and then 3 cards next turn. But hopefully get to that 4th play. Not worried about those missionaries, just forget wrap, no problem. Yeah, exactly. Forget these cards, we don't need them. I mean, it's kind of tempting. But then what the hell's Shadow's doing? Just sitting there. Being all shadowy. Right, so we bring the 5 defend with wrap and the nice counter step. We do still need to destroy a town in here. Or maybe... But there's actually nothing we particularly want to be fast. Do we have a good reason for fast favors? If we were on the cusp of upgrading a fear card to Terra 2, I'd be tempted to do things fast for fast fear, but I don't think we are. But we may well be next turn. We've actually got quite a lot of ravages. We've got this ravage here. Not paid any attention to that either. Can we... We can't get the range over here to deal with that. Seem to have some problems. Maybe lightning just deals with this. Maybe shadows deals with this. It is a cascade, but maybe it's... I mean, this whole area is then blighted, which is a problem. And this one's not being prevented. The control allows less threats, so you can grow to 5 plays. Yeah, this is definitely not a... The thumbnail is definitely going to be Twitch teaches peasant how to play lightning and peasant ignores their advice. It'd be catchy. Be catchy like that. We actually can't afford the raging storm that we need to prevent this blight from going. And we can't range to here. Okay, maybe that cascade is just happening. We actually don't have the water either to do double building destruction without playing Storm. We can't afford to play Storm. Okay, let's stop thinking about that. These are both spirits where I think if you mess up their opening few moves, they are awkward. Definitely could just go with... We only have 2 energy next turn. Could prevent this city build here as long as we just play something. We could just use the fast allure to prevent it. So fast allure, prevent that city build. Then we finally get a turn where we don't have a million ravages at once. Which is like typically against Prussia, you get this turn and you're like, oh god, and then you have this turn which is a single land, and then you relax. What Shadow's doing? It's going to hide in the shadows. Yeah, it's going to be great. Have a wonderful time. Okay, we do that. Make this fast. Make this fast. This we do in the slow, I guess. Yeah. All feels very dubious. So we are preventing this build with auto isolation. You can push 4 towns and explorers. Isn't that wonderful? Push them in here. With Gold's Allure, yoink these. So that's no city build, also no Ravage next turn. Fast Allure could strife the city in B2. That's true. Fast Allure, but the town drag is non-optional. So we'd be strifing the city, bringing in a town, and an explorer, which is also non-optional. And we'd be net in a very similar position without having done it in here. But yeah, it's interesting how I actually thought this but didn't say it out loud, because I only say about 3% of what I think. You know, it's just like this is rapid fire in there. This strife is not tied to this directly, which is interesting. And yeah, I mean, this is just this card does so much. It does so much. So here's our favors that we'll be doing in the slow phase. We drag these over here. And there's no reason not to bring all of them, is there? There is, yeah, we want to completely clear this land, I think. It's actually tempting to leave 2 there in case the event, but we've actually got Dahan in with this blight anyway, so we'll bring them all over. Mentioning the possibility, it's like one of those things where it'd be very easy to autopilot to thinking that Strife had to go on one of these. Definitely. So we will use the shorter range town destroy because we don't need to use the longer range one. The extra fear doesn't do anything for us. Years of Let It Rain. Are we actually in any lands with Dahan? Oh god. The pain. The pain. Yeah, we are not. That's a lot of pain. We also don't have water to pay for it either. And look at these sands. Oh my god, this is terrible. Highly underrated card. Solo playthroughs doesn't even consider drafting it ever. Oh really? Oh really? Oh well, luckily our beasts are gonna do some damage. Peasant said bitterly. Okay, so we need to definitely roll a water here. Because we don't want just an extra cascade that not only cascades but destroys presence as well. That'd be great. Okay, we get the cascade that destroys. Humph. Humph. Given that we're planning to have this cascade go into here, we kind of have to not cascade into here. We're losing 2 presence. Oh my. Brutalized. Shadows just doesn't need presence on the board apparently. Okay, we did get water on that one though. If only you'd left 1 Tahan behind in stand 7. Yeah, I know. Little Rain equals best event. Yeah, it's my favourite event, and I normally play into it. Oh, here we go. Here we are. No lands of beasts and invaders. Yeah. Yeah. It's a cursed run. Okay, but look at that. We did get that build prevented. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we also, this is fine as well. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been, but it wasn't. This is going really badly. 2 blight left. Though, wait a second. There is some good news in amongst all this. No, there isn't. No, I thought we'd seen Years of Little Rain. Oh no, that was in my doomed recording I tried to make earlier. Hey there, Mordecai. An adversary you can slaughter for all I care. Yeah, finally. Your motives are not conflicted. Okay. So now we have escalation. All the doom is bleeding together. You've got to turn off at least. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've got a turn with no ravages. Well, in a moment. As long as I don't put as long as I don't give myself ravages. So the escalation effect, there's no reason to put it inland, so I think we put it in this mountain. Yeah. It's not like we have great defense or anything, so there's no benefit to setting up easy defense because we don't have those. And so next turn is sand ravages, wetland build, so probably this mountain is the place. We might even have a turn where we can just tidy up the inland, but then stage 3 will immediately begin. Okay, can we get over here with lightning and clear these with Raging Storm? That would be pretty nice. Okay, we've got some favors called due and some shattered homesteads. We're going to get to Terra 2. Okay, so they're going to build their town in there for 7 damage ravage. So there's a city build there next turn. A big load of nonsense in here. What's the inlands? This is annoying. Okay. It's tempting to get rid of, try and get rid of this town. And then we could maybe do more Gold's Alluring into here, though we are kind of dragging stuff into our interior. That's the face of dissatisfaction. I think the best thing we can do with our favors called do is just make as much fear as possible. which, because our Dahan have been whittled away, that's here really. These 2 Dahan here are doing nothing, but 7 Dahan here is overkill. There's no reason we'd want 7 there, except if we are to use wrap on a future turn, this would mean that we wrap away from here and there's still 2 Dahan left, so I think that is right. That did cost us some energy though. I think it's still worth. We could save the energy, but then we don't get the fear, so I think it is worth it. And then there's the homesteads. Prevent a city build here. Clear this here, but this conurbation here means that we're not preventing any explores at all. That's the trouble. Preventing the city build makes this far more manageable. Makes it manageable just with this 0 cost card that we won't have in our hand. But we could deal with this in the fast phase. On, not next turn, the turn after. So I think we like the shatter here. Okay. Right, so we have a turn with 4 Ravages in empty lands. Let's quickly sanity check that. No Ravages. I miscounted the invaders, ignore me. Favors and A2 works if you defend it, but I'm ignoring you. Okay. Yeah. We don't have as many Dahan kicking around as I'd like. Okay, we have wetland builds. We've got this cluster of 5 explorers, which is a tempting target for Raging Storm, and I can get over there. Because that's a lot of explorers. Shadows has no cards in hand. We're still only on 2 plays. This is the pain of not playing the opening. It's just better to have a bad early game, I think, than to try and... It feels like Shadows has a very unforgiving opening game. If you go off piste, it doesn't often work out that well. Time for Light into Growth 2 at last! Finally! Get to 5 plays. The thing is, though, we do that. We go to 5 plays and then we can't do anything about this. I think this is the best thing we could do this turn, is address this. This is a game-ending Ravage down the line, but this is up to Shadows to deal with. Though this actually is easy to deal with Paratroopers. We can bring these over here. Feels awkward, but growing to 5 plays is going to be important to manage stage 3. Yeah. It's just that we've only got 2 blight left in our blight pool. Just wondering if it's worth having a YOLO minor turn. I don't think it is. Except what are we even doing on our turn? Shadows has got nothing useful to do. I mean, there's no Ravages that matter. It wouldn't have been worth setting up a 1-town Ravage for Wrap. That's just not worth the 3 energy. If we reclaim, what are we even doing? Lure of the Unknown. We could prevent this build. Wait a second. That's actually pretty good. We could prevent this build. We're not getting spare, so we really are just preventing that build is all we're really capable of. Would we just play the 1 card to do that? Place presence, get a new major. Yeah, that's another option, isn't it? Get to 3 plays. We would then be in a 6 cards, 3 plays, which is kind of nice. A new major, if it costs 4, we could just bump to 4, and we might be happy with that. We might be in a position where we just gain a major that does nothing, you know? Like, gain a defense major. Like, what are we doing this turn? Nothing. But we would also be getting to, we wouldn't be achieving nothing, right? We would at least get to 3 plays. I'm inclined to think that might be a good thing to do. Grant. Oh, Grant. Where are you, Grant? I should make a 3-hour YouTube video about Grant, you know, about what they mean to me. It's just this amazing art on this barely usable card. Poor old Grant. Yeah, I mean, our minor, all we could achieve is 1 build prevention. I guess we'll also be gaining... Oh, wait. If we reclaim, we could look at a major as well. We would only be able to afford a 3-cost major. We've got jungle presence, so some of the cheaper majors like Jungle Hungers and Mini Fangs would do something of use. Not a lot, but they do some... Well, Jungle Hungers would be pretty good. Maybe Reclaim Major is better. Reclaim Major is good. Wow, we've actually got a good setup for Jungle Hungers. Reclaim Major, growth 3 for players next turn, says Bacon. Yeah, Land Thrashes for Shadow would be nice too. Yeah, Reclaim it. Yeah, I think this is better. You are. I think we arrived at a good conclusion at a similar time. There it is, old Pazza Frazza, as close friends of Paralysing Fright will call them. Not in public. And there's Grant. Beautiful Grant. Not that we can afford these this turn, but that's fine. This is actually this is really good. Do we have any other Earth cards? We don't, but we can get some. Blazing Renewal. We definitely have Destroyed Presence for both spirits. No Lightning Presence has been destroyed. Could be valuable as well. It's probably not the right pick. It's almost certainly Paralysing Fright, but we'll look at it. Beautiful Idiot, Grant. Yeah. So yeah, we'll sit on this decision while we figure out what we're doing with Lightning. So, pushing to 5 seems to be the chat consensus, even though it means that this turn we do nothing. Can we not push to 4? Can I not interest you in pushing to 4? No, peasant. I'm just going to trust chat and then blame them. Okay, where do we want a Sacred Site? We've still got good Sacred Site targeting here. We could make a Sacred Site in this sand or this jungle. This jungle is just it's whether we want to target here or here. Actually, this has already got partial targeting, so we could go here, make a Sacred Site there. That also means we could kill this fast with Ravage on a future turn. We could just Paralysing Fright in there for the Ravage, depending on what this stage 3 is. Blazing combos of Raging Storm, you don't get another opportunity to grow this game. Oh, we have the presence here. We can push further with our Sacred Site as well. So actually we could push to in this land, or this land's even better. We've got almost the entire board in targeting, but we're then kind of committing to not just letting this go. But we're on 2 Blight. Who are you kidding, peasant? You can't let that land go. Got no Blight removal. Is this a 0 card placement turn? We must be able to just rinse a fear out of something. Okay, Shadows is card gain. Do we have potential for renewal? Renewal threshold? No. So it's really about what does the most for us. Smothering Infestation, can we use that this turn? Doesn't look like it. Shadows barely has any presence on the map. It's almost certainly Paralysing Fright. Oh, Flat Redeem. And maybe Hydrate too? No. I don't need to Hydrate. I'm the opposite. Most people, they need to I need to dehydrate. I deliberately eat just lots of salt to try and dehydrate myself as much as possible. Hey, boys. I just don't need to drink as much water as everyone else. I get quite anxious when I'm streaming, so if I'm overhydrated, I just have to have about 25 toilet breaks. I mean, no one wants that. Smothering Infestation is... Don't have that threshold. The interesting thing is we can... Let's look at Grant. Hey, Grant. Adding strife in multiple lands. We do have Spur on. This is actually this is the rare moment where this threshold's actually possible. And 3 strife is a lot. It's a lot of strife. Though we don't have many counterattacks. If we generate fear, though, this strife could really pay off. Blazing has 1, maybe 2 uses. Fright is useful any turn. Yeah, Fright is a very, very good card. Harmonies will maybe get a fear. Yeah, I think that's the right thing. Get ourselves a fear card. Because I think we're on 7. I mean, this should be a good board for... In a world where this threshold's actually obtainable because of Spur. We're nowhere near 4 plays, but we are near 3. And as long as we only play our moon cards, we can then get this amazing threshold. Welcome on in, Poison Boys, by the way. If anyone has questions about this game, feel free. We're quite a it's not a super complicated situation, but it's kind of complicated. But I'm happy to field questions about this this game. The game I take my name from. Yeah. Yeah, the game's true name is Peasant. Question, why is it called Spirit Island? That's a good question, Flat Eyes. Trying to think of a funny response. Just I've got nothing. I've got nothing. It's because it's there. It's an island with spirits on. There you go. Grant Threshold is easy to get with the Starlight Spirit. Yes. Yeah, everything's easier with the Starlight Spirit. Yeah, this is still horrible. I just take Parsing for it and stop. I'm not going to burn any more precious piezo brain resources on that. No, we're beyond. Yeah, there's no... We don't have... This is not Concealing Shadows game anymore. We've done enough of that. Oh, any opinions on what casting cost would make Grant an average major? I'm thinking 2. -1. Poor old Grant. All right. So, yeah, I think we are going to be bringing... Definitely bringing, just to get Squeakers a fast fear. So, from our point of view as... We probably would be not... If we... Yeah, we're actually 2 cards off having the threshold extra fear, so... Probably not even worth trying hard for that, or not going deliberately after it. Need Steam Vents or Flesh Rot Fever. We need it. Okay, so we might want to make some of these things fast. Where are we with Fear? Okay, we are at the cusp of Terror 2. All of a sudden, Fear cards are going to do a lot more for us. God, our zero range stuff is miserable because we're kind of broke and our Dahana only in 2 different lands. So what is Shadows doing this turn? We push to 3 next turn. Maybe we... Paralyzing Fright next turn we could use to deal with this. We Paratroopers into here next turn, so we're not really doing Threshold business next turn because we're very off-brand here. Missionaries re-arriving. Play any sun you want to forget. Is it time to forget the rappers? Not yet. Do you have any... Oh, we could forget Spur, maybe. Oof. I asked that nothing and I like it. I like to keep it that way. To any of this complicated nonsense. It might be kind of... Yeah, I struggle to follow when I watch other people streaming board games. I really struggle to follow it, but... So yeah, hats off to you all who can. Or pretend to. Frankly, some of your comments would suggest you're just pretending to follow this game. Yeah? I wish I was a cartoon character sometimes. I could properly do a solo hump. That'd be really good. If anyone knows how to do that, let me know. Yeah, so we're off brand next turn. This is preventing this build as a knob Rhiner, so we'll do that. Preventing that build is a matter of playing some cards like this, but this is expensive. This is expensive. This precludes us from going paralyzing wrap next turn unless we use this option and go paralyze, wrap, call for a total of 7, which we will be able to afford. We could even just forget these and go all in on fright. Crop's Wither, though, doesn't target anything unless you pay extra energy to target this, but it is some fear generation. I think it might still be worth it. So we wouldn't be paralyzing frighting next time because we're not doing this. Unless we get the extra energy from Spur. That's a possibility. It's quite tight over here in Energy Town. Hey there, Lindex. Nice to see you. Fun but fair. Oh, Elemental Boon's always nice. Crikey, I just lost track of chat there completely. Is the island where they distill the best spirits? There you go. Texture's got the answers. Sometimes miss a bit. There's also, because I'm busy with cooking during the stream. Yeah. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Just remember, when I'm accusing chat of stuff, I'm just joking around. Kind of like going all in on fright. Just wondering, do we make these things fast? Is there a benefit to that? We can generate 5 fast fear, which is not even a whole new card, so I don't think we do. I think we save our energy for a bigger turn. And we do have some harbingers. Do we even have harbinger business we can do? Oh my god. We could push some in here. And this does set us up for the biggest possible counterattack. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, let's do that. That's fine. Getting that fear card is significant. Potentially. Okay, Darkness swallows the unwary. So we can prevent this build here by... We only have one place we can drag it, which is in this mountain. You can grab 3 energy per 1,000 and push to 3 plays. Yeah, Urgotbot and Nightbot are good friends. Save the energy. Bacon agrees. Going to be defend fear card. Where's Buttspot also? Buttspot is less. I don't know. Buttspot does what they want. You know, I try and lure them in, but I gave them VIP. But okay, here's the missionaries arrive. Next normal ravaged cities do +3 damage. This ravage, there's no cities. This downside is not an issue. 2 fear per player is very significant. That fast fear would have made a difference. Not that huge a difference. I think it is a big difference if you're upgrading from 2 to 3. Otherwise, nah. So we had to add a disease in here, preventing that build, making this much more manageable for the big counter. In fact, it's a disease in each, isn't it? So, or we could add multiples. Yeah, we curse. Do we just forget these? I feel like Spur is kind of our sneaky power card. We could certainly forget Call. Crikey. Big decisions. Hey, getting 2 beast stonks back here finally. Stonks are back on the menu. Multi-chain bot conversations happened before. I deliberately programmed Urga at one point to try and talk to the other bots, but it got annoying very quickly. To board cheap ass event. Hate that event. A board without one. I think both of these boards don't have one. So yeah, because we've got no stonks, it means we do benefit from this one. There is I think it's quite a similarly worded one that I mean, it would still give us here because we've got no beasts on the island. The horrible decision now is, I mean, this is not beneficial. This is making our life worse. This is the right pick. The only way we can pay for it is either just by forgetting these two very nice cards, which also, this is our only defend, but we can frighten here, but then we're left with this as a problem. We can paralyzing frighten here. Can lightning deal with this if they just have a big turn and just, you know, stop messing about? That's my question to you, lightning. If we reclaim, we've only got 4 energy. But we... Gold's Allure! We could Gold's Allure into here in the fast phase to remove the excess Explorer. I think maybe it's time to forget all about all this sunshine business. First, I thought this was Catan. How wrong this thought was. Yeah, it's pretty much reverse Catan. It's like in Catan, the people that probably already lived on that island, instead of being abstracted away, have been extracted back in. Art in response to Catan. What if the island fought back? Yeah. Yeah, very much so. I'm pretty sure the designer that I call Royce, they actually have a real name, which I'm not at liberty to tell you, but you could just read it off the front of the box. They were like, that was they're like, what if this colonized island didn't want to be colonized? That is the kind of the premise. And it did come from the premise first. They didn't just have a load of design ideas that became this. It was like, this is the idea. You didn't need to know all that, but now you do know it. I think we forget these cards. We just forget all about this nonsense. We do also get to disease. This has to harness, so not the ideal place to disease. If we can fast yoink an explorer in a town, then we're left with, yeah, we have to disease in there. And I think we have to disease in here as well. Well, we don't have to disease in here if we're paralyzing frighting in there. Actually. And if we are paralyzing frighting in there, this disease will stick around. Were there any sun cards in Lightning's discard? There was Spur. There was Spur. How can you defend Wetland 1 without Wrap? Well, we could Paralyzing Fright in there instead. Wetland 1? Oh, Lightning could just clear this. With 5 plays, this kind of business is on the menu. Destroying a city in the fast with our innate. And then also yoinking Explorer in town, and then we're just left with a lone Explorer. Spur is a keeper. Yeah, there is a plan. Okay, so yeah, I'm just wondering whether to add another disease in there, but I think we don't. We add one in here. And we do get our 4th here. And we get some free beasts now. Number 1 rule of beasts is you've got to put them in with... This is a problem land as well. We've got a few problems. We've got 2 lands where we don't have any real solution. We can't afford the Raging Storm in here. If we can... wait a second. If you go Raging Storm, Spur, Gold, Boon, we actually can afford to Raging Storm in here. Next turn, but there's still a town in there. We are Crops Withering and Fading, but there are no Dahan in there. No Dahan movement on the event. So I'm just kind of crunching through a checklist here. You know how it is. That's what I like to do for fun. You'll have 5 energy. Oh, I will. I've got an extra one from the Reclaim. True enough. So yeah, I will be able to afford it. Crikey, what a time to be alive. Where do we put you, beastie? Where, oh, where? It's actually the only things I'm thinking about things like sea monsters, which is a ridiculous thing to think about. We're hoping to smash this land. I think I'm going to trust my instincts, put one in there. Oh, it's the whole board. Okay, that's what Poultry Speak was talking about earlier. Sorry about that. That was a while ago. So I don't get multiple beasts. Fine, we'll just go with that. Each player removes the explorer or town from an inland land. That's huge. We can just remove this. And means that that's one fewer jungle explorer. That's definitely a remove, even though it does have a strife on it. And we can't kind of undo this enabling explorers. Oh no, this is that is right. So I think it's we get rid of a town. Sea monsters are still swimming at the moment. Yeah, they are doing their own thing right now. So disease prevents that build and this build. Mountain and jungle. So we did prevent an explore there by removing this town. And this turn we've got 3 game-ending ravages to think about. Which, I don't know, it seems a bit rude to have this many. The crops wither and fade thing. Okay, we do get the fear regardless, even if we don't downgrade. We could downgrade this town, preventing a city build, but it would cost us an energy. Next turn, if we go with energy growth, we'll have the energy to Paralyzing Fright and Lure. We definitely don't want to reclaim. We need to push to 3, I think. And we are going to be using Paralyzing Fright on probably this land here. So if we spend this energy now targeting this, we could use... we could... There are no adjacent Dahan to this. So I was just thinking briefly about bringing some Dahan in and then targeting them in here so that this was completely destroyed by a raging storm. But that's not possible. Because my Dahan are here, and here, and here. Will be a city in the coastal mountain west. The whole point of targeting this in here would be to prevent there being a city. Because it would downgrade the town to an explorer, so they'd build a town. Does it change much? It does make this a little bit more easy to deal with. Even if you downgrade town because of gold's allure. Oh god, yeah, good point. Okay, I'll stop being a crab when you're wrong, peasant. Okay, so I think that's just true. It achieves nothing and costs me energy. Let's just wither this guy's crops, and then we will favor somewhere favoring fear. There is a chance that when we reclaim, we'll just gain a good defend card. So I actually think maybe bringing Dahan into here is good. Even though we do have the plan of... Actually, no, this is a big ravage, but I think it's still correct. We've already had cultural assimilation, so we don't care about leaving alone Dahan that much. We can't make the fear happen here unless we go in there, and that's not really changing anything. So I think we're going to drag some in here. That costs me energy as well. Yeah, we care about the energy. Okay, I think we do that then. We focus on the fear gain. Crikey. See, this is the balance, you see. I've got this first game, so I have a better idea what I'm doing next time, but I'll just be much more tired on the next one. So don't worry, you're not going to suddenly become less dishevelled. I will, in fact, be more shevelled. Operation make you feel good about your Spirit Island play. We'll continue. Okay, so of course, we do have Lure, so we can lure this town out, Raging Storm, Paralyzing Fright. We can afford that. We can go to 3 plays. We could even look at a minor power. The trouble is then, when we get to our reclaim, we can't use Paralyzing Fright. This is literally the best thing we've got going for us right now, outside of Lightning playing all of their cards. Also do a minor from Energy for Shadows. It's true. That also guarantees that I could play it, whatever it was, which is interesting. And if it's a moon, we would be able to potentially prevent that build. Because this is moon fire, though we can prevent that anyway. But we can... That's quite interesting. We've gone sufficiently off-brand that, and we've got such a small hand because we had to forget those 2 cards, that actually plays are not as attractive for us. Yeah, I actually really like that. Good suggestion, Bacon. Get Gift of Constancy. Oh, if only. If only I could get Gift of Constancy. So, Lightning is going to have to do some serious work in here. And... we're going to have 5 energy. So, and we're going to have 5 plays. All of our cards have fire. All of our cards have... We have perfect elements, so... we will get to do this. We'll be able to destroy multiple buildings with our innate. Now, we have to destroy this city with the current plan. So we'll also, in turn, get to destroy this town as a freebie. So we'd be using this just to lure out a town, but it does then mean we can strife this town. So we'd be luring a single explorer instead of exploring a town. But that's fine. That's still good. Gift of Power. Yeah, minor for sure. Especially we also have Spur on to play with. Let's just get a load of really good cards for Shadow, shall we? Yeah, great. Wonderful. These are, all 3 of these are fire. In a world with this few Dahan, Encompassing Ward is less appealing, unless it's just what keeps us alive. So I think I like this idea of going energy track, minor power. That's just really good. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to take the advice from chat. If I have to listen to chat's nonsense, I can reap the rewards sometime. I can get the advice. That's the moon we need to be able to prevent this jungle build up here. This is a defend that's kind of better in a way than preventing, because we can just defend there and in future turns. Do we have a good actual use for aquifers? It is an earth card, which is pretty interesting. That means that this paralyzing fright threshold is a little bit closer. In fact, it's significantly closer. Land of Horse is good for lightning, just don't resolve the card. It's true, but it's even nicer for shadows. Is it? Maybe. What to do about Wetland 5? I've been through that, but the thing I'm doing about Wetland 5, such a crap. I am Lure of the Unknowning to bring this town into here, and then Raging Storm to kill those explorers is the plan. If we take a moon, which is this is our moon option, we prevent this build after we take this town in. Do we actually have a good use for the aquifers? Do we have a mountain or wetland presence? We don't. So we'd be playing this, we'd be spending 1 precious energy just to prevent this build, where maybe sap would be better. If this was my 3rd Earth, I'd be very tempted. That would push it up. Though we do have a presence placement, because I have not placed this presence yet. So, mountain wetland. There's no disease in there. 1 damage to each invader is no use. We could add a disease in one of these lands. Make it much more bearable, preventing a build. Yeah, preventing a city build is probably pretty worthwhile. You need a free fire air fire card to double building kill. Sap plus shadows as special ability is nice. Yeah, Sap's just nice. It's so nice. But preventing this build is also nice. And the Aquifer's benefit is something that, I guess this is slow, though we might be making ourselves fast anyway. Okay, we could sit on this decision. We've got a choice of Sap or Infested. Sap we could potentially use over here, because remember, we do have Shadows ranging shenanigans. You can also use Sap and save 3 energy for lightning, but your plan also sounds good. Yeah, Sap is amazing. It's truly amazing. Let's look at what we're doing with lightning. So yeah, we can use this for fear just as like a last-ditch push. And I think it's arguably better in a land that's going to blight anyway to use this. Well, it is just better some of the time. But not when you're on 2 blight. This is some fast fear that we can just use. We are quite interested in using Gold's Allure. I think it's a very useful card for us, so it's quite tempting just to take this for the elements. I think that's a good pick. We are kind of broke, so I think that's what pushes visions away. The fact this has the perfect elements is the main thing that makes it better than this. I think it's a land and horse. So let's plan out what River's turn is. Sap can be used on Wetland 2 and Fright on Wetland 5. Tis true, tis true. Okay. So let's see what Lightning's doing with their life. So the big job Lightning's got this turn is this. So to do this, we need to get a lot of innate business. So our easiest way, this is not set in stone, this is just so that I can see what I'm looking at. Oh, we've got spare options, so we will, yeah, we can also squeak that in. And the Raging Storm could go over here. The thing is, we have to be so safe on these Ravagers. You can't double build and kill without raging with current cards. Yes, I know. I think Sap is better for shadows and less prioritizing the earth. So this is the current idea. We've got, so we destroy both buildings, and then we Gold's Alert us to bring out a single explorer. We do have a fear card at 2, so that might counterbalance any bad luck we get off the event. If we are paralyzing Frighting as well, so we might be able to get up to an additional, we will be able to get to the second fear card, so I'm not so worried about leaving a lone explorer there as I would be if I only had 1. Okay, so we Raging Storm in here. We don't have the homesteads. We could afford the homesteads. We can't afford the homesteads if we target ourselves. We actually can't get this threshold, as Bacon is pointing out, because we only have 1 water in amongst our cards. There's very few cards that have the perfect element. Steam Vents is one of them. So, you know, obligatory weekly mention of steam vents. So yeah, that's taken care of. That's empty. This is taken care of apart from the town. The Raging Storm to kill 5 explorers I think is a good deal anyway. So that leaves a singular town in there. P-brain. It's just chugging along in here. It's just chugging along, all right? You just have to trust me on that. If we use infested aquifers fast, we could just completely clear this land for a very safe defend. The safest possible defend. Yeah, so the thing is, I think it's... The other alternative is actually to just let the... to go more with the allure taking care of more of this, deliberately not getting this tier, and saving energy so that we've got a stronger turn next turn. Again, not sure I'm experienced enough to decide that. Hey there, little green freak. Lure to prevent build, leave a single town, let sap defend. Yeah, that's a possible. I quite like lure to empty this land. Sap is so good. But I like getting the aquifers to as well for a bit more fear and earth for some potential shenanigans. What I'm also thinking about is maybe getting aquifers to do this damage in the fast phase. So using aquifers instead of storm to clear this land. Oh no, that doesn't work. We need the disease already. Sap is just a use. This is so useful. It's such a useful card. Especially if you ever get to 3 plays. And it respects our energy levels. I think even just going to principles works for that. So we're paralyzing Fright in here. We clear all these explorers. We just zero range sap in there. Is there a world? And we just prevent this build with lure. So we're ignoring our innate this turn. Just wondering if there's a world where we can... It's a world where my brain can just calm down. See, we need to think, we can actually afford to play all of these. We might still want to go to 3 plays. Except that means we can't fright. Yeah. Okay, so we can put this presence somewhere so that we can actually target the sap. So I think we just put a presence in there for targeting, right? Because we're so tight on energy. And then we play these 2, and then we get the other one from Spur. Okay, I think I've thought about that enough. Empty land's also a good idea, less explorers inland. Crikey, what's this essay you're writing here in chat? Without perfect drafts, need 2 water, fire, air cards, all others to be fire, air. What if you don't play Fright this turn? Then we lose. Okay, actually, that's true. We could lure this town, innate on this, defend in that by placing a presence in there. But it's risky because it's more risky than I want it to be. But also, this is getting us more fear progress. It's possible. You have air for sap on Fright. Oh, I do. Good spot there. Good spot there, Space Orc. Spurn gives the energy 2. You'll afford a 1 cost if wanted. It's true. It's true. I'm just going to have to make some moves before my brain explodes. So, which is, you know, it's here's a consideration is managing brain power. Certainly for me, anyway. It might not be a consideration you have to make. So we don't play Land of Haunts and Embers. Just quickly sanity check that we don't play Lands of Haunts and Embers. No, we don't play Lands of Haunts and Embers. And we do leave Dahan in there. Oh wait, there's ordering issues. What are we doing with our Harbingers? Aside from using them to enable our innate. We might have some Harbinger business to attend to. Our only pushes are from here. I guess we just get some extra fear somewhere. 3 Dahan should be good for counterattack there. I'm just going to push one in there for a fear. Raging Storm in here. You can prevent a build with Land of Haunts, but so little Blind the Pool is probably not good at it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is like good for the final push. Or with a bigger, yeah, more Blight to play with. And it'd be much more tempting. An event card, especially with a Blighted out, an event card can just kind of decide to plonk Blight. And then you're sad. That's just how it is. But yeah, we should have a couple of fear cards. Which are pretty nice. So we frighten here. So yeah, we didn't need to have this presence in here. So that is also a slight inaccuracy as well. There's going to be inaccuracies. So we can lure now. Yeah, it's just that there's when spirits have a reclaim one on their track, it opens up so many options. But I guess they are in some ways complications as well. So we've got 5 defending here. That is a safe Ravage, so we will just prevent this build. I have that nagging feeling that I am missing something. You know, like a better way of doing all of this. But I'm just going to let it go. Would not play Haunts for effect currently. No. So yeah, the game's saying, hey, why aren't you playing Haunts? And I'm saying, well, don't want to. Yeah, here we go. Add a Blight to land with adjacent to buildings. Nah, you're all right. Grim Toll. Do we actually have any disease on the board? I'm just surveying for Grim Toll right now. No disease on the board right now. And then defend 1 per Dahan. So that's fine. So we almost certainly we are destroying presence here. Or are we? Lightning has presence that kind of is doing nothing. This is all this Sacred Site here is doing is letting us target in this empty land. So that's not a problem to lose that presence here. Shadows is a little bit more broke for presence. Paralyzing Fright is pretty much our card that does things right now. But yeah, we can't afford to place Blight anywhere. So we'll destroy this Sacred Site that only enables 1 bit of targeting. And on this board, we could... Do we lose some lightning presence? The thing is, lightning's unlikely to place any more presence over here. And we've ended up back with doing shadowsy kinds of things. This is really useful, this targeting here. And lightning can do almost everything it wants to do with a single presence here. On 8, just lose 1 from each spirit. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to preserve both of these sacred sites. We do have Paralyzing Fright over here, yeah, so... Yeah, I concur. Okay, so we don't get any of that. We get a few bits of defend from our Dahan. Each player adds a strife in a land with Beast, Disease, or Dahan. Invaders have -1 health per strife. Don't think that is going to make much odds to us. The health bit, anyway. Disease, Strife, Dahan. It's each player, so we can double things up. Okay, that's a big deal. That... Yeah, this happening... can mean that we could potentially use a quick allure to drag people into here. And then this land's fine. I'm almost thinking about double strifing that. Do we have any slow damage to use that? No, we have no slow damage. I think Shadows doesn't have a much needed element or a claim to keep them low complexity. Guess River can have it because no complication built in actions. Lightning wants Sacred for innate business on Shadows board. Yes, it does. It does want that. And especially as this board's actually looking kind of clear over here. This is where all the buildings are. That is a point. I'm sure Prussia will supply some buildings for us soon over here. It is a pointy point. There's a lot of action over here. So actually, we probably don't bother strifing here because Lightning's going to have this Lightning's Islands board is likely to be a much safer place. We could gamble that the Beast is going to finish off this city. That's a big gamble. Strifing one of these explorers is interesting. Then we just need to destroy the city. But the only way we destroy cities is with quite a big deal, quite a lot of innate work. So if we're destroying a city, we're pretty much committed. No, I don't know. Not sure about that. It's going to move on. That is probably done. Placing presence. Shadows may not be. Each player adds a strife to a town. For the rest, okay, more town-based strifage. So there's no point placing there because it's ravaging and defended. So I guess we push one in here. And I think we put another one in here. So very strifey. Okay, so builds. No builds here. Well, here. Do you have other ones though? Jungle wetland. Okay. Where are you with cards? Away. How many cities have you got left? 1, 4. We should have lost the lightning presence on Shadows. Shadows, coward. I presume you mean bored. Yes, I think that, yeah, looking at it now, that seems pretty clearly a mistake, right? Because this sacred site is not doing anything that important. This sacred site is got a lot of doing a lot. So yeah, another mistake. But it's good to see mistakes, right? Lightning build instruction all requires sacreds. Yes, I know this. I know this. I know the mistake. This is the pain of the delay. Okay, so we are. Shadows is sat there with 0 powers. It's good though having some clear things to point at, which is just don't do the wrong opening with lightning. Don't do the wrong opening with Shadows, no matter how tempting it is. I think I would have been better off playing the early game as just solo. Like soloing this spirit, soloing that spirit. Not trying to overcomplicate. Glimmer's having trouble keeping up, distracted by an ongoing argument about the aesthetic appeal of the kitchen items being on the counter versus the floor. One guess as to which side my bird is on. Yeah, floor crew, obviously. The good thing about having your kitchen stuff on the floor is that when you're just lying on the floor, they're just there to hand where you need them. A8 is replaceable. Yeah, it's much more viable for Shadows to replace the presence. So it's good though. It's obviously deliberate. Bit of teaching moment. See deliberate mistakes being made. We've got a lot of ravages to think about here. A 4 damage ravage in there, which is defendable with a healthy counterattack by Shadows. Because of our Shadows targeting shenanigans. That's probably that might well be the best solution, except because old Muggins here got rid of this sacred site. Lightning now can't do very much over here at all. So yeah, well done, peasant. Even if it looks bad, scaling is huge. Yeah. It's just, it is literally one of my least played spirits, if not my least played spirit. I did play a whole load of Thunderspeaker at one point. I have never done that with Lightning. At one point I was like, okay, I need to learn how to play Thunder Speaker. I've since forgotten, but I've never had that moment for Lightning. This is that moment. So that defend is pretty nice. We can even use fast allure in here to bring in a strifed town and bring in the town and strife it, and then that kind of deals with this ravage as well. This is an empty land. There's no adjacent to Han, so we can't push in with harbingers. This is a 4 damage ravage, but this is potentially one we could let go. These over here, a 4 damage ravage, accounting for the strife, and a 3 damage ravage. We do have paralyzing fright. So yeah, that's sacred. Yeah, so I do feel like I'm going to learn from this. Yeah, I think we have. Yeah, we're forced to, especially as like the sap paralyzed turn is a solid turn. It does mean that our following turn is rancid though. We still have our crops wither. No adjacent to all our Dahan are over here and in these far corners. Yeah, this is a really nice. I think the reclaim for wow, we have 2 energy as lightning. That's a very small amount of energy. But we have a lot of on-element cards, so we can do a surprising amount with that. I mean, we could probably clear this land with our innate. And also bring over this town. Yeah, I think that's going to be the right thing to do. Bacon plays a ton of lightning. A ton. How many games of Spirit Island do you think you will play a week? Kind of curious. Trying to think how many I play. Probably, on average, 5 games a week. If I'm streaming more, 5 games a week. Because I can't play this game when I'm tired. I sometimes try, and I regret it. You should have 4 energy. Yes. Yes, I should. It's just that thing of trying to repair the mistake of getting rid of the sacred site. Because we're so committed to the reclaim now. God, it's so different to the other spirits. About 5 for Poultry Speaker, about 15 for Bacon. Play more physical these days. Yeah, I want to play more physical. Yeah, I've got flipping Mage Knight sat on there. That's sat on my table. Taking up space. Looking all hard to learn. I'm kind of thinking about whether to maybe look at a major if we're that committed to the reclaim at this point. With 4 energy to play... Oh yeah, we can actually do this. So, with 4 energy to play, even if we just play a load of cheap stuff, like Harbingers, Allure, Boon, Haunt, Spur, we might have... I mean, okay, what are we left with for a major? Not much that turn. But what that could mean is... I mean... Could mean that we get a presence place option to fund it next turn. But then we have such a small number of cards. Intriguing. 8 games a week for Mega Chris. 1 to 2 games a week for Glimmer. Playing a lot of other things recently. Oh, nice. Branching out. Okay, so for... It seems ridiculous to use paralyzing fright on these. Like, ridiculous. It's like a 4 damage ravage. A 3 damage ravage. I think another minor. You may have enough cards to go through again. Yeah. And we are kind of broke. Not sure how many games. Said 8 games a week because it sounds like a song that I like. Oh, I see. Right. Okay, I get it. I mean, that's as good a reason as any. Okay, let's look at one for lightning. Oh, fast. Zero cost fast fear. Especially given that the multiple building destroy is probably irrelevant. It's also water, by the way. So that means that we're opening up possibilities for the triple building destroy that we might find useful if we do place a presence over here. Wasps, of course, does have perfect elements. And Steam Vents has perfect elements as well. I mean, this really has perfect elements, but this has the almost perfect elements. Okay, that's an interesting collection for lightning. Steam Vents! Everyone's like, oh my god, it's Steam Vents! It is Steam Vents. But Rain of Blood? Yeah, everyone's getting in. Okay, so probably it's Steam Vents, but I'm not sure. I don't know. What Steam Vents also enables is a much cheaper way of getting this, because it's another way of getting the water with our only 5 plays. Okay, so let's look at our good friend Shadows. We're gonna have 8 cards. And 4 plays. Yeah, we might be able to do this presence place next turn. And have 2 good turns in a row. Okay, I'm going to come back to that thought. Actually, a rough choice for lightning at the moment. It has to be steam or swarming. Yeah, we need it to have the good elements. I mean, we've got a lot of good element options there. So I guess it's because that's what enables us to destroy cities on 4 plays. Bear in mind we do have spur possibilities. Okay. Functionally, these don't change a lot from the point of view thinking about what Shadows is doing. That I can see anyway. Steam Vents, destruction, does that change anything? We've only got 1 other Earth, so we're not going to destroy fast destroy a town anywhere with that. I suppose it is a fast destroyer on an explorer somewhere, but we're not placing presence anywhere. Rainbow is only waiting at the wedding church for you. Hope so. 0 cost fire, 1 cost raging storm replacement. Yeah, could save an energy or could save 2 energy. But raging storm is, occasionally you're happy to see it. I mean, having both is good. It enables us to do this kind of twice, maybe. Maybe, right? So, what about Shadows? Shadows does only have 2 plays. I think we look at another major. Do we? What's forgettable here? I like the idea of fast crops as a finisher. Though, is there a world where we've got 2 city builds this turn? Although this might be a good paralyzing fright because we're preventing the city build and the ravage. We must be able to do something about these. Not really. Bear in mind that if we do spur ourselves on, we would have another play, so we would be up to 3 plays. But we wouldn't be able to afford a major to go with it, so maybe it is another minor for Shadows as well. Okay, fine. You think Steam Vents is better here? 0 cost and pawn at 6 plays. Yeah. I think it's because of this particular circumstance with this many cards. The Rain of Blood, the reason that this is not good enough is that it doesn't have the fire on. Unless we were very close to a particularly useful amount of fear. So I think it's definitely one of these. We haven't just been offered a reason to care about beasts particularly. I guess if we speed this up. Does have good shadows elements. Didn't get offered an earth card for thinking about future paralyzing frights. Enticing Splendor might have a purpose. I'm gonna have to look at the board for that. Prowling Stonks. Any flex water will get the double building. Yeah. This is some blight removal, which is potentially of interest. Fast blight removal also is a way of solving one of, like this land, for example. It's not the perfect way of solving it, but it's a cheaper way than paralyzing frighting in there. In fact, it means we could paralyzing fright in one of them and we could purifying flame with speed in the other to remove that blight there. This is still a great counterattack. Bear in mind, we also have jungle ravages. We have to prey on this one and this one. These are both game ending. Do we have any beasts for fast panther action? Fast panther action does solve this land. We can destroy the town. Not often that I use this for this. Bacon thinks prowling or purifying flame, says SporkBork. It is a kind of a way out of this situation that I've put myself in by failing to play the opening correctly. And being wrecked by the event deck as well. It's not all my fault. Okay, we do... yeah, right. So if we drag this town into here, then we've got this 4 damage ravage. This is actually the only ravage that is not a problem because of our massive blight pool of 2. But it's not unlikely to be useful for long. We've got 6 lands to solve. Yeah. Yeah. They've got a lot of problems. Too many problems, some would say. P-Brain. P-Brain is trying to figure out all these problems. This actually is fine if you use the fast spur. Okay, I think I'm going to choose something for lightning and then move on and then figure out what I'm doing with lightning and then see what shadows it's got left to deal with. The vents actually might do something useful in here. I think this is the right pick. We've not got any beast business going on, really. I'm just going to minimize that for now. Plan out lightning's turn. Events did monkey wrench you. Damn, Reckless. Yeah, Reckless Assault really wrecked me. It's like, no, there was definitely wreckage in there. They finally broke Twitch at work, so I've been non-existent. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Octo. Those bastards. Why, work? Why? Why would you do this? I hope you're doing well, despite this setback. Yeah, Raging Storm is not paying for itself. So if we use our new vents, we do have the double building destroy. Though, because of my mistake here, it's nice to have such a clear example of a mistake like this. You know, this would have been amazing over here. Now I have to work at work. The nerve, I know, right? How dare they? Those bastards. So we could use harbingers instead of land, of course. There's yeah, that might just, it's probably just better to use harbingers instead of land, because this is essentially something we'd actually want to use. If you get steam vents, can you save 5 cards to double building destroy next phase? That's possible. I kind of wanted to be looking at lightning just to narrow down the possibility space a little bit and then see what's left to deal with. I think Shadows' contribution over here, my initial thought was to sap with the counterattack. The trouble is we've got no counterattacks down here because there aren't any Dahan about. Some peanut, put them over here. Some flipping peanut. Lucky that Peasant Spirit Island stream happens after work in my time zone. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think often the ideal time to stream is when for people that have got desk jobs where they can watch Twitch. That's the certainly some of my, like, I've got a few when I watch Twitch. I've got a couple of modes. Either it's when I've got a bit of computery work to do. Annoyingly, a lot of contenty work, I can't watch streams while I'm doing it because I have to like be listening to stuff or I'm editing and concentrating. But some other kind of computery like QA work I can do while watching streams. That's really nice. Or just straight up relaxing watching streams. Where's the fear deck? We're close to 3. We're on 1. We only got 1. So we're 15 fear away from 3 on a board with only 1 city on Lightning's board and 3 on Shadows' board. But we do have incoming city builds. Okay, so the fast golds allure is nice. We can bring this town from here and an explorer from here. Then this is a 1 damage ravage. I think we have got so many of these 1 damage ravages that are game ending that I'm not sure we can do anything about all of them. So I think we just have to accept it. I mean, I guess we could steam vents this one here, but then we've got this one here, this one here. Actually, maybe we can do something about them. But anyway, what we can do, we can bring these into here. We could use Thundering Destruction to destroy the city and the unstrifed town. Which should mean that this ravage doesn't need the sap from Shadows. Steam vent the remaining explorer to safety first that one. We've then got this ravage here, which we could shatter homesteads and leave a single explorer. Maybe if Shadows has their innate, they can yoink an explorer from there into somewhere. Maybe from here into this land where it's gonna ravage build. This collection here does not include Lightning's Boon, by the way, so we'd need to switch in Lightning's Boon for something. Like maybe steam vents. But then we wouldn't have the safety first on this explorer in here. You may need to save homesteads for next turn. Maybe save homesteads and steam vents. You'll be able to afford raging with G3. Steam vents in Mountain 7. Oh, yeah, I like that. Steam vents in here. The trouble is steam vents is like a non-optional gather. So we would be gaining an extra town explorer. Yikes, this is complicated. It's complicated. So yeah, this Blight Yoink here with the flame feels reasonable. Or Panther Destroy here are almost identical, except this is on element. So this is going to grant me the potential to address some of these potential game ending. Like this one here, there's no Dahan in here even. There's no beasts, no Dahan, no disease, nothing. This would be very nice to prevent by dragging the Explorer out. So yeah, maybe the defend over here does already solve this land. And this land we could let go. We'd only be on 1 blight then, but... So we'd have to make this fast in order to use this. Just quickly reassess what Bacon's saying. You may want to save homesteads for next turn. Okay, I'm going to just bank that thought and come back to it. Could just let this inner mountain go. So if we destroy this town in the fast phase, let's just substitute this in now. Let's imagine we do this. So we could fast Prowling Panthers in here, destroy this. We could Paralyzing Fright in here, gaining fear, preventing this ravage. And we've still got both of these problems. Allure into 7. Let Mountain 7 go. Yeah, this presence doesn't do a lot for us. It's one of those things where there's a lot of crunchy. Well, not actually, it's not that crunchy really, but it's kind of crunchy. There's a fair amount of crunching, and there's a possibility that we're just going to get an event that kills us. But that's just the life we choose. We also might just have better cards in our hand to play. The other thing to bear in mind is that if we do just use sap in here, we've actually got Thundering Destruction that we could use in here. It won't actually be enough to clear it, but... I'm not yeah, I think we need to just make sure we need to focus on surviving the turn. We could just yeah, this defend makes too much sense. Fast drag. Vents to clear it completely. Prowling Panthers, sap. Oh, we don't get RNA if we sap. If we sap Fright, we just don't get RNA at all. Because we are completely off-brand if we go Paralyzing Sap. That means that this is somewhat less appealing. This gains us a fast fear, though, if we do it, and its future elements. And this is blight removal, which could keep us in the game. Not that there is much game left. Okay, so again, this is a provisional. We've got an extra play, which is probably looking like the fast blight yoink from here, from Purifying Flame, enabled by Spur with Boon. So, fast blight yoink, taking a gamble. It's Paralyzing Fright. Sap the strength, paying for the ranging with our Shadows of the Dahan. Fast Town and Explorer drag into here. Maybe destroy those with Thundering Destruction, which maybe we back off a little bit, so that we've got a better turn next turn. When this, if we're just letting this land go. Oh, but then there's this land as well. We can't let both of these go. So what the hell do we do about that land? You can get innate because Spurn. Not with sap, you're right. Okay, P-Brain. Don't explode now. No, explode it. The P-Brain is not allowed to explode. I need it. I need it for stuff like being a good citizen, which is something I do all the time. Yeah, okay. This feels like such a odd way of dealing with things. We don't get this safety first over here. pull, destroy. We don't have a solution here either. There's too much that's swinging in the wind here. We should have a fear card to go with it, though. I feel like there is a solution in here. If you're growing, you'll want 4 or 5 cards left, most likely, yeah. So if we're just letting this land go... The trouble is all these flipping explorers that are lying around. We don't have a good way of managing those. The Blight Yoink... Don't know. It's a tough one. Those 3 can get a lot done, actually. Well, we're kind of going to get quite a lot done, but we've got quite a lot to do. That's the thing. That is the thing. I have a feeling there is a solution here, especially if you've got time to look at this position on YouTube and figure it out. I feel like there is going to be a solution here. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. So I think I'm going to click the button. Though maybe the Shatter Homesteads is important. It does mean we have a weaker turn next turn. It does mean we have a weaker turn next turn if we substitute in this Shatter. But it means we could clear out, we can gain an extra fear, well, 2 fear. And it means we can clear out one of these towns that's going to be lying around in one of these lands. Which leaves this land a bit more likely to be dealt with by a fear card. Lightning's Boon's doing nothing for us right now. I did switch those out. Oh, but it will be when we do the flaming. Sanity check on this lure that doesn't do anything for us. No, it doesn't. Not enough empty lands. Lure could bring this town out to here, leaving 2 explorers. Yeah. If Lure could address this land, we could maybe substitute in for Fright and make a different turn go. Can he save Spurn and Steam Vents till next turn and play 3 cards this turn? I don't think so. I'm just going to look at that, though. So if we do that, these doubled up explorers are more of a problem. These are such a problem. So if we don't play the extra card, then we've got the problem of we're not addressing this land. That's the real problem. This current solution addresses one of these with Paralyzing Fright. And the other with this extra flame. And we also get this defend here. If we don't defend there, yeah, then we just lose over here. I don't think we can afford to skip it. So we definitely need the spur. At that point, we get to destroy a city in the fast phase, which is enough in here, actually. Except that's not what I'm doing. Yeah, we're in a weird situation where actually currently we don't benefit much from using a high tier of our innate. Take a look at playing 3 cards this turn for Lightning, maybe Allure, Spurn, Boon this turn. Spur, Boon. Yeah, because Thundering Destruction actually doesn't do anything for us this turn. The Spur does, the Lightning Boon does, the Allure does. It feels like I'm dragging there is wrong. No, I think you're way off track here, Bacon, because the Allure is absolutely crucial. Without the Allure, we just lose. Unless that's what you want. Maybe it is. The trouble with this is that we're hanging back on this turn to do what on next turn? Not a lot. I guess we get to 6 plays. We'd have 7 energy, and we'd crucially have the Sacred Site. Bacon's a Prussian spry! We knew all along. You have a huge turn next turn. Yeah, if there is a... we're on 2 blight. we just don't have a next turn. That's the thing. We were at the mercy of the event deck already. I don't think we could afford to be like too greedy, because we'll just lose. That said, we can't afford to be too cowardly either. But this does, I mean, I do somewhat agree with you, even though I'm being a crab about it. Do somewhat agree. The boon has to happen. This defend has to happen. But then we've still got the problem, right, of these 2 lands here that we're not addressing at all if we skip out on this other stuff. If we skip in the Shattered, all of a sudden we are doing something about these lands. Next turn we get to play all 4 of these. We currently have no benefit to destroying multiple buildings with this, unless we are pushing. We are planning to fast push here. Which makes me think that we want to go all in just to do as much destruction and get as many fear cards to cover our ass as possible. If you lose now, maybe we could see another game that goes better. I hope to do another game after this, learning some of the lessons from this one. That's the intention. So there is an element of I don't want to burn out my brain on this run. I have done that before. The perennial balancing act of doing this. Does the blight have to be fast? I mean, are you a Prussian spy or not? Of course it has to be fast. This we've got 2 mountains down here that are blighted, that are ravaging this turn, that we can't reach with lightning because of my mistake here. Yeah, it has to be fast. So yeah, I think we go all in. I think... Actually, wait a second. We don't have the vents because we've gone with the homesteads. So I think we actually go with the steam vents for the safety. I'm going to go with something more resembling my original plan, which is to make this a safe defend, especially given there's no Dahan in here. I mean, there is presence. This is going to give me. This might just kill me up here. I think I'm just going to press the finish playing cards button. No chance of tier 3, so 1 fear card may not be worth it. Yeah, that's true. I just think we need to do everything we can to just get through this round. I think it's better to just reclaim and do a similar thing next turn. Is it? Is that a winning formula, peasant? Because we have so let's just take this through why I want to do this in case I'm wrong. We defend in here, that deals with all this. We fast allure to bring this town and explorer out from here into here or here. We could, my original plan was to bring it into here. It would be strifed and then would die in the ravage. Why would I bring it into here then? Because maybe I'll kill it with Thundering Destruction in the fast phase instead of in the Ravage. We'd also make it a safer defend in there. This is a 4 damage Ravage right now. I'd rather this was super safe. This is a good turn. Well, it's okay. We might just lose. So, having dragged the Explorer and the town from here, we steam vents, clearing this land. Safe Ravage. Lovely. But that town explorer might be in here. So we're throwing this land away, and we're probably putting it beyond the reach of most Terror Level 2 fear cards. Bearing in mind we also have this land down here, which is beyond the reach of Terror Level 2 fear cards. Which makes me think that I want to bring the town over here, so it gets killed in this ravage. But then if it's going here, we're not killing it with the fast... Yeah, maybe bring it here, we fast destruct it. The steam vents is for safety and this extra destroy. Maybe we... The boon we need, the spur we need, I think it's... The only thing that feels somewhat removable is the vents. May get something like Elemental Boon or Sky Stretches. Oh, what, next turn? This next... I think I have to click the button before my brain explodes. I'm sorry. So... yeah. So, we play the flame. We actually can flame in either of these. It doesn't make much odds, though we will get to skip in this land as well for whatever this explorer is. Doesn't really matter, because especially as they're both mountains. I suppose it doesn't actually make any difference at all. No difference. So we go to law. We drag in an explorer. God, that's the thing though. This, we could just clear this with Thundering Destruction. We lose if we get a boosted Explorer Death. Anyway, we lose up here. We lose here as well. We need that card that preserves Peasant's Brain. What gift of constancy. We could just Thundering Destruction in here and just defend in here. That's just better. This is why it's sometimes nice to just play cards, you know? We could just destroy these two in here. Bring these in here. So we're giving up this, but we just defend in here with sap. And so this... We also get the fast fear a little bit earlier from the city. And we're left with a single Explorer Ravage, which is the same problem we have up here, but there are Dahan in here at least. We can go to law. I guess we could get lucky and have the Strifed Lands don't Ravage. We can safety first on the vents in here. Ordering. We need to squeak out this extra fear from the Harbingers. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. And we've actually only got one place we can do that, which is down here. Push a single Dahan into there. Squeak out the fear. Frightened Jungle A8. We need it down here. This is the land where we need to use our fright. We've got 2 Ravages that end the game over here. This is the difficult thing where, like, trying to have the whole map in mind at once. We've got 2 game-ending Ravagers here. So we allure in here. Bring the Explorer. Bring the town. Add a Strife. Destruction in here. Destroy these buildings. So you're thinking prevent a city build in A8. Oh, what? So use sap? Ah, yeah, right. Interesting. That is a slight improvement. Yeah, yeah. Preventing the city build means we've got more chance of yoinking. I like it. That's a good idea. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes more. That's just better. This is a pretty low risk Ravage. It's a 3. It would be a 3 versus a 5. We do need 2 Lightning's Boon over here, though. Do we have any adjacent Dahan? Wow, it's so weird not having any Dahan because we paratroop them all over here. So the placement of the defenders doesn't really make any odds. So we've got let's have the safest defend. So 3 versus 5. Yeah, I like that. Right, so with this blight we'll come back down. That's fine. Yeah, it's a good spot. Bacon saying sap in 6. Yeah, this is the safer defend. Is that everything? Well, okay, whatever it is. We're over. It's over now. Overcrowded cities. So no damage boost. That's the crucial thing. That means that we don't just lose now. Well, unless we've just missed something. Add a blight to land with cities. We can prevent it by destroying presence. Horrible. So we're getting a blight here anyway, and a blight here anyway. We literally cannot afford to do this. We have to lose presence. We really want a sacred site on this board for lightning, so we're not going to make this same mistake twice on this board. So we're going to basically lose a sacred site for shadows. We have got jungle and wetland builds. So our upcoming problems are jungle wetland. I'm proposing to lose this sacred site because we can target in here because there are Dahan. Though that said, lightning can cover some of the difficulty from their sacred site here, so you could make an argument to lose this one. In fact, I think I've just changed my mind on that. I think I lose this sacred site. Yeah, this is a gate adjacent to all of these horrible, horrible lands. So I think we lose this sacred site. Bacon saying A8. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. And then... Oh, okay, we managed to skip this effect on this board because of having no cities. That's very nice. Thanks, Vic. Thanks, event card. So our beasts are destroying stuff, and we get to add a beast in this board that has none. So the golden rule of beasts is to add them in with invaders. We've got no beast synergies. We've got no beast anything. I guess we might... This fear card might prevent the ravage if there's a beast in there. So I think that's the call. This is a ravage that is placing blight. So I think we just hope. And we get some free Dahan. Okay, I'll take them. See if our fear card does anything. Add a strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts. Invaders skip their normal explore and build in lands with beasts. Okay, it's not enough to prevent this from blighting. Let's just quickly double check there aren't more strife in there than I think. Yeah, so if we strife both of these, it'd still be 2 damage. No more fear cards incoming, no defend. Losing 2 presence on B would be brutal. Yeah, it'd be pretty horrible. Okay, so the strife here is actually it will immediately be lost, so there's no point putting it there. So this is an opportunity to add a load of strife in these lands. This land is ravaging this turn. This strife will stick around till next turn, which is kind of interesting, but the 2 explorers are a perennial pain. We still need to do something about this. If we strife this, we keep... Yeah, this is a good strife. That means that we actually have one more blight in our pool than we expected. So yeah, no point in here. I guess maybe putting another strife on this city is good, or even just... Yeah, another one on this city is worth. Strife Mountain 1 can only towns with strife. Now this is anything. Anything in a land with or adjacent to beasts. So I think that's right. Okay, that was freaky there. I thought there was more than one explorer there for a moment. Okay, so we do get to miss out. Actually, though, our Fear of Vent didn't do anything much for us there. Okay, sand and wetland. With 7th Fear from winning on lack of cities, there's a city here. Crikey, this has felt like a long one. Well, I guess it has been quite long. There's a cluster of cities here. That's more than we're likely to be able to destroy without cheese. We do have possible fast crop-ish stuff to do. Wow, everything was fast that turn. What a noise from these invaders. I know, right? I'm fuming. Try to read the paper here. But I mean, we've now got another rancid turn, you know, it's not... Let's have a look at it. We've got a blight pool of 2. We have got game-ending ravages in these 2 wetlands. This is a 1 blight ravage. This is a game-ending ravage. These are game-ending ravages. So we've got a lot of ravages to deal with. Too many cities for us to just, you know, to think about trying to squeak a win. Well, to get a win at 3 directly, necessarily. Ooh, Flap Redeem there from BFL. Poultry Speaker themselves. But yeah, Gift of Constancy now. It'd be so, I don't know, so constant, so relaxing. Also, while I'm flapping, I'm thinking maybe Fridays is dual spirit, Saturdays is single spirit. How does that sound? Then everyone's happy, apart from the people that hate single spirit and the people that hate double spirit. But the people that hate spirit counts, they're never happy anyway. Do we have any city builds? The sands are completely, well, apart from single explorers and 2 here, they're completely empty. So no city builds on sands. There are city builds on wetlands, though. These 2 over here. We can make up for our mistake by making the sacred site here. That mistake has cost us a lot. Mage of Shadows, place from play, says Birken. It might just... we've got a lot to do. That's the trouble we have here. Can we actually address any of these game enders with what we have in hand? We've got these wetland ravages. All of them are already blighted. We can't... With our in-hand cards, we actually can't do anything about them. Okay, that's not true. If we played all 3 of these, we could address one of these by bringing the tan out and then killing that. That's assuming that we're prepared to spend all that energy on targeting. Because we could target over there using Shadows of the Dahan, but it would be horrible. And that would be addressing 1 land with our entire turn and gaining 2 fear. Fast draw towards Consuming Void would have been nice. 0 chance you're going to get that one because it's in Jagged Earth. Yeah, thanks for the helpful suggestion. Thanks. A table flip major time. Yeah, maybe. After all that crunching, we realise that now the position is this is a bad position. This one doesn't just look bad. Because, okay, so why am I saying that? A lot of these lands that have lone towns might seem like bread and butter for lightning. The fact they've got doubled up explorers means that these are not simple to solve for lightning. In theory, shadows would be good for solving this, but in fact, interestingly, if I was to say use my innate in a land like this to drag an explorer in, kill 2 explorers, destroy 2 towns with lightning, which should be easy using something like innate plus shatter. That does kind of work. But major on reclaim, yeah. That's what we need. So, like, in theory, we can kind of do that, but there are lots of lands we need to address. Well, I need to address, let's be real here. This is the one land that we can actually let blight, because it doesn't instantly lose. So we could, in theory, do our bread and butter things to deal with, like, these 2 lands, but then there's also this land, this land, this land. And we are not generating great big scads of fear either. And we didn't pick up 3rd Earth, the 2nd Earth, so we can't get 3rd Earth on some kind of YOLO paralyzing fright trip. Yo, Pizza, have you tried a butt major yet? All the time. Well, I thought play 3 cards last turn for lightning, gamble, and event and fear card. Would we still have been here if we hadn't had a good turn last turn? Bearing in mind, I'm not sure it would have made much odds. Our fear card basically kept another blight on the card for us. Don't know. You have to ask some scientists. They'd get to the bottom of this. So let's say we play these 3 cards. Make our sacred site up here, then we can do the things we were talking about. But we've then got the problem of all the other lands. And we're just not generating enough. We're still not even on 3 plays. We're not generating enough fear to lead into the fear deck either. Last time was optimal as it could be, I think. I think there's often like, I think there are, in this game, a bit like in chess, or there are often like things hidden under there that are really hard to see, but they're there. Yeah, this is rough. We could reclaim and look at a major. We can do a lot of innate stuff on very little energy. If we reclaim and look at a major, we don't get our sacred site in here. Yeah, so that mistake there haunting me. The mistake of losing a presence from here. Big. Okay. It's tough trying to add presence, yeah. Could have been saying we were all missing. It just feels like we did the... Oh, yeah. I think with the... It's almost like it'd be interesting to see what, like, like a chess computer, the way that it will, like, just go through the tree. Like a traditional chess, not one of the more new AI styles. But it'd just be interesting to see, like, what the optimal paths are. I guess with an event deck, it becomes probabilistic. Or more probabilistic. Is that even a term? Do we have... We've got a little bit of water. Actually, what about saying, like... I don't think we can get threshold on rust and atrophy, can we? We need 3 water. Yeah, we can't afford to get it. Because our water cards are... because Raging Storm is Raging Storm. It's too expensive. And Porch Events had a big Cascado time. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Forward movement. Okay, interesting. We've got a lot of small ravages. 4 damage ravages. Lots of them. Many 4 damage ravages. 3 damage ravages. I think we are hoping for the fear cards that are like defend 3 in every land. The one that I normally laugh at. That's our friend this time round. Each weak turn 3 for shadows would probably help to declare. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think interestingly, for both of them, the mistakes in the opening are haunting us now. I mean, this sacred site mistake is an additional thing, big, especially for shadows. Not being at 3 plays has made a big difference. So yeah, and I think my plan is after this run is to maybe splash some water in my face and have another go. Not enough energy for Power Storm, Paralyzing Fright, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. We're just depleted, you know. Broke and depleted. So what am I thinking? Maybe maximizing fear is our strategy. The way we can maximize fear as our strategy is by probably spurring on shadows, lightning's booning shadows, getting to Terror 3. The cities we have, some of them are in with strife. They're not in with disease or anything. Yeah, this is so YOLO. I don't think we've got a straightforward way of doing it. If we play a sacred site turn, if we just play to develop with the sacred site here, I think that's just a way of losing. Especially as our sacred site actually, I guess is adjacent to these cities, which is relevant. But we won't have the cards to play to actually do anything about it. So the bacon turn, if we'd survived, which we might have done, but on 1 blight, yeah, possibly the bacon turn was better. So I think it's a bit of a YOLO reclaim. So with 4 energy and an idea that we are maximizing fear generation, Land of Haunts is too ridiculous. That's just, you know. So I think it'd be something like our turn would be along the lines of Boon, Harbingers, Spur. That's 2, which only leaves us 2 energy to play with, except we've already gained that. So we only have 2 energy to play, which means that a major power is pretty much irrelevant. Unless we got like mini fangs, but I'm pretty sure that that's not useful. So I think if we look at another miner, we might get a fast fear miner. We might also get something like Sky Stretches, but actually that's just irrelevant. What am I talking about? New major for shadows, Grow Lightning. What do you mean by Grow Lightning? What do you mean? So for shadows, we're unlikely to draw a card that gains us more fear than this. We're unlikely to gain more fear than using these cards with speed. So I guess with this much energy in our pocket, if we reclaim, we could have 6 energy to play with, which could mean blah. Can enough fear be generated for lightning with place presence? I think if lightning places presence, we just have a turn that does nothing, right? So also Grow Lightning is possibly the most ambiguous thing you could say. I mean, all 3 of these are growth options. Peasant said crabbily. What do we even do with this turn? We play through things. We destroy some explorers and two towns. We gain 3 fear. And nothing worthwhile happens. But maybe if shadows... If we reclaim and gain a minor power, we're unlikely to gain a minor power that does much more than our start power sped up. Except we would be able to place a presence and then use crops with it in the fast phase, potentially. Is pent up still out there? It is still out there. Do you have any good pent up targets? It's so YOLO. It's probably not even worth thinking too hard about it, honestly. Reclaim the fright. Oh, the third play is pretty big. Okay, let's just YOLO major. I'm tired thinking about this. We YOLO major. That's the wrong flipping... I was looking at shadows. Why is it giving me lightning stuff? Why? I can't undo this either. Oh, well, never mind. This is interesting. This actually gives me some ranging options. You meant grow presence, but maybe reclaim lightning, place presence. This is I guess I was thinking about shadows, and but it wasn't selected or something. Anyway, we've got some new options. This is interesting. The ranging is interesting. Let's make some more mistakes while we're here. Winds of Rust and Atrophy. I was actually looking to see if we could make this work, but we don't have the water to do this. Unless Shadows is able to gain a way of gifting the element to repeatedly downgrade a couple of cities. To Han push. I do that all the time with digital. That was weird. I'm sure it normally gives me an option. Peculiar. Instruments thrash possible. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we're not very sunny. So this is potentially a town downgrade. This is interesting because we could potentially use it. The threshold's actually easy for us. We could use it to put two cities in the same land. Now, I know that Shadows is still in the position to place a presence and move a city. And we can afford this while playing our other things we want to play. Then being in the same land is useful because if we get this threshold here... but we can't because we only have the 5 plays and this doesn't have fire on. Pain. It's not all bad though. Yeah. It's supposed to give you an option. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I'd have to look at the replay. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't really do it. This is the only one that's even remotely viable, I think. Actually, instruments in here, but we don't have a sacred site, remember? I think this is the only one that even remotely does anything. Winds of Rust is just too far. Oh, it does reach to here. Could downgrade that. Ruin does, yeah, it does nothing. Flow could do something. If we flow on ourselves... Yeah, but then we don't have the double destroy because we don't have the 5th fire. Hey, Tra. Hello there. Extend the card. Flow with water, reach like air, burn with fire. How are things in the P's-averse? The P-brain is exerted. I made some early mistakes and they're haunting me now. But yeah, otherwise the P's-averse is pretty good. Try not to be too crabby, you know how it is. Sometimes you get your crabs out. Extend presence from flow on lightning. Would it do anything? I think the things it could do would be in conjunction with having a 6th play and the ability to double destroy cities. I think. Now bear in mind that Shadows... This was meant, by the way, this was meant to be Shadows gaining a major power. And I somehow gave lightning a major power. I was actually about to look at a YOLO major for shadows. I guess we just look at a YOLO major for shadows now as well. So this is interesting because we could use this push with this threshold that's easy for us if we play steam vents to move stuff around, including cities. Might be relevant. If we get a YOLO major, that means we could destroy multiple cities in the same land. That could be something. It's so YOLO. It's so very, very YOLO. Fast tsunami, huh? 6 energy, sacred site. Bring a town to work, city to work day. Plonker presence, bring a city, smash fast, tsunami, collateral city destroy, 1 city left on the board. No spare energy. This city's, so there are 4 cities currently on the board. Quickly look at the other one. I don't know why I suddenly started talking really stilted there. Shadows could fish for elemental boon. Yeah, they could. They could. It's so marginal though. This feels like a possibility though. The only other card we'd be able to play is Lure of the Unknown. Oh, we wouldn't get Threshold, peasant, calm down. You wouldn't get Threshold. I thought I'd get Threshold. I thought for a second I was Ocean. You're not Ocean, peasant. We could still destroy 2 cities by bringing a city in. And it would, if we did it in the fast phase, it would be 6 fear. We've probably got another fear kicking around somewhere. Can we... If we place from here, we can get Terrifying Nightmares and get 6 fast fear, because we've got a lot of moon business going on. And if we spur, we can get the 4th play if we place from plays, and we'd be able to play everything. If we then do like crops and favors fast, that could be good, but we're not addressing any of the cities. This is a lot of cities to leave to chance. There is Vigor Finding, not enough to harm. We walked by some biggish houseboats today and observed the knots used to tie them to the bridge. You good at making weird sail knots? I'm alright. There are some pretty nice knots out there. Hey Peasant, Terraforming Mars temporarily for free, available in Epic Games in case you want to grab a nice game. Yes! Yes, I've already grabbed it. I've got it on Steam anyway. But yeah, if that's a good thing for people to know. No, that's on topic. We are digital board gaming here. Good opportunity to get it's a very nice implementation. It's not as off topic as it might first appear. Do we have a way of making Vigor work? We've seen the power of Vigor. We might have a way of making it do things that we want. Again, the threshold's a problem. Do we actually have any of these thresholds? Only the Terrifying Nightmares one. Yeah, we are really clutching at straws here for this potential win. So we could bring some Dahan over and then Vigor. So of these, the instruments can potentially kill a city if we magic the range. We can't magic the range. I think we're by elimination. It's either flow or winds. If we pick winds, we can't do much innate business. If we pick flow, we can at least give ourselves range. We can target ourselves, give ourselves +2 range from this sacred site here. So we could reach 1, 2, 3 into one of these lands potentially, except we can only do this much damage for 1 city. 1 city is kind of critical. The problem is, hey, wait a second. We could put 2 cities in the same land, but again, we don't really benefit from that. Wait a second. If we flow, we could take this presence, push it to this coastal land. Our bonus 2 range we could use to destroy this city. We could fast destroy with the fast unthresholded tsunami. And that means that we would have only 1 city left on the board. The trouble is we've got no way of dealing with that apart from fast crops. If we push this to here, we could push Dahan from here into here to use Shadows as ranging with crops wither fast in here. If if we use boon, we can make not only the tsunami fast, but the crops wither fast. And we can give it the extra range from here, but we're short the energy. But that's fine, because we can get the energy from spur. Okay, I hope you're following that. I hope you are paying attention to all that. Does it work though, or is that just a half figured out? It might just be half figured out. Okay, we definitely can't afford Raging Storm. We definitely don't survive if we don't win in the fast phase. I'm furiously trying to save brain energy for this move here. So we need the spur, we need the lightning's boon, we need to be able to move to Han. We also need another fire. This potentially might be a source of another fear if we push a... No, there's already another town in there. So we've got the spur, we've got the boon, we've got the weird presence move. We don't have the threshold on flow. That's what's missing. We can't... So we need to use... We are short on energy. We are short on energy. Whoa. Was it down to 1 energy? So we need the vents to do this. To bring this city to here. But we do have that vents. We've got the city destroy here because of the plus range. But now we don't have the extra energy that we need to crops wither and fade in here. But we do have a presence placement, which we can just put in here. Bet someone in chat has said it. Someone in... Oh, and we haven't gained our energy. So I think this works. I think it works. Jim! I think it works. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, I think it works. Right, so we do have this threshold. Push this to here. We bring the city, bring a town. Bring an explorer, why not? You've seen that earlier than me. Have a crunch there, peasant, thanks. I do, that's like coming from Glimmer, that means something. Glimmer is incredibly crunchy. So we've given ourselves extra range with flow. And of course, so we can destroy this city. Bearing in mind, this is Prussia 5, right? So this should be well within my normal standard. I guess I'm still getting used to multi-spiriting. So now that we've put the 2 cities in here, now all we need to do is Lightning's Boon on Shadows, Crops Wither and Fade in here. This is a trick I've been mentioning since the start of the game. So that's only one last city. Okay, fine. So now we tsunami, destroy the remaining cities. So we've destroyed all the cities now. I don't think the range will get thundering all the way there. Oh, you bacon of little faith. That was yeah. So that was interesting because the flow came because I was trying to pick a YOLO major for Shadows, and Lightning got it instead. But actually, if Shadows had got flow, and Lightning had got Tsunami, then that wouldn't have worked. Thanks for the well done, Space Hawk. Okay, so I did make a few very obvious mistakes. I'm sure there were little mistakes as well. The obvious mistakes were going off the opening with both of these. Interesting, both of these spirits have the same thing where their opening looks horrible, but you need to stick to it. So, and that is for Lightning. Double place top, double place bottom, double place bottom. Doesn't care, doesn't matter what it looks like. For Shadows, We didn't push to 3 energy before the reclaim, and it just was horrible for all game. YOLO Majors. Great win. Crikey, look at you dropping bits like it's 1866. Wow, Max Grain has arrived. The Winnisters. Be right back, reboot required. Yeah, my poor brain. Though it was weird that it did all come into place. It did fall into place eventually. I'm quite pleased with that because that was kind of complicated. I normally my brain just falls apart with that, especially with making slow things fast as a thing you have to do. And moving presence for targeting. Well done, peasant. Okay, so any serial killers who've been just watching from the sidelines, you can now find out the score. It would be horrible because there was a lot of blight on that island, and it wasn't on super high difficulty. But yeah, very lucky to escape from my mistakes. So they were neglecting my opening. Both of these spirits have fairly specific openings that you kind of need to follow to do okay at the higher end of difficulty. The presence issue of getting rid of my sacred site on Shadows' board was a big blunder. That was a huge mistake. I did get wrecked by events earlier as well, but even so. Okay, I'm just going to pretend to splash water in my face. Okay, so what do we do there? B and C. Let's do the other boards. And I'm going to stick with the same team because everyone hates variety. It should mean that familiarity will help me deal with fatigue, frankly. So, Prussia 6, but we will make fewer mistakes. Well, we'll make less obvious mistakes. Thanks for the flat redeem. Let's fire that up and just see what we're looking at. Okay. Crikey, 4 hours. I feel like I'm getting more used to the streaming the 2 spirit though. Still like aspect shadows so much better in multi-spirit. I mean, I think the aspect shadows are all just buffs, aren't they? I mean, not huge buffs, but they are buffs. Not sure if lightning presence removal on the board A was a huge mistake. We're running out of shadows presence. Yes, we were low on shadows presence, but we weren't using our innate that much. And the shadows, we're in a bit of a position where we're able to place presence a bit more as part of what we're doing. Whereas for lightning, it seems like you do those extra loads of double placing at the start, and then you don't really place a lot. That seems to be the case. But yeah, we didn't have the option of taking blight, I don't think. So turns where shadows can place presence. Yeah, it's a bit more part of what shadows does normally. So yeah, the ideal is more like double place, not this like what I was doing there. So I was trying to be a bit cute and combining their abilities by making shadows do these things fast, but it didn't see. I think it meant that both of their openings were somewhat undermined. Both presences were low. Yeah, they were. Okay, so we're on Prussia 6. If we don't get immediate coastal lands after this opening explore, it's probably a similar difficulty to what we just did, honestly. Okay, so jungle wetland. Where are starting presence? So that's preventable with 1 explorer yoink, as is this. No explore into our starting blight on D. What about over here? No explore into our starting blight on A either. Oh, we did use A last time. Never mind. That's fine. So I think opening the previous games are good. Yeah, I don't think it was. I mean, I know that we won in the end, but I think that was luck. Well, I mean, I think it was. I felt the pain of not being at 4 a lot, Because it meant that the reclaims that seemed to be business as usual for lightning were just horrible. I was having weak turns. Turns where I should have been, especially given I got a lot of on-element cards, cheap on-element cards, I should have been just smashing, just destroying cities over and over again. And I wasn't. So yeah. So city builds in this jungle and this jungle. On Lightning's board. With our starting sacred site here, which is which means that we want a sacred site in this land is probably the best land. This means we've got sacred site targeting on all of our own board, apart from this land actually. Wait a second. So we can't target this mountain if we make a sacred site here. Maybe we let shadows deal with this land and make a sacred site in here. Anyway, that's a bit abstract. Let's look at Shadows' board. Preventable explore here. This is quite mantleable. Very mantleable. So if you go with something like Mantle Favors, we could do that in either of these. Do we have a good favors spot? This is a good favors here in this jungle. They're going to build their city, but can bring in 4 Dahan. So we'll get our bonus 3 fear, and we'll get a nice concealing shadows. This is not as good because the disease will make it a less significant. This would be okay, but with no adjacent Dahan. Not be able to destroy a city till like turn 5, pretty big nerf. Lightning could live all game or 4 plays if need be. Yeah, that's my feeling. Yeah, thanks for the pointers for Lightning from you and others, Bacon. I appreciate it. Because yeah, this is not a spirit I'm that comfortable with. And it's weird that the spirit that I know better, I still ended up going off track. It's like I got inspired to do the wrong thing from playing Lightning. But early Blight Island did not happen. You could have had an off turn for getting the 4 plays. It's true. Yeah, I've already said about that build in D6. I can prevent either of these single explorer builds with my innate. So we're looking at a fairly straightforward favors mantle turn 1, I think. I quite like sometimes the crops turn 1 is good as well, but this is a good clean mantle. Good clean mantle. The other thing to think about is mantling with lightning, but we don't have a particularly useful mantle. Well, there's no useful mantle on Lightning's board, I guess here, but then we're really denying ourselves a useful sacred site. Unless we then commit to another sacred site over here, and I think from that last game we saw the value of having a sacred site on Shadows' board. For example, from here, we might want a sacred site maybe in this land, and then it actually covers almost the entire of this board. I don't think that's where we want to go turn 1, though. Play no cards with lightning. Make sure you have 2 good town destroyers in range next turn. Seaboard will only have 1. Interesting. Seaboard is... that's interesting. Yeah, so we might be looking at so going to go much more traditional. So, as I understand it, that is a sacred site this turn, and we play nothing. Next turn, we'll have 4 energy, and we play these 3 for 2 town destroys, which in this case will be here, and we're going to Concealing Shadows in here. A town destroy here is a bit sad. Maybe we push an extra explorer here for a messy counter that doesn't do anything. Off turn to get 6 plays means you're basically full powered. Very interesting. Meant A board, couldn't see that. Okay. Yes, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was then looking for it. This is our only... So yeah, interesting. We don't have a super useful town destroy next turn on this board. On this board, we actually do have... Is this a board where is this a turn where we switch boards? No, we actually can't make a sacred site over here to use shadows to prevent this. That would be amusing. And remember how tight our energy budget at the start is? We can't just target in, say, this sands using our innate because we just don't have the budget. Okay, so I think we are sticking to our own boards and we're being very traditional. So where is the sacred site? Here feels... Yeah, access to all the coasts on this board is good. Though... Yeah, let's just play some Shadows things. Sometimes I like to throw away a presence for the sake of energy, but I don't think I want to do that. I think we'll... So do we make a sacred site here? Or do we think about going onto this board here to help Lightning with their business? Because it is our long-range presence place. And from here, a Shadow Sacred Site actually can prevent builds in a lot of these lands. And all three of these are empty. High odds we'll have a preventable build next turn, but we've got the same at home. So yeah, that's interesting about the no... So actually there's no real benefit of going no Town Destroy, because we only have one important Town Destroy on our home board. But maybe we just Town Destroy here next turn, or here, and Mantles. Mantles from here, we don't even need to set this one up. Mantles, Lightning Destroys. Lightning Destroys here. So Lightning Destroys here next turn, here with Shatter, here with Innate. So this is a no, we don't play anything. We don't need our Sacred... We've already got targeting for that. We Mantles in here. Where do we put our Shadows Sacred Site? I'm inclined to put it here. Oh, sorry, Shadows Presence. So with Mantles, we Favor. And then with Lightning, we make a Sacred Site and we play nothing. And I mean nothing. So with the idea that we're probably letting this land go. This almost, over here, this almost feels like a better Concealing Shadows than this, except we don't get the fear, which is I think I consider that quite important. So currently we've got a blind spot here, but maybe Shadows can take care of that land. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do that. So we go energy. And there it is. So now we've got good coverage on this board. Probably 4, but it sucks having all your presence in sands. Oh, interesting. A is a tough lightning board because it's hard to place Reach Mountain 6 and Jungle 3. Yeah. I think Shadows can look after this, especially if we go with the Sacred Site here. Hey, thanks for the follow, Jaffo. So yeah, we play nothing this turn. I'm just gonna scrunch my face up. It's the internet. That's what you do, isn't it? Yeah, so we're not doing anything... I guess we are kind of being a bit fancy by not trying to speed any of these up. Oh, I could... Yeah, let's just... Okay, so I do have this as well. Okay, I have that as well. So we do have a proposed Mantles from here. We are vacating these spots here. Huh. So yeah, we've kind of got more Explorer Yoinking than I'd kind of realised. We could just prevent this build here. Make this hellish. But, oh no, if we bring that into there, we don't get our bonus sphere from Favours, so that's a big misplay. Maybe we bring it into this sand and just prevent it. Just prevent it. Yeah, just prevent it. Yeah, if you or anyone have kind of questions about this game, we're just at the start, so I'm not so deep into trying to keep it all in my head. Okay, amazing. We didn't get coastal lands. That's nice. Oh, that's nice. But we do have an escalation effect. We don't want to put in this blighted land particularly. Probably in with the beast. I think that's the only place where we get any real benefit from this town going there. It's not like we've cleared any inland. We're not preventing any builds by going anywhere fancy. So we'll put one in there with the beast, and then one in this sand, I think. Again, we might be able to clear inland if things go reasonably well. I haven't really done anything about this. That's a problem. Oh well, it's only a blight and a presence. Not only coastal, but not jungle or wetlands. I know, right? Oh yeah, we're mantling in here. God damn it, peasant. Yeah, the fatigue is setting in. All right, so we favors in here. Do we leave this guy in case we destroy this town and then kill it on the counter? I think we do that. We don't have any sand action. There's no blight in here. Yeah, we bring these guys. The one downside of this is that we now have no presence in with our Dahan, apart from this one. Okay, so we Mantle of Dread and Shadows here. For a town and mountain, there will be a city build. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I did put that there, didn't I? What are my alternatives? Yeah, I am creating a city build there. True enough. And our fast town... Oh, we do have one less fast town destruction to do, so maybe we could do this instead. Good, yeah. Interesting. Okay, but we do have this push. So sand is not on any of these cards. That's sometimes a way of doing it. So, okay, we've got 8 damage of counterattack here. Oh, wow, this is actually... Yeah, this looks pretty good. So we've currently got 6 health worth of invaders. So it's kind of tempting to push them into here for a big counterattack. This is blighting regardless. So I'm definitely pushing the town. Yeah, let's just push the Explorer in there as well. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Because we could maybe push in this extra Dahan to finish off the extra Explorer and get the Fear. Okay, so now it's Lightning's time to shine, i.e. do something. And it's Shadow's turn to do Concealing Shadows and Crops Wither somewhere. Maybe we could jump in with one of these. Actually, it's pretty prescribed what we do with Shadows. We gain a power card and gain an energy. We need the extra energy, of course, for the targeting, so we'll do that. And Lightning has got stuff to do. This town to destroy and this town to destroy, I think. This land on the coast we're letting go. And there's this land here, I've not mentioned it, letting it go. And this one as well, apparently. That's okay. That's fine. It's fine. Okay, so yeah. So we do have to decide where we put our brand new sacred site. We will get to use our innate, so probably I will prevent this build in here. This is the one land that Lightning can't reach, so that's kind of cool. And we can just drag it into this hell land here. And if we are pushing this Dahan into there, they'll actually clear it on the counterattack, which is pretty nice. We are looking at leaking 3 blight this turn. 4 blight even. Which is, it's quite a lot. Also, kind of to prevent this, we need to make a sacred site here. So we are crops withering somewhere. We might just be crops withering in this land here where they've explored conveniently. We also have a power card to look at. Let's look at it. Just quickly double check I'm not making a mistake. Yeah, that's right. Shadows look at gain a minor power card. Hey, Savage Moor Beasts. Okay, no super on element stuff. I wonder if undergrowth has a place. I've tried with Lightning to not play cards the first 2 turns. It did not go well. Sadly, you'd probably rather keep Wither slow this turn. Oh yeah, I've not even thought about making Wither fast this turn. We could have fast more beasts. Have you considered that? Bet you haven't. Razor Sharp Undergrowth. Interesting. That's a different approach to dealing with this land. Just some cheap Dahan movement's pretty juicy though. Very off-brand though. But if we ever get to 3 plays, unlike last game, this could be pretty good. Okay, let's what's the phrase? Isn't there a really annoying phrase for? Let's put a pin in that. Is that what it is? It's not put a sock in it. That's something else. I like the sacred site here, giving lightning access to everywhere except this about to be blighted land that has no Dahan in or anything. Morbist is free. Stick a pin in it. There you go. That's a nauseating phrase I'm going to try and not use anymore. This also has a Dahan in case we get years of little rain. Unlike last game. Hey, favourite event, show up when I've got no presence in with Dahan. Why don't you? Okay, so we actually get to do stuff this turn. We've got a use for both of our town destructions, our innate one and our homestead's destruction, which is here and here. Proposed Shadow's turn is concealing shadows in here. Probably we push this. Oh, we could push this Dahan into here. And then, actually, we could use Razor Sharp Undergrowth. Oh, this is a weird Shadows interaction. We can target anywhere that it has Dahan, and it then kills the Dahan. Brutal. This is also sad. Okay. Does the Razor Sharp Undergrowth actually... It could do something. It could do something. It really could do something. Recommend a 0 cost for shadows. None of them are good. Yeah, none of these are particularly good. This is Moon, but yeah, our innate against Prussia, our innate does sometimes do something. Yeah, I mean the thing is, right? So the big opening mistake we made, well, I made with shadows last game, was going, oh, this is a terrible turn. We do nothing. And so instead, let's just minimize these. So we were at this stage, so we reclaimed at 1 energy 2 plays, and that is horrible. Horrible time to reclaim. You want to push to the 3 energy first, or the 3 plays. And that forces you to play this rancid card. Whatever you've got here, you are forced to play it. If we grab the moon, the 1 moon card, it does give us an outside chance that we'll get to use our Gather Innate, which is relevant against Prussia. It's quite a low possibility that we'll get to use it, though. This Dahan rearrangement is almost certainly useful, though. And it has elements that we like generally. Well, they're not they're not on brand or anything, but and Peasant has descended deep into the tank. And we don't want to play any of these this turn and forgo preventing this build in a vulnerable position. So we are definitely playing crops with a Concealing Shadows this turn. What does next turn look like? Ravages in mountains. If we destroy this town, we could actually use this to defend in here next turn. By placing a presence in there, defending 2. Seems reasonable. So I think I picked this. And we make the sacred site in here. Remember, you have to take from energy, otherwise you're sad. We play these two. It does have a sun element that you maybe need later for a certain event. Yeah, those missionaries. They're back! Okay, so we harbin... Oh, you can't target in there, peasant. Remember how you were saying that this is the land you can't target? You can't target in there. Well done, peasant. So we do this. There's no other adjacent Dahan to push in there. Unfortunately, all of these Dahan are dead. If I push the Dahan here, it just dies from... It will gain me a fear, but it will just die when I use, with my planned razor sharp undergrowth. I mean, we could just razor sharp undergrowth somewhere else, right? Right. Moon plant is good for jungle hungers, and that's a lovely power for shadows. So yeah, we're going to be slow crops withering in here. So let's just do our proposed town destructions. Yeah, we can't get rid of cities just yet, so we will, rather than saving this for slow to deal with this. Do we actually have any... We can rescue these two Dahan. They might clean up this blight. It's all very marginal. If we push these two Dahan in here, they could mess. They will. It's a very messy counter, but they will at least kill an explorer, and they'll still be here for shadows targeting, which is kind of, I don't know, feels very marginal. The benefit of pushing here is they gain us an extra fear. The benefit of pushing here is that they might clean up this blight for us. The other benefit of pushing here. Yeah, this is all incredibly marginal. So let's turn our attention to here. We can actually prevent this build, but this is in with the beast, so the beast might do that for us. This is, I think we drag into here. There will be two explorers left over here, but this land is targetable by lightning. Yeah, we prevent the build, we chance this ravage. We've already had all of our bad luck for one day, right? That's how it works, isn't it? Law of averages and all that. Preserve Dahan for the future. Gain a fear now and kill an explorer. Preserve Dahan for future. Don't know about this. This is I don't know. It's marginal either way. And lightning's boon. We don't want to do that. There you go. Okay, replace the explorer with a town. That's a very natural candidate. Though actually, we've only got 4 Dahan in there. I thought we'd have 5, but we don't. Oh, do we get an extra one? Push an explorer town for a land with Dahan. Okay, we could add one in there and then push it out. Or we could have this here, which is horrible, and just blight. So yeah, this is the option. This is the good option. Oops. And then in here, we can allow them to build a city in either of these. I don't like that. I'd rather we crops wither. Yeah, we're not going to have the energy for a range wither in here with this Dahan. Let's have it in here. Yeah, rather than having a city build. And then we've got the put drive off interlopers. Push and explore a town for land with Dahan. Between event and fear card, I like the odds of Dahan into A2. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, right. So we do have Stricken. And interestingly, in this case, the explorer push would have meant we would have got a counter on this city. So yeah, good intuition there, Glimmer. Good intuition. Because the city would have done 3 damage, the 2 surviving to harm would have cleared it. That would have been a pretty good thing. But no, apparently we can't have nice things. So, because we can't clear all of these in the Ravage, I'm going to push one of these towns out, but not into here, of course. Or into here. Let's push into this sand. There's a lot of pushing stuff around. Well, let's push into this... Not push into one of these. What about this big cluster of sand? Well, we've already guaranteed we're going to draft Jungle Hungers now, right? I'd rather stack them high. We don't really get punished for stacking things high against Prussia, so we'll push in here. So currently we're looking at not quite clearing this land. If we push the Explorer, we are looking at clearing it. Doesn't make any difference in these lands what happens. Oh, we could just prevent this build, actually. That's quite good. Why don't you do that, peasant? Have you considered preventing builds? D5 for the other push. Yeah, Glimmer saw it. Sand 7, nice one for drought now. Oh yeah. Each player removes Explorer from land with beast disease or at least 2 to harm. So that takes care of, that prevents this build. That's almost certainly the right pick. This land will now be cleared by the Ravage, which is, I think, worthwhile. Given we have shadows and this gather 1 is likely to pop, well, it's not that likely to pop up. So yeah, preventing that build there I think is about the best we'll get from there. Removing Explorer from here doesn't change much. So that's definitely a good one. Clearing this land, making this slightly less rancid, I think we go with clearing this land. Okay. So, a lot of blight. In fact, Blighted Island? Yuck. Here's a Blighted Island. But that's fine. Oh no, it's this one again. Could you just keep... I've just got this new emote that celebrates beast stonks. And the game's like... You're not having them. No beast stonks for you, peasant. God damn it. And now it wants to unavoidably cascade. Fine. Let's not do it in here. This is a lot of blight. We are very blighted. Okay, at least we don't have an unavoidable cascade over here. We could plonk in here, but then that drought, the aforementioned drought. Yeah, the beast stonk emote. I think I might need to zoom in on that. I might need to jigger around with that. It's quite hard for me to see on my screen what's actually going on in that emote. This land here is so much easier to deal with, but currently this is my only... Yeah, this is a corridor from this land, which is built up with no solutions, and it's not even in range for lightning. So yeah, this is not a good land to do it in. So I think we have to do it in this land. But we did manage to avoid quite a lot of builds there. Okay, we have an escalation. So they're about to ravage in mountain. Let's not put in there. Let's not put in sand. We could put in this wetland. I was worried about wither, but you get escalation. It's true. I'm just lucky like that. I get escalation. Okay, so this is often a moment where I get confused. I've got to remember that these are about to kind of shift down. So mountain ravages next, and then sand builds. So we don't want to add in mountain or sand. So we've got the option of jungle, in with this sacred site. In here, I think here is better. We're actually looking like maybe being able to clear the inland, or get close to it anyway. So I think I prefer that. Especially as... we might even be able to be powerful with lightning this game. And we do want to place in a shadows area, so this is a fairly obvious one. The other shadows options are this jungle, but that's quite far inland. Actually, maybe here. No, that's about to ravage. That's already blighted. I don't like it. So I think we put into... maybe in here, actually. This is adjacent to everything, though, because it's board D and it's weird. I've got an idea, peasant. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. We could even use our... so we really want to use this turn. We're kind of almost obligated to have a turn where we probably should use this anyway. I've got to place it before the military. Because then it will get rid of the militaristic music. Yeah, just put it in here. Okay. Speedrun. See, I just slipped in a little bit of speedrun. I was kind of sorting out the video, the previous Saturday's video today. I was. See, this is adjacent to here. Removing this doesn't change much, but this does. Let's crop swallow that one. And I was like, it's like, I don't know. What do people like watching me trying to go fast? You want to place prints into D8, but you're not within one. Into D8. Oh yeah, I'm not within one, am I? I mean, this actually does other stuff. The Destroying Explorer adding a wilds is also pretty cool, right? I mean, that's pretty nice. I mean, we can get within one pretty easily. Our current next thing to do is to gain another minor power and go to 3 energy with shadows. We only have 1 ravage this turn. But yeah, you are actually, yeah, you're right. I could place at range 3, just catching up with the I could place at range 3 and the extra energy will mean extra flexibility. But that would be quite interesting. I'll have 5 cards in hand when I get to the reclaim. I think it's fine to let that... to just have lightning take care of that. We've only got 1 ravage this turn. But this is a good turn for lightning to progress. Especially, we've already seen the blight card. Reclaim for lightning for a couple of turns, you think? Interesting. It does feel like almost a different species, you know. Lightning here. Is this not an opportunity to really, like, get these plays? But I guess, yeah, we currently got 4 plays and we could only viably play 3 of them. And gaining cards is fun, right? You know, it's important to have fun. You never know how much time you've got. Let's quickly, hurry up. Ooh, it's completely off-brand apart from the water, but it's infinite minor powers. It's also been offered with resilience, and because we've been offered nothing on element, this is like quite a nice kind of pick. I like these picks because when you're offered stuff on brand versus like these like incredibly useful cards, it's often a really brutal pick. I think Gift of Power here because it gets around lightning's problems. It means we could actually be placing presence instead of reclaiming to gain our minor powers. I'm interested to think what the lightning experts in chat think of that. It's also 0 cost. Do I even have the brain power to play Call to Trade effectively left if I burnt it all up? Okay, lightning has this decision to make. Enchanting can prevent 2 builds, but Gift of Power can help Lightning get more cards indeed. Lightning is starving for cards, yeah, absolutely. Look at this little snake. It's almost certainly the right pick, but we don't have to make the decision now. And this is also an incredibly useful card for everyone at all times. And I mean everyone. Even flipping Fangs likes it, even though it needs Sacred Sites because of the element. It's just the ultimate card. All right, that's enough jibber jabber. So, bearing that in mind, also we can of course use Gift of Power on shadows. That's the thing we can do. I'm quite happy to play this just almost anywhere, right? I think gaining the extra power for shadows is also pretty important, rather than prioritizing preventing this one blight from going down. Because if we were to use this, we would be adding a wilds, but because there'd already be invaders in there, we wouldn't be preventing anything. So yeah, that's kind of, yeah. So I think we look at a power. Hey, it's Chris Byers. Sky stretches to shore. Lightning could do with the help, you know, making things fast. Be pretty good. Resilience or power, I think. Less entrancing does a lot. I'm a big fan of entrancing, don't get me wrong. It does, I mean, entrancing apparitions often does a lot. Let's see if it does a lot this turn. No. I mean, it can prevent a build. Compared to, like, permanently powering up everyone with Gift of Power, though. I mean, because the second Lightning has, and we can use this almost immediately on Lightning. We can use it on Lightning this turn and still get this Town Destroy. I mean, I'm no Lightning expert, but this feels good. This is a less straightforward decision. I guess we've got the perfect elements here. Could even get this tier 3. It's got the air on it as well. It also means we get to prevent using our innate. Let's just see if we've got a good... Yeah, we've got plenty of good build. Well, we've got this build prevent, or this build in with the blight. It's even better. So I think we just play that for elements. So that was part of the reason for picking this, is because of the moon. Fast route buyers! What about monsters? What does it do? I mean, I love monsters, but it doesn't prevent a build for us right now. Fear is so good against Prussia, but I don't think we've got any beasts, because we got the blight card, destroy beasts. I mean, retire beasts. They're just chilling. So I think without the extra fear, I think the fact this is preventing a build for us is pretty huge. I'm just gonna save some brain cycles there. So entrancing apparitions, we could prevent one of these builds. I think we still favor the power. Gift of Power, I think, is going to empower us to do this option and go to 5 while still having half decent turns. We could address this Ravage here, so Shadows doesn't have to address that now. So Shadows can do a good razor sharp undergrowth somewhere. It has to be in a land without blight. This is not a card that gets a lot of play from me. So we are destroying an Explorer somewhere. We could go in here. Interesting. Let's come back to this Presence Place. We're definitely playing both of these, but let's just... So this is the turn I'm thinking of for Lightning. This gets us a Town Destruction, 2 Town Destructions, fast if we want them to be fast. Also a power, we'll give that to Lightning. A7's a great target for Razor, says Razor-Eyed Glimmer. Yeah. I'd have a slight preference if there was a jungle or wetland that was affected, but that was a good place, but there isn't. Actually, no, that's not right. I'd have a... Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes it even better. Sands and mountains are great. So either of these is really good. So... But we have to play all 3 of these, otherwise we don't get the extra Town Destruction. With the extra town destruction, we could prevent a city build in here, in this sands. There is this land here that's just sitting here looking menacing. What the hell do we do about that? They're going to build a city in there. This might just be a cascade that's happening. It could cascade into this land that will then have a wilds in. So it'll be immune from explorers for a little bit, especially as it's inland. The other thing to think about is targeting. If we're placing a presence in here, what use is that for our other things that we might do? A presence in here doesn't grant us any additional targeting. A presence in here also doesn't. With Lightning's Boon, you can get a power card in the fast phase, but maybe it's more useful to get the card in the slow phase. What with Gift of Power? Oh, that's interesting. Crikey, I'd not even thought of that. I think it's probably more useful to see what the Invader card is when you're thinking about your power. I think. That's my suspicion. May get quick blight removal. Sorry, what? I mean, I've got no way of playing the card I gain from this. Where's my power card options gone? Oh yeah, I've already gained it, right. Because yeah, we'll have that. We'll have a chunk more information in the slow. Yeah, this is deep inland. But I guess if it's deep inland, maybe the wilds won't become relevant. Okay, we play these two. So we are razor sharping in here, which will remove this and put a wilds. That's pretty nice. And defend 2, which probably won't matter. Land worth considering whether we play that. We destroy a town in here fast to prevent a city build. And then we probably in the slow phase destroy a town somewhere else. Oh no, we're destroying this town here in the fast phase as well. Okay, so we'll consider the land and haunts afterwards. Again, I'm going to try and preserve brain. So this we like in here. We've got a wilds. Whoopsh. We can actually play haunts on D8. Yeah, I'd rather just not have the Blightfall. Especially as I mean, actually my... Oh yeah, here's the reason why I liked the wilds being in here instead of here. Is that then we could have the cascade go into here, and whereas currently the cascade goes somewhere where we've got stuff to think about. So if we haunts and embers, we could push from here. I think I'd rather not add. We've already got quite a lot of blight going on. Okay. So we've got a preventable explore here. So we bring this explorer from here, preventing that build. This build is happening. Hey, Kizu, nice to see you. Cascade on your terms. I don't know if it makes much difference. I don't know. But yeah, this is probably the place I want to cascade into, rather than here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not going to go and redo that. Okay. So we definitely want to prevent this town from blighting, and we want to prevent this city from building. Or do we have... Yeah, preventing the city build I think is still good. I like the way this game looks overall. Well, we're playing it way more correctly, right? I tried to... part of the reason I'm doing this dual spirit series is because seeing where it's good to stay on your what you do solo, where it's good to try and really get up in each other's business. It's an interesting puzzle. So we look at the gift in the slow phase, right? That's okay, what about our harbingers? So we might want to not have any isolated Dahan. We also might want to have a whole load of Dahan in with our both spirits. This is an opportunity to do that. Also, this would mean we've got a couple of Dahan in with a blight on this board. It happens often enough that I don't see any. Oh, I guess we could push in with here, in which case we've got an ordering issue, because then we're missing out on a fear. That will clear this explorer. Just gonna, yeah, let's do that. So we do have the bare minimum of one Dahan in with our presence, so we get an extra fear there. Do this better. Dahan to D8, says Mega Chris. I mean, this 4 here aren't doing anything, are they? That's true. But these 2 here will clear this explorer. Or one of them might die, I guess. 4 fear is a hefty chunk. It's a hefty chunk. Alright, so the lightning's boo we just don't use. We're not using anything. Okay, here's our event. Explorer extra range, that's fine. We don't care about that. We've got some disease damage, but I think no disease. Fierce mean. Might get a few stonks out of that. Well, a few fear anyway. 1 fear. Bit stingy. Each player removes explorer or town from a land with a sacred site. Wow. Okay, game. Do we have it? So it's not going to make any difference to our big problem lands, but this is a nice little bonus in here. No option on that one. Okay, so we clear all that lot. This is a lot of buildings in here. Not by any means Matty's to it, but it's an argument for looking at gift of power in the fast. Okay, so Prussian town place. And it's on a jungle explore. God, this is exactly the kind of time where I get confused on these. So this has just popped up. So next turn is Sand Ravage, jungle build. In a world where we had defend cards, we might be happy to just plonk it in there, but we're not in that world. We picked this. We have no regrets. We have no more stage 3 left. The inland is looking reasonably clear, so I think we just put it as far to the coast as we can. That's right. This is a land with 2 blights on it, but it's fine. So, yeah. So, not jungle. Can we do something about this? We can't do that. We might be YOLO majoring with Fangs next turn, but at least we've got the energy to do that. Ravage turn off besides 7, so maybe we can manage it. I mean, yeah, we've got a big blight pool as well. We've got, we can just let this go. It seems a bit ridiculous. That's the nice thing about Prussia is that, against Sweden, any of these ones that we let go are just a, mega pain. But this is actually, it's 2 blight. which is kind of a turn off. Yeah. I'm just gonna think about that for way too long. Okay. I'm getting there. I think I would have done it, Glimmer. It's very aggro. What's this? Looking at the minor power in the fast phase? Not sure I'm following what's going on here. Oh, is this some other game? Are you talking about some other game? Okay. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Look at that. Gorgeous. Especially if we're looking at a major for shadows. Trying to get too excited here, peasant. Yeah, sorry if I've missed something in chat. Oh, Glimmer's saying Hornstemmer's worth it in D8. I don't know. I don't know about that. If we take the embers in D8, we're forced, if we don't address this, to cascade either losing presence here and our only sacred site on this board, or we're talking cascaded here. I don't know. It seems a bit ropey to me. So lightning has got a nice pick here. Some of the big boys. Talking about haunting D7. Constancy for lightning. Yeah, it's a bit like, these are like the off-brand cards that you dream of for lightning, and I've got both of them. Boon, though, is huge, given that Shadows are probably going to be looking at a major next turn. Of course, this has whatever elements you want on it, which is pretty great too. It's the only option here that has the ideal elements on it, because it has whatever elements you like. I mean, oh, wow, here's something else going on. We've got two adjacent single explorers. We can prevent both of these next turn. With Shadows is innate. Oh, no, we can't, because we're not 3 players. Ignore me. We can, though, if we elemental boon on Shadows to give Moon fire. We could also give ourselves the air to give perfect elements for lightning. Can we afford to have a turn? That's preventing 2 builds gaining 2 fast fear. We would be able to play... We'd be able to have a good turn. And it would also support future majors. Very interesting. Let's see what else is going on here. We mean this past fast phase, okay. Console Elemental, prefer Boon. Boon's a ton of synergy. Boon's probably better indeed to trigger innate. Especially as we've got, like, this is the best possible scenario for Shadows as innate. Preventing 2 builds, gaining 2 fear, and Shadows is about to gain majors. This is probably forgettable, but if we've got the right major, this is perfect. Given that we've already got Gift of Power, I mean, Constancy is also amazing, but Shadows doesn't benefit that much from receiving Constancy. I guess a lot of the benefit would be for Lightning converting one of these plays into a constant 2 energy income, which is one of the many cool things you can do with Constancy. But given we're probably going to want to be rinsing Gift of Power each turn as well, I don't know, that might be over-egging the pudding a bit for the off-brand but awesome minor powers. 3rd level innate on Shadows. It's never been done. It's true. No one's been done. Not even Royce. Could get extra fear as well with extra damage. You could do a scaling turn for Lightning with Boon this next turn. Yeah, exactly. I feel like partly this enables Shadows to have a really good turn next turn. Even if they gain a horrible major power that does nothing, we'd still be able to just go, oh, okay, fine. Gain a Moon and a Fire from Elemental Boon and just play some of this nonsense and have a banger of a turn. Whereas Constancy doesn't do so much for Shadows. Yeah. This is the almost 100% on that. Yeah, let's go with it. Yeah, a rare moment where I don't choose Constancy. Get Lightning to 7 plays. Ah. Alas, we can't. We don't have the option for back against the wall. But okay, so this turn we have 1 ravage, but we can just let the cascade go. We can even let the cascade go into a land with no presence and 2 Dahan. Hey Royce, hey Roycey. Yeah, this is so interesting because the boon. Well, it's interesting to me because the boon means we're getting ahead. We're actually getting this, even if we have a slightly, you know, lackluster. It looks a bit lackluster here, and we're not obliged to play any major regain immediately. And yeah, this is so preventing 2 bills is very, very nice. So we'll reclaim with our friend here, though honest actually wait a second, peas and nuts, let's be correct about this. We actually don't have to commit. We actually don't have, we do have to commit because it's in the slow phase. Just ignore me. Just ignore me on that one. We do have to commit in this case because that's not also in growth phase. Yeah. So we reclaim, and because, especially because we've got elemental boon, but also it's a good thing for shadows to do. We look at a major. We might even draw a solution for this. That definitely says shadows. Indo Climo. That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. What is it? It's a big defend in here is what it is. It's also acceleration. It's such an this is such an interesting card to me. It does prevent 2, I mean, preventing 2 blight placement is pretty nice. It's good acceleration, even if you only use it for 1 or 2 turns. Indo, Shadows always likes growth all game. Poor Firevine. Will no one think of the Firevine? Let's think of the Firevine briefly. Do we actually we do have a Shadows sand presence. We have the ability to make it fast. We can afford it. We've even got a wilds in the Starring Sands. We've even got a way of adding more wilds. We're still not even thinking about Firevine. Poor little Firevine. Ooh, fast favors. Now you're talking my language, Bacon. I mean, I'm sure you were before, but you definitely are talking it now. Interestingly, we could even milk the fear because we can push a total of 6. We can have a total of 6 Dahan in there. For the full clear on the only big built-up inland board. I mean, Claim also deals with these rancid lands that are awkward. Though actually we won't have targeting there if we reclaim. Yeah, it probably is. It's almost certainly Indo Claim. Let's just consider our Shadows options. So this is interesting. Although we've been given the boon, we've gained the boon. It doesn't help us. We don't care so much about it for Claim. This was such a nice opportunity. I'm actually considering taking this, but not using it this turn. Briefly, let me just think about it. Because preventing 2 inland builds on an almost clear interior is a pretty big deal. It's good versus Russia, at least. Yeah, poor old Firevine. I mean, this is interesting, right? We could make this fast. Can we? Can we get... Yeah, we can get the threshold very easily. Yeah, let's actually consider these other options. Can it do enough in here? How many other... So we could do 6 fast damage in here. Destroy all explorers, which would be this one. And then we'd still have And that's assuming that we've accepted a plant from Boone to get the threshold and accepted the help to make it fast. We'd still have a city to think about in there. We are only at four plays. If we use the boon, the trouble is if we use the boon to get the city kill, we'd be foregoing Gift of Powering, which we probably want to do a lot. If we reclaim, we probably almost certainly want a Gift of Power. Just double boon for lightning, maybe. I wouldn't threshold claim Glimmer. Just go for counterattack to clear. 4 worlds and threshold, it was 8 damage. Would it be 4? We've only got the 1 wilds. Oh yeah, we're right. You're correct. We'd actually add an additional wilds. We couldn't add the wilds in here because it has a blight. God, I want to take this almost just for flavour. For flavour. And the nice thing about wilds is that with this many wilds kicking around, this is like, it's not a permanent solution to the problem of Prussia, but it's... Yeah, good call. If we use Razor Sharp... The thing is, if we use Razor Sharp, then we need to accept the fire as well, but that's fine, because the lightning would want the fire anyway. So we would have... We could put the wilds somewhere. We could put the wilds in here, even. We could put the wilds in here, destroy this explorer. So we'd get one of those destroys in. We could also, if we donate the moon as well... Oh, no. No. We'd be able to drag this explorer into here and kill it with a Firevine. Are we going Firevine? Is that what's happening? Only 2 plays. Yeah, we can get the extra elements from Boone. So... Oh, we wouldn't... No, we wouldn't have enough moons. No, we would. If we played this Razor Sharp with Firevine and got gifted Moon Fire Plant, we'd have the moons to drag this explorer. This is so convoluted compared to just taking claim. But we'd be able to drag this explorer in, kill this explorer in the fast phase, fast Firevine in here doing 8 damage, so we could destroy almost everything. But here's the great thing about it. All of these lands would now have wilds in. Hey, Viking, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. Wow, you do seem incredibly new. This morning on the way to work, I wasn't really paying attention. I drove to the back of a car at some traffic lights. The driver got out, and it turned out he was a dwarf. He said, "I'm not happy." I said, "Well, which one are you then?" Thank you so much for... Thanks for that. Nice to see you, Viking. How are you? Viking is a fellow streamer, by the way. They stream good games. Let's see what they were up to last time. Pray. Vining up the interior for stage 3 is actually decent. I kind of feel like it is decent. It's certainly different, right? How often do you get to vine it up? So the 8 damage in here would clear... We'd do almost everything. Oh, can we combine it with a turn where lightning actually just develops themselves as a person? I.e. gets to 5 plays? We could go with this option, go to 5 plays, get the engine, Raging Storm to finish off. With the Raging Storm and the Gifted Fire, we wouldn't get any Innate or anything. There is this Ravage over here. We don't care about this Ravage over here. If you kill the city with Vine, lightning might do the clear. Well, we've got this sitting in our hand anyway. This is a bit of a example of really messing around. But the thing is that's interesting is that getting to the 5th play, especially with this, is going to be a huge boon to us for lightning. It's a huge power up. And we'll have wilds in all of these lands. It wouldn't be fast. A good point, Bacon. You've made a good point. Yeah. So if we're going to do the claim thing, to get the actual counter on it, we need to reclaim anyway. Damn it. This was... Maybe I thought it was Firevine's time to shine. If we do Indo this turn, we do have the energy. We'd get to 3 plays next turn with an income of 3. So we could place... We'd have to... Yeah, then we'd be in a bit of a weird reclaim loop for a while. But we wouldn't necessarily... We could, like, place... We could alternate Indo Claymos. The thing is, if we do the, like, multiple Dahan push into here, counter, 6 Dahan will clear this, which is a lot of damage. That's a lot of the building stock on the board gone. And the thing is that this is... We don't need to mess around to use this to save us in a land that's otherwise completely lost. You might get a turn off for growth next turn. Scale to 6 turn, maybe. It's reclaim for lightning. I think it's Firevine's... You think it's Firevine's time to shine? Oh, really? I think definitely if I was just playing for me, yeah, rather than whatever the hell this is, I would be fire. I'd be like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes into the Firevine. Okay, so let's think about the Firevine more. This Blight's going to fall this turn. Unless Lightning just deals with it. If we reclaim, Lightning can just deal with it. With their innate. Because we're at the magic 4 powers. So we could get to this. We're gifting Moon, Fire, Plant. Okay, yeah, I think I am not sure that this is the correct play. Not sure. Is concealing... Have we done enough concealing of shadows? It's such a cool trick, but you only ever get to do it like once or twice. The thing we do know is that we are never going to get Indomitable Claim now. Which is generally the reason you get rid of a card like this, because you've got a big defend. Or is it Mantle? Is you over? Is Mantle... Oh, the other thing to think about is where are our Dahan? They're kind of in irrelevant places now. The Claim plus Dahan push is probably better for Firevine's actually working as well, though. Yeah. I think we go with the... Okay, so because this doesn't have fire on, I think we get rid of it. And favors is favors. We keep favors. Okay, so... Oh god, we also get to gain a... Okay, I think actually... In case this decision impacts this decision, we should do this first. So we still are looking at minor powers for lightning. We don't pick this, by the way. That's because we don't pick this. It doesn't exist. You saw nothing. This has perfect elements. It does... God, it's another reason to not favor Indomitable. Wilds, though. Call to Migrate. Why don't only 3 cards come up for you to choose? I know, it's weird. It's like there should be a card here, but I just can't see it. So, bearing in mind that we are going high on plays, because I've not misplayed the opening this time, the 0 costness of something is a lot. Yeah, so weird. Into claim would be great over here. Just saying. But maybe we could do fast wild shenanigans over here. We probably can't because of all the blight everywhere. But that's a problem for lightning to solve. Okay, I think we favour this because it has the elements, right? Defend 4. Does it help in any of these jungles? Potentially. These are both going to be dealt with, by the way. Defend 4 doesn't really do anything in here, so I think we just go with our elements. Big fan of mists. It's pretty good. But for lightning, I guess it's a water. And we might even get to push to 6 where we can get away with having fewer than... But we've already got cheap water and boon. You pick go through tags just for elements. No, I don't know. That I'd rather it just wasn't in the deck. So I sulk about it by just not. It's my way of sulking. Push cult isolation. I think we picked that just for the elements. And we do this because we do this. And we get rid of this because we get rid of this. There you go. That's some good thing. Really explaining my moves here. Here's the fire vine. Here's the undergrowth. So we are short. We are giving Moonfire Plant with this. Moonfire Plant. And we have the 4 plays. We've got towns we want to destroy. We've got multiple towns we want to destroy, so we destroy multiple towns. We need to go fast with our Firevine, and that's all of our plays. I think that's the correct collection. Oh, no, it's not, because we don't get our extra town destroy. We're skipping out gift of power to do this. Quickly check our maths. So we'll gain... a wilds in here. We'll place a wilds in here and a wilds in here. We'll do 8 damage, which is the explorer push and all of the buildings except one town. Then we kill the town. Yeah, we need to actually not gift of power this turn. I already have non-fire cards of Preferred Mode. Great. Yeah, I think, yeah, that does feel right. So yeah, or we could just let this go for the benefit of getting an extra power from Gift of Power. Keep back homesteads. Yeah, but this cascade I don't think is worth it. It also means we'd be placing wilds in land and not clear it, which is also a waste. And then we've got this blight, and then this is just all blight over here. I guess we kind of claim we are almost committing to the reclaim loop by doing this, though. You get it with elements. Oh, that's it. Yeah, you're right. I was a bit confused as to why I didn't get it. But what's the benefit of keeping back homesteads? Yeah, okay, that's... Yeah, I don't see a benefit of having all of this be blight. Especially with, yeah, this being unreachable. You're solving D7 with lightning innate, no? Yeah, there's also this sand here that's ravaging. That the only solution is this. And then if we let this blight, we've got a situation where this is blighted and this and this. And that's a 3 blight ravage. I don't know how much lag you've got, Bacon, but that's the decision I've just seen. What you're saying in chat, I've been sat on for a while. Okay, we do this. We boon to give the crucial moon fire plant. We have the Firevine threshold. We have the darkness swallows the unwary. We bring this one in, preventing this build in here. We lightning's boon. We Firevine in here, which destroys all the explorers and does 8 damage, which is not all the damage, but it's most of the damage. In fact, we are just 1 damage short of this. Oh, you're agreeing. It's often quite hard to really know what people mean. What do you mean? Why are you telling me this thing that I am doing? If you're telling me you're agreeing with my play, tell me you're agreeing with my play. I'm probably just being all autistic about this. I'm only just learning how to be autistic. Alright, each player add an explorer to a town without invaders or Dahan. Beasts are destroying explorers, and we get to use a slow power now. Wow. Well, we might not have enough Dahan in there. Okay, we add an explorer to land without invaders or Dahan. So we definitely don't want to add to wilds unless we're deliberately planning to destroy them with future strangling firevines, which I think is a terrible idea. So I'm not even going to entertain. I'm not going to read that. I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even going to mention it. So yeah. So I think we put this one in here. And then over here we've got similar conundrum, so put it in there. But add a beast to a board without one. Is this that stingy one that's only... It's to a board without one. It only adds 1 beast. Very, very stingy. It's going to take us a while to deal with this land, and this is our most awkward land. It's out of range of all of our sacred sites. So I think we put the beast in there for luck. Stocks are back on the menu! Finally. This is at least adjacent to lightning, so we can slap that around. And we don't gift of power now because we wait till the slow phase. Even though we've been given the... We've been lucky enough to be given the opportunity. Explore does not affect coastal lands. How wonderful. She kind of might make a difference. Except I've... Yeah, probably won't make a difference. Okay, sand and mountain. So wild's already doing work in this one. I think this wild actually wasn't even adjacent to a building, which is the benefit of just clearing that. I know that the Indo Clamo play would have done that, but it's still pretty good. Okay, so I'm pretty certain we want to give this to our friend Lightning here, and this might be a good turn potentially to grow. What are our ravages like? We've got a horrible ravage here. It's an 8 damage ravage, and maybe I think Shadows is going to be looking at another major this turn. Okay. Shadow's presence at D4 means you can Firevine later. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's time for the Firevine. It's just a shame that we were offered constancy and boon at the same time, so we can't just get this back without reclaiming. Though once we get to 3 players, we're not so sad about reclaiming, but it's still not ideal. In fact, yeah. So we give Lightning another card, right? Reaching grass, fire in the sky. Oh my. These are some cards we've been given here. Maybe able to grow presents finally. Okay, so of course this has the good elements that we like. Fire and air. How does it help us with our immediate problems? What kind of... Best we can destroy is a city and a town. Except that we used our homesteads this turn. I think... but yeah, right. Yeah, saving the homesteads would have meant we'd have had it for, like, here. Now, we didn't, of course, know that we were going to get offered this, but... The grasp. Now, we often... It's important to reject the grasp and then regret it later, so just don't forget that we're probably not going to take grasp. It does give us extra firefight range. Fire in the sky is my first thought. Fire in the wind. It's almost like getting propane canisters in Noita. It's just impossible to lose once you've got a propane canister wand. I mean, people try and lose in those circumstances and they fail. Fire in the Sky is an incredibly good card anyway. It doesn't immediately solve these problems, but it might bring things into a range. Oh, actually, it does. If we can strife the... No, we don't have adjacent Dahan in there. We do have adjacent Dahan down here. These are the Dahan we rescued earlier, by the way. We could push those in with the strife. We'd be committing to a reclaim to do that. Would be pretty good to clear that. Ambush has water fires cheaper than Raging Storm. Yeah, it's an interesting decision. And of course, this is from Gift of Power, so I can't. I need to make the decision now. I can't wait until I see what Shadows is offered. I don't think there is, aside from for the sake of jokes, I don't think there's something that justifies the grasp here. Ambushes, we are in a position where we can put Dahan pretty much wherever we want. If you were to push Dahan in here for defend 4, that's a 9 damage ravage there. And defend 4 is not a whole hell of a lot. Also, defend 4 is kind of irrelevant over here. This is defend 3 at best, but the strife is kind of more than that. You don't need to reclaim for Harbingers. Oh, that's true. It's just sat there. Lean Fire in the Sky, that feels probably important. Yeah, especially if we prevent a lot of builds, it means that often our fear will lag behind a little bit. Sacred sites aren't really a problem. If this had more range on, I'd be thinking about it more. Let's just save a few brain cells. Crucial brain cell saving techniques on offer. So we do not have the option of making Shadows fast if we try and push the turn, but we can see what Shadows gets if we look at a power for Shadows. We can push to 3 plays. Sound and mounted, but oh, we've got another opportunity to do a double build prevent. Wow, this is a rare... I guess Prussia is like the ideal candidate for this kind of shenanigans, but if we get to 3 plays and just play stuff on element, we can prevent these 2 builds and these adjacent sand mountains. It's a bit funky though, because this gather is non-optional, so this can be a bit... This often disappoints. But we do have a good way of using it there. Here it doesn't, of course, prevent the build because there's a town in there already. But so I think we push to 3 plays because we've got good things to do, even if we're not firevining. And I think we look at a major because if we're sitting on 6 cards, so if we grab another major, we're still on 6, and we tend to be on 3 plays for most of the game now. So I think we place presence and look at a major, and then we decide, come back and look at what we're doing with Wildfire. We could even, I mean, if it's a 4 that's particularly good, we could even push to 4 energy. Not sure. I mean, there is a really good, oh yeah, there's a really good major for 4. It's called Indomitable Claim. Peasant. Hey, thanks for the well done, Mapper. Oh, Flap Redeem. Thanks for looking after my hands. What are these cards, eh? Well. 4 slow cards, though. A lot of slow cards suddenly become very exciting when they're fast. Poisson Land is often intriguing. I'm intrigued by Poisson Land. Mists of Oblivion. Mists of Oblivion in combo with Raging Storm is interesting. Do we have any water cards? No. So it makes me want to party. A good opportunity to play this Harbinger Migrate gets 6 plays, maybe last chance of phase season coming. Yucko. Not particularly great cards, but Merpa's partying. I dislike partying in clubs. I much preferred outdoor raves and warehouse raves. Back when I was young, I remember those days of days of slightly better physical health and constant crippling mental health problems. Yeah, it's great. I like some game music. Bruh, no raving. No, what do you mean no? What do you mean no? You think this is? Now, the other thing to think about is we do have elemental boons, so we do have threshold. We have got more threshold ability than you might think. So the threshold on Oblivion is not actually that hard for us in a world with threshold, and we'd be happy to receive the moon. We'll probably have the air anyway at 3 plays. All your big poison land targets have blight. Fire and floods fast next turn. Ever the optimist. That's bacon. Thresh the fire easy. It's a lot of damage. Back the days drinking lots of hot milk. Yeah, lots of hot milk. I was a rare. I mean, I did have periods of not even drinking alcohol. It would be the unusual person that actually just liked the music. I just like the music. There's just people just like yeah, in all sorts of states. There's just me going, oh, I like this. This is lovely. Board games and game nights, a bit of an introvert. See, the great thing about loud music is you don't have to talk to anyone. It's wonderful. You just dance around. You just cut shapes. The closer you get to the speakers, the less people even try and talk to you. It's wonderful. Okay, let's try and figure out what I'm doing here. So we could still reclaim and make something fast here. We top out at 4 energy this turn. We could do a fast mists with support, but the trouble is that, yeah, as has been said, I think this is our last chance to get lightning really powered up. After this, probably we won't have any opportunities to do that. Last time I got a smack on my arse, not a fan of strangers touching me. Yeah, me neither. I don't like that either. I kind of got used to mosh pits and mash pits. I got used to that, but that's only when it's like I know the scene and know the people. Yeah. You can grow 3 for the energy to forward fire and floods. What, next turn? Certainly can. I mean, I think this turn where we prevent these sand mountain builds is pretty good. This is good job, especially as they're blighted already. This is the trouble is that this is an absolute disaster over here. This is a 3 blight ravage in here. How many? Yeah, 3. 3 blight. Which is too many. Fast sweep. Okay, this has moon, which also means that we can potentially... We could potentially mists on 2 plays with Land of Haunted Embers and get gifted Moonfire to prevent these builds, and Mist with Threshold. Mist with Threshold we could use to address this land. Just address it. Say, hey, look, hey land, do you want to just be empty? Because we do have a particular, especially this land's even worse, but lightning should be able to just deal with this, right? The trouble is we need it to be fast, and we have to reclaim to get that ability. By reclaiming, though, we are then kind of committing to 4 plays for yet another turn. If we let this blight happen, we then are looking at, it's a 3 blight ravage. 1, 2, 3. A 3 ravage and a 2 presence loss ravage on a blighted island where we then only have a few presence left on this board and lose both these sacred sites. But that could still, it could still be fine. But that's a lot of blight to give up. We're still at, okay, we're nearly at Terra 2. It's a lot, but it may not be too many. I guess it depends what the Sand Mountain turn looks like afterwards. Prevent these 2. No build here, no build here, no build here. City build here that we could downgrade with crops with a build here. So only 2 builds on this board. 1 build on this board. It's a pretty chilled next turn. But we still need to do something about this. I don't think we can't really... This is a 2 blight ravage. Blight here, blight here. This is a 3 blight ravage and 2 presence. 5 blight. The benefit of pushing the placement this turn is we'd be able to have this little micro turn where we destroy a town somewhere. We could, if we push to 5, we could prevent this build as well and use the storm. If we use the storm, we actually can destroy a city fast. Wait, would we be able to afford that? Yeah, we would be able to afford that. So we could destroy a city. We could even we could destroy this city, storm in here, and strife this. Can West Jungle 3 be solved? Without reclaiming. Shadows has nothing to contribute to this. I don't think. Aside from like YOLO leaning into hardened things happening. More priority than East Jungle 2. That's true, but it's less easy to deal with. This is we can deal with this with what we have in hand, so we can then get to 5 plays, which would be a big step up. And because not only would it allow us, it would also kind of mean that Shadow could just pick whichever one of these horrible cards they wanted. I think it's still Oblivion. But yeah, I don't think we can solve this in the fast phase. You say double up, don't you mean super sacred? That's the terminology we use around here. Yeah, so I think we... Getting to the 5th play is a huge power-up. Have we seen Festering Pits yet? That's a good point. Festering Pits of ruin. No, we have not seen Festering Pits. Those of you not so familiar, what that will do is it will just add a blight in a land on each board that has 2 blights. So we've got a double blighter in here. We're looking down the barrel of having a double blighter in here and in here as well. Land A3 is a Festering Pit. It certainly is. I mean, this is the benefit of getting to 5 plays is it means we can destroy multiple buildings in the fast phase with multiple buildings with lightning's innate. Shadows, I guess, got unfortunate that we drew nothing we could just use to immediately help this situation. The thing is that by playing Boon or either of these boons, we're not hindering lightning particularly, but we're getting so late in the game that we don't really... We're unlikely to get it an easier turn than this turn. For example, if we're at 5 plays, we could just use our innate to take care of this land. And even start looking at major powers and stuff like that, maybe. 3 bite and then Fisting Plates. Ouch. You have at least one of the +3 damage events. I mean, okay, this is a turn where, although both of these ravages are devastating, a 3 blight and a 2 blight, I mean, we could just lose if we get Festering Pits, which is why it's a rancid event. But we can do. The thing is, we can do something about this with this hand. So I think that's right. Yeah. I think this is the play. We make a Super Sacred in here, so we are accepting a triple blight, but it does mean we can play all of these. We've got Thundering Destruction, which can destroy a city. We can use all this stuff over here. We can destroy the city. We can Strife the town. And we can Raging Storm all of these explorers. So this will not blight and cascade. And also, Festering Pits will not have a target on this board. I've had one of the +3, sorry. Okay. So, yeah, and so we are taking a 3 blight ravage, but it does mean we're at 5 plays, which means that when we reclaim, this is now an option. We are now in a position where reclaiming every turn for the rest is kind of really good, and we're powerful. And we've avoided the possibility of instant loss. And we're also can just pick whichever one of these we think is best. I think Mists of Oblivion is probably best because we can easily threshold it. We can also afford it. It also allows us to milk our fear game a little bit. So the moon thing is good. Fire and Flood is multiple lands though. Okay, we're not playing a major this turn. We're going to have 3 plays, and we're going to basically be playing some of these cards. I've not even thought about it. We're probably just going to be playing a combination of these cards, funnily enough. Probably, maybe even just doing the same here. But we're likely to. We're going to have next turn. We're either going to have 3 or 4 energy when we reclaim. Price is going to matter on this. If we reclaim next turn, we won't be able to afford. We won't be able to afford our Firevine. We certainly won't be able to afford Fire and Flood. Like we won't be able to use this and Firevine. We've already got a kind of good setup for Firevine to do something of use in these lands potentially. You've also got to think about what we're forgetting. Sweep into the sea is very interesting. Because we've got the ability to create towns out of cities. Place the strife to hope for a ravage skip. The strife is just we can just not have a blight in this land. We thunder in destruction to destroy the city. We strife the town, we kill all the explorers. So there'll be a single strifed building there. I guess we could get unlucky and have the strife removed if we were playing Jagged Earth. Maybe there isn't an event that removes the strife. But yeah, I think Fire and Flood's too expensive is what I'm drawing to. Given that we've got given that we've also got another major we might want to play. Another major that also does cover multiple lands. G3 Shadows next turn and afford Fire and Floods. Okay, so in this next turn with Fire and Floods, if I actually do the turn now, which I think is the best turn, which is preventing 2 builds with my innate, which costs me 3 of my cards, I would then have a turn where I play the remaining card, which probably will do next to nothing, with Fire and Flood, and then so I'd be getting no innate, no thresholds, so I could. I just don't think it's worth. I don't think it's a good turn. Is what I'm driving towards. Sweep into the sea or mists. Oh my god, such a crap today. Don't reclaim with Shadows keeping a fire miner back. Why would I want to allow these builds in Blighted Lands? What is the... Oh my god, it's such a crap. Elemental Boon to Threshold Fire and Flood. That's true, I would have the boon. So I'd get the fire. So I'd get an 8 damage and a 4 damage. Yeah, I'd forgotten about the threshold. We'll talk about 4 and 4. Hordes of Fire and Floods. And you can have an 8-2. So yeah, next turn 3 energy, 7. So haunts. I guess it doesn't matter which one of these I play as long as I make sure that I don't keep favors for next turn. So then I could boon. So I'd be skipping the reclaim, going to 4 and 2. For the, I'm still not convinced, even though it is a very good card. It's a good card. How many cities? I mean, the thing is, we're still in Terra 1, right? No removal of strife tokens except in Jagged Earth. Okay. I still think it's I still don't like it. Okay, so the good thing is it does do a lot of damage in one land and 4 in another. It also then means I'm destitute. It means I reclaim and I'm just having constant weak turns. Constant. It's just weakness. I want strength. It looks like it all works from here. You can get the 3 plays of tier 2 and 8 this turn and still get Threshold of Fire and Flood next turn. I think your plan with milking more fear sounds reasonable. Yeah. You've told me the plan a few times. I just don't think it's very good. Well, okay, why do I think it's not good? Because I'm committing myself to a very, very expensive major. It's a good card. So what happens the turn after that? I'll have a completely empty hand. I have 4 energy and 2 plays. I'll be kind of forced to reclaim on 2 plays. I can get element support to get innate to potentially be doing this and preventing a couple of builds if I'm keep being lucky with like that. And then I've got this. I guess this could be a good finisher. I don't know. You're just telling me the same thing in different order. I know that I wasn't convinced I could afford it. I can just about afford it. What happens the turn after that? Oh, great. I've got 2 plays. Oh, no, I have 3 plays. No, I won't. I just don't like it. It's just too expensive. It does affect multiple lands, though. God, this is the trouble. This is the trouble with doing 2 games in a row of this. I've already placed presents with shadows. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, because we're looking to place our to get our 3rd play. The fact we can make it fast does make it more interesting. And it's very flexible, but we'll be able to play it next turn. To kind of, I guess, deal with this land. I don't know, my gut says no. My gut says actually this is bad. Let's look at the other options. This is very... Okay, so this is very easy to threshold. But doesn't really do a lot. Man, I just don't want to pick Fire and Flood, do I? This threshold is also out of reach. We don't have any sun cards. So it does require 3. Don't like poison land on the board with this much. All of our important lands are blighted. It's the same story if you take Miss, just whether the energy difference is worth it. Yeah. I don't... Okay, so I guess I don't... I'm not sure I can actually fully justify this, but my reason for being against this is that I could play it next turn with... It doesn't actually matter which one of these I play it with, as long as it's not favors. Because the energy that I don't spend this turn, I get next turn. Fine. So I play Fire and Flood with whichever one of these gives me the fire, and then with another fire. And on that turn, I would get my innate, because I'd be giving elements anyway to get one of the thresholds. So I do 4 damage in one land, and then in another. It's weird though. I'm not sure I can justify why I don't like it. This land is going to be clear. This land's going to build. So we're going to have a town and a city in here. And then nothing that matters adjacent to this land. I guess we could target here and here. It does target this land, but then so does Mist of Oblivion. Over here, we've got... If I had a sacred site here, it would target both of these. We've got no rage extenders because we've carefully made sure to not pick up either of the range extenders offered to us. Yeah, okay, fine. I gave up in the end. All right, what do we forget? So... I'm still not convinced, but I kind of just want to play it out now. So we've got a more incentive to keep fire cards. I want to play 3 cards this turn, so we don't really want to forget anything in hand. So I think that leaves Firevine. We do have other fire plant options. We now have more plays, so we're not so tied into the razor sharp, even though it does make the Firevine better. We have our presence place. So we could go for making this sacred site stay here. This sacred site, it still survive after this inevitable cascade here. I think that is more useful than making a sacred site here that doesn't do much. And we go to 3 plays. We make sure that we play this turn. Quickly we check to see if we have a good Land of Haunts and Embers. That could be a good Land of Haunts and Embers. It is adding Blight though. Razor can go. Do we have a good crops? Yeah, we do have a good crops potentially. Because interestingly, if we are in a world where we've been forced by chat to play Fire and Flood, the Crops Wither turns a city and a town into 2 towns for the purposes of destruction. And then we do need to play 1 more of either land or mantle. Do we have a good... This is actually a good mantle here. We can target lightning with the mantle. Just push these somewhere and we'll know what stage 3 is by then. So it's a nice slow mantle. Does mean we're swinging in the wind a bit with Land and Haunts, but we'll also know more about our game state and whether this is a decision we want to make or not. Probably Haunts is just elements on this board. Yeah, outside of shenanigans. Sands for East could be good for mantle. Yeah, I pointed at that. I pointed at that. God. Okay, so if we finally haven't worked it all out, it's a great mantle. It's great. Okay, we do the things. We actually have a call to migrate that I have not really thought about. I guess we could set up a counter in there. And we've got harbingers as well. So we've got a nice double build prevent in here. God, it feels so long ago that I first thought about these ideas. Oh, this was our idea of a mantle. We get the fear regardless. Let's just quickly check. We do have. This is a world where we have mantles. This is also a good mantle in here, actually. It's even a Crops Wither kind of mantle. In a world where we've God, we're going to have 0 energy when we reclaim. We're going to want to use Boon. We're actually going to have 1 spare energy next turn. Eek. Okay. I know what I'm going to do about next turn. I'm not going to think about it. So we actually might really value the mantle in here. It turns out. Yeah, so here's the example of where Dark Swallows is horrible. Because it will gather an explorer even if you don't want it to. So you'll go, oh great, it's 2 explorers. We'll prevent that build. Huh? No, you won't. That won't happen. So I think we avoid the build. And we'll mantle over here. Okay, so we may as well set up a counter. Where the hell are all my Dahan? Wow, Terra level 2. I know. Once again, I'm just showing the world how to speedrun. I like the counter in here because the blight, in with the blight means they might clean it up. It also means that they're over here for potential doing things over here. We've not had Years of Little Rain yet. We do have presence in here. Shadows would appreciate the presence. We could forget Fire and Flood to pay for Years of Little Rain as well. That was a joke. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to do that. So, yeah, let's... That's a good counter in there. I think we do leave the singular presence in there. We gather. Oh, actually, wait a second. We've got a way better things to do than that. On this board, we've got 2 Dahan in with this blight. I'm thinking maybe bring this 4 over to here and then push to here, get the fear from Harbingers. Cultural assimilation. Yes, that's true. We do think about the assimilations. I guess the thing is, actually, we're okay with presence. This is fine. Yeah, I like the playing around that. Oh god. I often do this. I try and just deselect it by dragging off screen, and then it just selects it somewhere. So, oh, we don't get our extra fear from Harbingers with that push. Cultural assimilation on this, or we can prevent it on this board. Cultural assimilation requires an adjacent city, though. There is no adjacent city here or here. So actually, I gotta go with the original idea. So the single near... Yeah, D3. What do you mean? Forgot only the flood, keep the fire. So we finish pushing. And we push in here for this counter. So yeah, no cities in this area. Hey, it's the Poultry Spear Classic. Beast Stonks pay out. Do we even have any beasts? We do have a beast. So, like local diaspora, 2 to hard from a land with blight to a land without blight. So it's worth thinking about that as well. We do have a single fear card. If we push the towns, single fear card's not going to do anything about that. So we want to make sure we don't make a city build, I think. Don't move that single near D3. The single D5 was the one I was concerned you were going to move. Ah, okay. Okay. So we don't push a town into here. So we have to push something. We'll push an explorer into there. So there's no way of avoiding that build. But this, I mean... Yeah, this is not going to be... I don't know if... Sand and mountain build. This just means we're pushing a city build to here instead of it being in here. I guess this is still the perennial land 3 situation. Now, with this setup of like the board being like this, I do this so that there can be a bigger board on screen. It does have the disadvantage if we have 2 of these lands with only 2 adjacencies. Okay, so we've got some Dahan rearrangement from Forsake the Barren Land. Okay, so this guy is going to get pushed. They're going to get pushed out of here anyway. So we'll push this one instead. And we'll make sure not to push it next to this city. We could push it in with Shadows' presence. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to have that. Let's push it in there. And then we could push these... See, this is with wilds as well. It's actually a very irrelevant spot on the board. Here is closer to being over here in the action. We do have Dahan movement. I guess we'll... Defend 2 in all lands. Crikey, that's a lot of defend. Thankfully, not enough to save this triple blight sitch. But this is fine over here. This is fine. Okay, so This wilds here is now gone, having prevented a ravage. Didn't get an explore here, notice, because of the lack of inland buildings. Or here. And now we've got just a load of shadows things to do. Okay, so after you guys bullied me so much, we will be doing Fire and Floods next turn. And we could be doing it fast. Let's think about the board and then think about what we do with these. So we have Sand and Mountain Ravages next. A 2 damage Ravage in here, which might well be a good Land of Haunts and Embers. It's going to do 2 Blight. We may as well just gain some fear for it anyway. Sorry, a Blight. Is that a town? Oh, that town's in here as well. Yeah. Even more reason that we could get unlucky. Then over here we've got a 3 damage Ravage. This is very fire in the skyable, probably. Or just destroy the town. So if we think about where we want to fire in the sky, they have to be targeted from the same land. If we target here and here, here doesn't have a city though. If we target here and here, it basically means we don't necessarily want to target them right now with these things, which is why I'm thinking about it now. We also might want to think about our fear generation. So this is only this land is ravaging next turn. This is not a big worry. In fact, this is not a great area for Fire and Flood because we can only target one of them at 2 range. So we actually can't only... We could target here in one of these. So here is better, I think, to just leave this alone with its currently 7 health worth of invaders. Except this is the only land we're in with buildings. So we could get rid of the... The thing is, if we downgrade, we kind of still need to do a lot of damage in here to prevent the blight. Think about energy for lightning. Only 3 energy for lightning next turn. Oh yeah, lightning is a sad panda when it comes to energy next turn. A3 and A4 decent targets for Fire and Flood. Yeah, they're decent. The 4 damage in here and then 8 in here. Yeah, I think we've got good targets. I'm just trying to make sure I target these in the right place. Because if we just combo a lot of this stuff in here this turn, we can leave this as being a town and explorer, which is again soluble. So let's... And yeah, as we will be broke next turn, especially if we are elemental booning for the sake of lightning. We are not playing many cards next turn. It'll be what, boon, power, harbingers, and hopefully a 0 cost minor power that we pick up. Using Fire and Sky, already have 3 energy use. Yeah, we are broke. So I guess mountains are also a high priority for full clearance. So if we clear here in the fast phase, we're not only dealing with the ravage, we're preventing a build too. And this is a 1 range. This is a 2. This is an 8 damage. That's a 4 damage. That's dealing with 2 ravages in the fast. Then we've got this 1 here. That this is very. I think this is very. We could deal with this just with our innate plus maybe shadows doing stuff. I guess the issue is that we can't yeah. Okay, I think I'm burning brain for no reason. So I think we just crop Wither in here. How many fear would be away from Terra 3? That's a good question. We're miles away from Terra 3. We're currently 2 fear away from this card, and then we've got 3 full cards, so that's 26 fear. 26 fear? 26 fear. So let's bring some Dahan over here for this counterattack. That seems reasonable. bring this lone one and leave no lone ones. And that will clear out and explore and gain us a nice 3 fear. And then we've got our mantle. Oh, we could just mantle this. You were saying it was a good mantle. I was denying it was a good mantle. It is a good mantle. Kind of. So the mantle completely deals with this land. God, it's a bit weird to use thresholded fire and flood to deal with this. But we could use the threshold in here and the 4 damage in here and then use innate shenanigans on one of those. And this also frees up lightning to get spicy in here, maybe. Don't want to push inland, I don't think. The thing is, we don't have action skips. I'm not sure it's actually a good idea to pile these up too much, especially given how much clustered light there is here. I'm doing it anyway. The pea brain gradually grinding to a halt. Okay, so we are reclaiming. Oh, we do have 1 more energy because of this reclaim. I had forgotten about that. We're still pretty broke. We have 8 cards, 5 plays. If we go for a minor power here, we might have the opportunity to get to 6 plays next turn and not have enough cards. Pretty cool, huh? So, it's tempting to look at a major though, anyway. But I think we don't need one. What we really want is a 0 cost miner to help us this turn. So we'll look at one of those. What I said was, I mean, this is good, but I said a 0 cost miner power to help us through this turn. Okay? No, I'd forgotten about the energy granted by the reclaim. So we do have 1 more energy than I thought we had. This is almost certainly the pick. I think I'm just going to click it and save brain cells. Okay, so we boon. Oops. We boon. Lightning's turn was decided a while ago. So we need to put this presence somewhere. We could start working on a sacred site over here, thinking about future fire and floods. Or we could start working on a sacred site over here, thinking of these future fire and floods. So except this one already has lightning kind of on it, so I think we start making a sacred site over here, and we play these 2, and we're now broke. That's fine. Not going to get 6 plays lightly. The crabs. The crabs. There's why he's such a crab. I think there's room for an earth on boon for Steam Vent's Threshold. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We can give ourselves 3rd earth. Wondering what glimmers. We actually can get this, which is pretty interesting. Do we actually have one to do? I probably should have... Okay, we could do that in here. Which means we could do a bigger hit on one of these more built-up lands with fire and flood, potentially. And maybe even just let this go for the sake of using the threshold on a more worthy target. Yeah, I like it. So in order to get that 3rd, we're probably doing this, but we're probably playing Gift of Power anyway, so no great sacrifice there. We like the fast fire and flood. We like it. Means we could have a perfectly safe Ravage in there. We could revise, I might revise this in a moment. We do have a 5th play, and we have no option about that. If we want to play a 5th card, it's Harbingers. So we've got this city destruction here. Now we will get, how many fire have we got? So we've got 3 fire. We will get another fire from Boone, which will take us up to 4 fire. Yeah, we don't have a 0 cost card to slot in here, so we don't have a way of getting multiple destroys on buildings. Boone vents Harbinger's gift. Boone Harbingers. So the boon gives us the clearance on this mountain, which is valuable. Not only is that making this safe, it's preventing a potential explorer into this sand, which we like. The steam vents means we can target here with the bigger effect, which is also great. I don't want to just rush this last bit and then die. If that's all right. We're going to have a town build here. Next turn, we're going to have these 4 plays. We will have another card from Gift of Power. We could potentially have a expensive turn. Still won't be able to afford everything. You could destroy a town in the slow phase too with lightning if you don't know what to destroy. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, there's no actual great advantage to destroying a city in this case. If we destroy this city, for example, they just rebuild the city. I mean, there might be a circumstance where we wanted that, but this is not it. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the only I don't think that there's any way to improve this. Yeah. Okay, so first up, we boon. We give a fire, which is also giving a fire to ourselves, which is why boon is amazing. We like the moon, and also the earth means that we now get this vent threshold. Move Dahan into D5 to hope for an event for fear card help. D5? We don't have to take any risks in D5. And I don't want to take a single risk. We destroy the town. We fast Fire and Floods in here and in here. We do the additional damage in here. We clear this land completely. Oh, this might be ordering. We might want to use Harbingers somewhere. We probably just push Harbingers into either of these lands. I'd rather leave these 2 Dahan in here. They're about to build a town in there. See, there is this blight here that I'd kind of forgotten about. So we could destroy this and Land of Haunts and Embers to deal with that. It's not bad to have only one actual Blighting Ravage. Harbingers D5. Why is there... why do we want to move Harbingers to D5? What's the... Chat, what are you on about? Can Shadow's Innate do 2 Explorer out? Oh, what to prevent the build? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh god, we've got ordering issues here. We could bring the Explorer into here, couldn't we? God damn, I thought I could just do a turn. You can't just do a turn peasant. Yeah, we could just... We can't drag it into here, though, because we don't have targeting for that. We could drag it down here, though, and prevent that town build. It's kind of good. I didn't realise you were killing everything there. Wait, what's all this, then? Yeah. What are you on about, chat? Where's all this? I don't know. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought about what I was doing with my innate. There is this ravage into build. It does feel kind of risky though on a 4 blight. But just out and out preventing a build is even I don't know, God, I don't know anymore. Poor addled brain. Yeah, we can't push in there. We could just put it in here. But then we're getting beyond... I mean, it's possible that fear cards will deal with that. I mean, this is blighting anyway. We could just Land of Haunted Embers and Thundering Destruction in there, which would get us a 3 more fast fear, which is getting us towards Terror 3. But it does seem stupid to miss the opportunity to kill a city. Like we kill this city. If this build doesn't show up, that's just the kind of free real estate. Who wants to move East Sand to Wetland 3? Destroying a town more with Fire Flood. Yeah, that is pretty tempting. That could horribly backfire, though. That's the downside of that. Because we're not completely clearing that land, we could Haunts there, push the town, push the Explorer, have a double Blight Ravage in here, and if that damage gets boosted there, this gets boosted here, we just lose. I don't know if I want that. I don't think it's worth it. That much risk for the sake of 1 fear. I will now proceed to lose to the lack of 1 fear. I actually think I want to prevent this risk as well. I mean, yeah, actually, it's not just 1 fear, it's 3 fear. And it would mean a second fear card. It moves multiple if there's already Blight there. So if it completely emptied the land, I'd be much more tempted. I mean, I can combine it with Darkness Swallows to completely empty it. But then I'm basically making a build in here or more problems in here. I don't think I like it. Don't like it. Yeah, I'm actually gonna... as I don't even... There's no great benefit to... No great benefit to floating this damage here. We're not like drowning in fear cards either. Yeah, it's only 2 unless the land's already blighted. If the land's already blighted, you get an additional 2 fear. It's ridiculous. It's a lot of fun, but we don't have a lot of... I'd rather take 1 blight guaranteed than take potentially 3 blight. So yeah, we'll go with the straightforward approach and just kill these 2. That said, we could Thundering Destruction in here, destroy this town, which prevents jungle explorers. Well, this jungle explorer anyway. So if we destroyed the town with Thundering Destruction, we'd be missing out on a city destroy. Oh, I've already done it. It's an omen, peasant. Just take the omen. Oh god, if I push in here, I could die to if I push these two Dahan into a land with two other buildings, I could just get killed by the horrible event from last time. Oh god damn it, ordering. I'm just gonna have to push these into somewhere with buildings that's already blighted. Let's push them into this land. This is a land I'd love to have some blight cleanup in. Okay. Okay, we'll get there. These tiny little finesses. I played it twice in a row with Power Storm for 4 blight to get a Fear Victory for Haunts Flexing. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But it's like if you've got the spare room in your blight pool, I'm not convinced I do. If this was 4 blight on one board, yeah, maybe. So we'll wait until the slow phase for our Gift of Power card. Could save Harbingers for slow. I could have. It's too late now. God damn it, urbanization. No ravage in lands with blight or with disease or strife. So we might add a strife here with the fear card. It is adjacent to beasts. And a couple of Dahan. Urbanization. Okay, no retreat. Do have a load of extra cities though. That's unfortunate. But we might be able to just destroy those. Skip the next normal build. Okay, it's getting funky. Oh my god, it skipped a build where practically nothing was happening. Harbinger's better or worse slow? I actually not I don't know. It probably is better slow. Okay, we remove an explorer or town from an inland land. Okay, we can actually combine. We can just make sure we can make this blight not happen. That's the right thing to do. This is one of the best things about fear cards in multi-spirit, is being able to do that. So that blight doesn't happen. Our build card doesn't shift. This means we have no ravages next turn. But we have a lot of building. But if we make sure our mountains, jungles and wetlands are empty, there'll be no building. It's great this late anyhow. It will be a ravage off the next turn. Yeah, we've got no ravages to worry about. I mean, look at these mountains. They are chock full of invaders. I'm so glad we don't have to worry about a ravage this turn. This coming turn. Okay, we are 13 fear away from a city winning for no cities, and we have 3 cities on the board. We can't afford to reclaim Fire and Flood and spam it out again. They're going to build an additional town in here, an additional town in here, a city in here, but we can clear this explorer out. I think we might be able to hopefully win. I'm hoping we'll be able to win. Let's just leave it at that. So, just quickly sanity checking that we do feed lightning the power. We feed lightning the power. Let's get a 0 cost fire and win in the fast. Let's not. Yeah, let's not. Spur is still cool though. We like Spur. Fire and Flood fast before the Ravage. Yeah. But that's not next turn. That's the turn after. Cool your jets. So, Rain of Blood. Bearing in mind, we want 13 fear to get to Terror 3. 3 is, that's a number. So, how much energy have we got? So, if we take another fire card, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we actually can't afford to play everything, even if we grab this. Fast rain. Everyone loves the fast rain. It's cheap. That's probably the most interesting thing about it. So we could play a turn that is homesteads, fire in the sky, call, fast blood. We'd have 3 fire. We'd be able to destroy a town in the fast phase. 2 towns in the fast phase if we wanted to. But no cities. But we would be generating a decent amount of fear between bloods, homesteads, all these things. And because this is 0 cost, we could just slap it on the front end of next turn. And spur would be nice, but we can't afford it. Let's just take Rain of Blood. It's Rain of Blood, for Christ's sake. Poison Dew seems good to prevent inland wetland build. Let's have a look. It is a fire card. It does destroy all explorers. I can make it fast. It'll cost me an energy. It will have 5 energy. We could afford it. That will mean we don't have energy for when we reclaim. Rob or Spur? Does Spur get Shadows as top innate? We might be able to get Shadows as top innate. We would be able to get Shadows as top innate. We've got Mantle and Haunts. I didn't even know Shadows as innate was possible. Crikey, what an amazing time. We could get Shadows as top innate. So, but could we target it? That's the next question. All right, we'd need to be adjacent, in or adjacent to a sacred site. We could get it, but it wouldn't do anything for us. We could use it in here, actually, to gain a good amount of fear. We could gather in this, preventing the double build, which would be town then city, meaning more cities to kill. Wait, Shadows has an innate? Yeah, I heard. You have a second shot at 0 cost fire when you reclaim. That's true. That's true. We also, I mean, we've got this time for Firevine to shine. Is it? Do we even have a presence in sand anymore? We could Firevine in here for a very expensive way to deal with 3 explorers. But it would be a very permanent way to deal. Okay, we Rain of Blood. We look for a 0 cost fire card. All these 0 cost fire cards. This is a 0 cost fire and fear card. No range ups, so the 0 range thing does kind of matter. Mountain jungle push potential. We don't have anything to do with that, but this is 2 fear and this is 1 fear. This does have the old wildfire wombo potential. Except it's a shame that our only presence is over here. A shame. So I think we just take this because it's 2 fear. And we might care. Yeah. I'm just clicking the buttons now. Okay, I'm just clicking buttons. So I think Shadows, we can just trust Shadows can deal with this single explorer, and Lightning's just going to do all the heavy lifting this turn. Heavy lifting / hopefully winning. We are a little bit low on... We do need 15 fear. That's the thing we need. And we've got a lot of cards now. I'm just going to click a few things. Don't mind me. Just so that I can actually see what I'm working with here. So we could use Crops Wither, except there are no Dahan in here, but we could push some Dahan in here using this 0 cost fast Dahan push, and then target to downgrade 1 of the cities in the fast phase, and that leaves 2 cities. Which we should be able to get to if we don't do these things. So we do We do things that are on brand, and then we get what we want, right? Except we need we've got the water, so that's 2 city destructions in there. And the boon in combo with the harbingers is fast crops in there, which seems to be like one of the nice little tricks you can do with this combo. Fast crops is itself 2 fear, so this feels like it's kind of done. This is, so that would be, for destroying these cities is 4, this is 2, and we need 13, so at least 7 more fear to get in the fast. This is 2, we could make this fast. And of course Shadows has other tricks up their shadowy sleeves. Yo, I've been here this whole time, been doing other stuff. I hope your other stuff's been going well, Kizu. See if you can get double city kill for 3 energy. I think it's there. I think it is. I feel like it's there. This is not precise. I might come back to. I might be substituting in elemental boon, except this is fear, and vents is the water. But we could get the vents won't get me any fear though. Whereas this might grant me fear via Shadows' is innate. Which, oh my god, we could get top tier innate. We can do it, and that will be a lot of fear. So, if it all has to go in the same land as well, because nothing could be easy for Shadows. We could yoink this Explorer into here, and then destroy these for a total of 4 fast fear just with the innate. So I think we substitute vents out for boon. So it doesn't look good here, but as long as we remember to give a water, then we've got that. So I think we reclaim, and I need to remember that if I do look at a card, that's it. So we make sure that we play our Moonfire Air cards, which are also this, which is a lot of fear. So Mantle, we definitely want to play the Crops Wither. So it'd be like Crops. Actually, that's fast fear as well with the Dahan push. We should be able to do that somewhere. That's another 3 fast fear. I think it just works. It just works, okay? This is also fast fear. And Shadows is not broke, so we can kind of just afford to do whatever we want. We can afford to play our flipping innate is what we can afford to do. This is 2 fast fear as well. Drought. We don't have elements for drought. No, we can't afford elements for drought. So we take this, I think. We can undo that. I just don't want to... So we play. So we need to make sure all of our cards have moon on. We need the fast crops to remove one of these cities. That's actually essential. Those are the 2 air we need. So now we just need 4th moon and a water, and then whatever. 4th moon, water, fire to give, and we can just do this now. So, water... Oh no, wrong character. 4th moon, a water, and a fire. And there it is. It's a very rare Pokemon indeed. Top tier of Shadows is innate. Can give the water with elemental boon. I certainly can. So, again, it's another funky targeting kind of finish. But it's kind of, so it's such a cool ability, but I feel like this often just gets lost in the sheer funk of the early game with this spirit. So we push these Dahan, which we could push them in multiple places in here, which gives us the possibility to target Crops Wither. We do need to go fast. Well, we don't need to speed run, but we do need this to be a fast effect. We target in there, cost us an energy, we downgrade the city. We're now in a position where there are 2 cities on the board. Wait a second. Peasant can't count. Ah, Peasant, why can't you count? Missing an air. No. I feel like it's there, though. Wait. Counting's overrated. So we need to give fire, air, water. But then we don't get the fourth moon. Oh my god, is this innate actually impossible to get? Okay, we can do it slightly differently. We can push a Dahan into here and then target in there with this. Okay, it's fine. Fine. These guys can hang out separately. It still works. I assure you. Right, well. So we are destroying this guy with damage. We are ignoring all this business. So we actually all I care about at this point is shadows using their innate. So we don't actually need the water. Okay, so shadows' innate is there. So we only need to destroy one city. What's all this? Need steam vents. Well, what are all these half-formed ideas in chat? If anyone's going to have half-formed ideas, it's going to be me. All right. So we make things fast in here. So by pushing in here, we've enabled targeting. So this should hopefully will work. We do luckily have one more energy left. So we downgrade this city. We thundering destruction, destroy this city. We now have this targetable ability that we can pay energy to target in here as well. We can gather this guy in and prevent the double build, if such a thing should come to pass. We destroy two of these for a couple of fear. We destroy this city with our actual rare Pokemon damage. This is actually our only fast straight damage. Yeah, it's our only fast straight damage. So we get 3 fear from that, and we've removed the final city. We now are 3 fear from the end. It is done. There are multiple winning plans. There are. We could finish in style with Land of Haunts and Embers. There you go. Just one in the eye for the serial killers. Okay, that went way better because I didn't make... if I made mistakes, they were different ones. Thanks so much everybody. So I've been a bit of a crab. I guess I'm just a crab. I don't think it's like it's a new thing for today. Just a bit of a crab sometimes. Steam vents instead of fire in the sky gives you all of it. All of what? What we got to see something very... It's like, you know, Prussia 6 gets beaten every day. When was the last time you saw Shadows is innate? Easier game than the first? Yeah, it was, because we didn't get that early double, the Prussia double explore into coastal lands, which is brutal. I also stuck to the opening. And this isn't chess. It's not like knowing an opening requires serious memorization. Rather see a Sasquatch win like that. Steam Vents probably would have upgraded Lightning's innate. Yeah, but at what cost? I guess Fire in the Sky was unnecessary in the end. You are right. Okay. Thanks for joining me today. I'm streaming Spirit Island tomorrow. Same time, but it's a much shorter stream because I like to raid Handelabra for their stream. So it's about a 3-hour stream. I think maybe it's going to be solo Saturdays, as in single Spirit. And then Fridays is double Spirit because I can get in a couple of games and not be worried about timing so much. Thanks to GG, Jeffo. Cost of fun? I'm presenting you with rare top tier Shadows action here. Hey, you're very welcome. Thanks, everybody. Tomorrow, Prussia 2. Well, I think going solo Spirit is actually pretty nice. I'm still feeling like I'm finding my feet with streaming dual Spirit while trying to pay attention to chat and understand what the hell you lot are on about. Which is a particular task I've taken upon myself that no one else is doing. No one else plays games like that while reading chat. I'll have you know. All right, that's enough self-aggrandizement. Let's see where we're going. Let's have a little look in the old board games category. What's going on in here? I like to sometimes raid people in the board games category. Who's this peasant person? Her hat looks a bit faded. Is there anything of interest to me personally? CGE are doing stuff. They're always a nice stream, by the way. If you want a really good board game stream, Ray has a... Yeah, they run a tight ship. I assume that's a good thing. Okay, I think I'm just going to raid a friend of the stream. Or someone I know is good. If someone was streaming a board game I particularly wanted to watch, I would raid them. Ooh, loads of things in chat. Barely do 2 spirits without a chat. Yeah, I find it genuinely challenging. Let's see what we've got here. Love the rare top tier Shanna's innate coming up. Should pick a spirit, put chat in charge. Well, I have thought, Jufo, that's interesting you should mention that. I have thought about doing that. Chat actually just controls the spirit. I mean, I think the way I'd make sure that I had at least someone who was up for making sure that there would be someone in chat who would. I want to make sure there was someone that was there for the whole thing, so that I wouldn't be in a weird position. I was like, is chat taking control of the spirit or not? I'm definitely up for trying that. Hey, no worries, SporkBork. Lovely to have you. Wouldn't be able to juggle chat and spirit on simultaneously. Me either. Yeah, it's I don't know why I'm doing it, honestly. I don't know. Personal growth? No. But yeah, I mean, I think I'd be up for trying that. Should we just do it next Friday? Should we just try that next Friday? But I guess I'd have to use my judgment, which is, asking a lot. Something like, if it looks like chat is not working out what they're doing, we can experiment. Let's experiment next Friday. Not tomorrow, because I have no idea how long that would actually take. Chat is already a bit in charge for some decisions. How dare you? I think especially when I'm playing a spirit that I'm less confident with, yeah, chat does have quite a lot of sway. Especially if you've got Bacon and Glimmer and Mega Chris all breathing down your neck. It's an intimidating combo. Put up a vote if chat is not unanimous. What I would prefer is something where it was like chat just comes, you have a representative or something. Trusted union rep. And I'm like as little to do with your business as possible. I don't know. We could talk about it in the Discord. I like the idea though. Let's do it on Friday. If it's not working, it doesn't matter. It's not a biggie. Right. But I like the idea. Small council. Be helpful. He hates expensive cards, not in charge. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm up for doing that. I mean, my stats are such a mess, like, because I'm always like starting and stopping games because I'm recording or whatever. I don't care if my stats are just full of chat losing games. Flipping chat. Coming in here, losing games. Yeah, and we could have it so that chat decides what spirit they are as a first test of the quorum of chat. And I am thinking we could actually have we could use the multiplayer. That's making it potentially a whole extra layer of complication, though. I think we'd keep it simple. Keep it simple. Hey, Mr. P. Chat picks moves first. You do yours after to pick up after errors. I suspect that collective chat efforts would be just as strong, if not stronger than me. I mean, apart from it's easier to coordinate thoughts in your own brain. You don't want your elo to drop so much you lose your pro status. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm making a lot of money doing this. My career's on the line. Yeah, we'll do it next Friday. Deal. First task for the People's Republic of Chat is to figure out what spirit you're playing. And I'm just gonna... You'll just have to figure out amongst yourselves. It'll be an experiment in direct democracy, all right? I think simple is probably better there. Yeah, we'll keep it simple. It'll be an experiment. I think, yeah, if it suddenly means chat is going lightning fast, I might need you to have like a way of formatting it so I can pick out what you want me to do. Play Jagged Earth Spirit. Chris. You be trolling me coming in here. We won't be doing that. Okay, so right, that's enough blather. I've perused the board game category. I've told you Czech Games Edition are awesome, but they're painting miniatures. I have literally no interest in that. Just no interest. So I'll just see if there is something to look at. Okay, we've got some people. Okay, we've got Solar, who's doing boring stuff, do not watch. Okay. With a title like that, we'll do that. How's that? That sounds amazing. So they're doing boring stuff, do not watch. Solar, you might be familiar with the name if you are wise enough to be part of the Noita community. They made a lot of the most awesome mods, including Noita Together, Noita Nemesis. I don't get to raid Solar very often. They're doing software and game development. Sounds really boring. But they're very entertaining. They'll probably be concentrating. It'll be a bit like this, you know, that he'll be trying to work out what he's doing. We can go in and heckle. Who am I planning to play? Okay. So yeah, we'll figure out if there's anything. I think I'm quite happy to just wing it next week, but we could talk about it in the Discord as well. Okay, so let's raid Solar. They're super cool. They are lovely. I'm going to click the button now.